Kraken, UDA, Trammel Ventures, Trail of Bit, Arbitrary Execution, Immunify, Unciphered, and No Starch Press. I would also like you to make sure that you go to the desks for Immunify and Unciphered. They're running some pretty cool games today. And there's also a really cool NFT CTF. If you don't have the participation code yet, you can find the QR code at the front desk. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Dan Guido, our keynote speaker.
Hello. Just gonna hold this. Hey everyone, so my name is Dan Guido, and I am gonna get my slides up. Of course, I didn't wear my glasses, so I can't see shit. Okay. Hey, so I'm Dan Guido. I run a company called Trail of Bits. We're a software security research and development firm that focuses on low-level security, cryptographic security, blockchain security. We focus on problems where people have consequences when they fail. We're split into a couple different service lines. We do security research with the US government to improve the foundational state of, improve the foundational state of, is this working? Okay, I'll keep going. I can take it off. There we go. Hello. Now I'm good? All right, now I'm good. So we do security research with the US government because they pay us to work long-term on fundamental problems in the space. We also do security engineering, where people hire us to build software that helps them. And we do security assurance work, where people give us software and help identify security risks and weaknesses in it, and the plans they need to move them forward. So part of our business over the last few years has evolved around blockchain security. It has all the makings of a perfect business for Trail of Bits. It has a highly motivated group of people that know that there's a risk of loss. It's a novel technology area that very few people understand. And it has allowed us to apply some of the research that we've learned through working with the government and through doing our own work. So I want to take you on a little bit of a journey of what we've learned during that. So Ethereum, right? So Ethereum, if we just wanted to make sure all of us are on the same page, Ethereum allows you the ability to write smart contracts. They're little automated finance bots that receive transactions and manipulate a global state. It has kind of a reputation, right? These tiny programs that are evolved in consensus, they do tokens, they do credit default swaps, you can integrate them with browsers, but they're built with a version of JavaScript, but shitty. And the community itself is not so into security, right? So we've got a little quote down here. That's from a real project that got hacked, where they say on their public Trello, a month or so ago, I asked a team member to reach out for auditing, but we didn't really remember, so we just launched without it, and then we got hacked, and it never really popped into our awareness. We didn't choose not to audit, we just forgot, right? So like, that's kind of what you hear about. We actually have a whole presentation by another guy in the audience over here, Evan Sultanic, called The Anatomy of an Unsafe Programming Language, which just describes the depths of failure, really, of designing this language that most smart contracts are written in. Now, the whole thing is a shared global computer. So people have the ability to send inputs to contracts, which are little finance bots, that can run code that manipulates global state, like balances. So you can see every transaction that happens, and you can send input to any contract or an account. That's sort of what the blockchain is. It's programmed, so here's a preview of this language. It's a JavaScript-inspired high-level language. This is Solidity. It's the most popular one. There are others, but most of them are similar. And it compiles down to something called EVM, which is a native machine code for Ethereum, which itself is kind of wonky. But this is really where we find the source of most of the blockchain's problems. There's this consensus layer on layer 1, but where most stuff blows up, it's this. So, you know, you'd say like, oh, it can't be that bad. Like, there's probably, you know, it's bad, but it can't be any worse than other languages that people use. No, it's really, really that bad. So the compiler produces really bizarre code. So you don't even have good tools to work with the language. So here's a case where it tries to calculate 1 by taking the exponent up to like, you know, 100 or 256 or whatever. Like this is just wasteful code that costs people money. In fact, probably hundreds of millions of dollars over the lifetime of the Ethereum blockchain. So it's just absurd. And then the one at the top over here, because you declared something as a var, where is it? Yeah, so I is 8 bits because it gets declared as a var instead of a specific type. So that means that's an infinite loop if foo has greater than 256 elements. It's just like stuff that's not exactly expected as a normal developer, and they've introduced as many sharp edges as you can possibly create. To really drive this point home, here are all the security issues that are possible inside of Solidity that have mostly been eliminated from any other modern language invented in the last 10 years, right? Like, no references are exploitable conditions on Solidity. The memory at the 0 page stores the owner of a contract, and if you can dereference it and change it, you can steal people's money. Right? That's what we're dealing with. So this is what you'd expect. You'd expect that it's full of easy bugs, which is, you know, yeah, it is. Make this a little bit bigger. That analysis of these languages is really tricky. They're using custom machine code. The language doesn't really make any sense. And that confidence in these systems is probably impossible. It's a stack machine, so you need to do really complex binary translation. It's based on JavaScript, so it's not really amenable to analysis. And like, that's, I think, what most outsiders view of the field. But as somebody that actually works in it, the reality is much different. And I think this sometimes comes as a surprise. We find that our clients in the blockchain space come in with a higher degree of security assurance than any other field we work in. They usually come in the door with precise descriptions of security properties, of automated analyses of those with fuzzing, symbolic execution, abstract interpretation. They're actually using, they've been able to find vendors. The vendor space, like that I operate in, is competitive for symbolic execution as a service. There is not just one option to choose from, there are 5, right? So this is kind of what we want the software industry to look like. This is what I want other clients of mine to come in the door with. Because these people have somehow created these conditions by accident. What if there is a way that the rest of the software industry could create them on purpose? So a lot of times people would back out and they would say, well, the reason why this happened is because code is law, right? You need to be right the first time and there's no recourse if you hacked. That's false. I don't really think that's true. So first off, there are a lot of other industries out there that have a lot of money to lose. People are building self-driving cars. Apple has a device in 1 billion people's pockets around the globe that hold extraordinarily valuable information. There are other industries where consequences happen when you don't do security right, and there are other industries where billions more dollars have been invested into making sure they are. So regular software needs to be correct too. And it's not just like, it kind of blows my mind sometimes to think about it. Companies like Google will literally create their own programming languages in order to keep their code safe, which is just a massive undertaking that's unparalleled when you look across the aisle at the blockchain industry, which is usually just a bunch of people running with their heads cut off. They haven't even planned this, and somehow they've ended up in a situation where 90% of people writing smart contracts are using precisely defined software properties as well as abstract interpretation in their normal development. I don't think this is it. Instead, what I would want to look at is this little trope about a dairy farmer. It's a physics joke. It's a trope about an old joke where a dairy farmer says he's trying to keep up with the agri-conglomerate down the road, and he asks a physicist for help, who comes back weeks later and says he has a solution, but it only works on spherical cows in a vacuum. That's how it is reading most papers from ACM CCSS for the first time. But Ethereum is weird because Ethereum and most blockchain platforms only support spherical cows. They only actually support these systems that all the research can actually apply to. So this is kind of where the rubber meets the road for ideas brought up in the academy, where it actually gets done by real software developers that maybe didn't even go to college, but it gets done on software that goes into production, that people use. So all this software testing research and Ethereum, because it has an extremely limited runtime, allows us to apply a greater degree of rigor in software testing and fix all these issues with the compiler and the languages in post. So at this point, I want to just step back for a second and talk a little philosophically about what a program actually is. So we're using the same language. I kind of hand wave over a lot of stuff here, so like we can have a nerd fight about it later, but it's a keynote, so don't kill me. So imagine that a program is a state machine, and that you take some input, and it changes the way the program behaves. Changes some state variables, has some effects, maybe it stops, maybe it doesn't. What you get on the left here is that's what I consider the input space to look like, just a little 2D grid, and that red dot there is where we've decided to send in some input. And then it kind of pinballs around inside the state machine, it does some stuff, maybe it doesn't do some stuff, but like, that's kind of what I think of as a program in this very reductive sense right now. So if that's what you think is a program, then software security is two questions. It's what inputs cause bad behavior, and then two is, so that's on the input side, and then on the other half of it is, when is a state bad? So where in the state machine do I not want to be? So like an assert would tell you that you encountered something bad, but not the input that caused it, right? So let's just dig a little bit deeper into the solutions to number one, and we'll show you kind of how this process goes, like what I think we're doing in security. So you've got the starting position, unrestricted input. It's a really big input space. People are flinging input at it. Sometimes people fling input that's not allowed or expected. Sometimes it's a different type. It's a round dot in a square hole, whatever. Anything can kind of happen. You don't exactly know what's going on. So as security engineers, you have two options. You can restrict input, where you could type your language instead of dynamically type it. You could delete some code. You could privsep. You could split out. Essentially just all these different strategies to reduce the input space. And then the other option is you could test the input. You could test it randomly. You could test it formally. You could test it a variety of different ways. So unit tests would be popping out one hole at a time. A fuzzer would probably get a bunch of random dots all over it, and then property tests would probably wipe out like a column or a row. Now, side note here, you might be asking, well, where do mitigations fit in here? So mitigations don't fix code, they just limit the impact of failure. We actually don't care about mitigations. Mitigations are kind of a distraction if we're trying to write secure software. So just no mitigations, don't like them. So the maturity process that people go through when they're trying to do this, when they try to progress through that maturity kind of pipeline and they do one of those two things, is obviously they start at phase 0, which is essentially I'm going to train everybody. I'm going to tell everybody that they just need to try harder, that maybe they should get better at their job and write less bugs. And that's kind of where people start, and that's where most people are, I think. Obviously, I don't think it works. Computers are computers. They're not something that the human brain is going to be able to wrap their head around completely. This is kind of avoiding the issue, and it doesn't really lead anywhere great. I think of it like just have your existing programmers work harder in the same amount of time, and we'll magically fix all the bugs. Phase 2 is you might actually try to test some inputs. So you would, this is unit testing, right? It's considerably better than not testing your code of just saying, well, we've got training, but it still doesn't really work because developers don't know what they don't know. So you can see we've got some random testing here. Most things probably aren't tested, and programmers aren't going to have awareness of the entire input space. They're only going to know what they expect. So a lot of these are positive tests instead of negative tests, which is what you'd want for security testing. So let's see. Yeah, I mean, this is I think where a lot of the good shops are if we talk about traditional software. Like if you start a project, or actually, there are companies out there that hire for software engineers that will brag about having unit tests. They'll list it on the list of benefits for joining the company on their careers page. They're like, yeah, we have unit tests. You can trust us. We're good software developers, right? So this is kind of like where most things sort of are. Approximately the industry state of the art. If you can test things, you're doing amazing. You're in like the top 10%. And then some people get to phase 2, which is trying lots of input. You get to fuzzing. So everybody that uses one of these tools always says they're amazing. Nobody says, oh yeah, like I tried AFL and it kind of sucked. Like no, what they do is they try AFL and then they go, our Lord and Savior AFL, right? Like it is the best thing when a developer gets even 5 minutes of exposure to an automated software testing tool like a fuzzer. This is getting a lot of industry acceptance, and you can see it in the litany of papers that have come out of academia trying to optimize the way that fuzzers work. There are just like dozens and dozens of forks of AFL that use a slightly different generation strategy to be like 2% more efficient in the way that they find bugs. So you can see that it's kind of got some industry acceptance, but this is really the minority. The number of clients that I would get in non-blockchain, non-cryptographic software that use fuzzers that I can walk in the door to and they hand me a harness is like very, very low. Yeah, how do you know if somebody uses property tests? They'll tell you. And then what you really want to get to is you want to get to phase 3, which is testing all the input. And this is kind of a joke, right? Like people think that this is just unreal in the software industry. They don't think this is realistic at all. It doesn't give you perfectly correct software, right? Like who verifies the verifier? And you could not be verifying all the inputs because you didn't realize where the total space ended, right? That's where that little extra box is on the right. Because maybe there was stuff that you verified, but you forgot you could send an input some other backdoor way. But it's strictly better than doing nothing. It's strictly better than the step that came before it. And the industry doesn't really want to do it because they consider it hugely impractical. So yeah, to recap, like this is where the industry is today. Pretty much everything that's developed, nothing is checked that it's correct. At level 1, you have people that brag about it on career sites. They say that they have unit tests and CI. And at level 2, even like the people that are doing fuzzing, so we have a wonderful paper from an employee, Artem Dynaberg. We resurrected the original fuzzer from the University of Washington. We found the original code, we got it to compile on modern Linux, we reran it against the targets that they ran it on in 1989, and it still finds bugs, right? So application of fuzzing across the industry is extremely variable. People just aren't taking advantage of this stuff, so obviously no one's gonna make it to phase 3. So why is that? When you boil it down, it's that we don't create testable programs, but the tools that we write require them. So the tools only work on small code and data, and nothing in production is small. So for example, we have a symbolic execution tool called Manticore. It's written to run on real software, but it can't model real system calls, right? Because there are hundreds of them. So you wouldn't know, or the tool wouldn't know what to do with something like uname, right? But the nice thing about blockchain software is you have to make it testable. Regular software, extremely hard to make testable. So yeah, for instance, like how many unit tests are just 2/3 of the code in the file creating some kind of contrived environment? It's indicative that software is not super testable, that you have to create all this state before you can even reach the conditions that you're trying to test. And then functions will have side effects that change how other functions operate. So you have this explosion of state that's impossible to navigate from a software testing perspective. One problem that I've seen is that there are really bad abstraction boundaries. So everybody kind of mixes all their logic together into a global mutable state. Usually it's a key value store. It's something that's object-oriented. They all want to have their logic share components, but they have one thing that does everything. And I think System D is like the poster child for this, where nothing is pure, everything has side effects, everything has mutable state. You can't know what it does. All you can do is observe some behaviors that it has that might or might not happen later. It's part of the reason why it's infuriating is because when people report bugs, you can't track them down. So developers find out about great research 20 years after it happens. If you pull software apart into smaller pieces, it's a huge gain for testing, right? So we started in a good spot. We started with Unix, and then each program did one simple thing, and now somehow we've got System D, right? So that was kind of backwards. So global mutable state really, I think, is the root of all evil in this case. Problem number 2 is software is not reproducible. So we kind of assume that code works like on our laptops. I can't tell you how many times at Trail of Bits we get code delivered from our clients that just, it comes with like a 20-page PDF that was written by some person that's not on the development team who never expected someone to set up a testing environment besides that person ever in history. But builds are a mess, right? Like there's not exactly a great way to get a repeatable build out of most software development teams. And we outsource logic to a lot of unpredictable environments. Like there's a lot of, well, I can only reach this bug if I prime the network with a couple of packets first. I'm like, how am I supposed to find that when I test? How am I supposed to figure out that's a bug when I just read the code? And the answer is you can't, right? It's unpredictable because logic is in the environment. It's not just in the code you write. Yeah. And then 3 is the input space is huge. So programmers don't know what stuff changes the behavior of their program. Like you want things that are kind of referentially transparent. You want stuff that's if you evaluate f of x, then you always get y. But that's not really the case. Yeah, I mean, this sort of makes sense. There's a lot of stringly typed code. You get white spaces everywhere. So if you're in a dynamic language or if you're just trying to parse things around, you end up forgetting that white space is a thing inside of a string, and then that leads to a whole bunch of errors. You know, this is why null dereferences are a thing. People aren't using types as much as they probably should, although we're seeing kind of a resurgence of that. So we try at Trail of Bits to read papers, to apply research despite these problems. And we know that it's not really designed for real software because we have a ton of trouble trying to apply it outside of specific industries. And at best, most of that research that we review, it's optimized for core utils. We can use it on binLS, right? But I can't use it on some guy's you know, multi-billion-dollar code base that we're being paid to audit. And fuzzers are really the most realistic, but they have their issues as well. We did a former employee did a systematic evaluation of fuzzers and academic research in them over a couple-year period from University of Maryland, a guy named Andrew Roof. We wrote a short summary of it for our blog called How to Spot Good Fuzzing Research, where a lot of people were claiming really important improvements in the field, but they hadn't actually run their fuzzers in a rigorous way against others, and they sort of cherry-picked results. So out of those 32 different fuzzing papers, there was really only one that kind of met the criteria that Andrew set out for actually provably being better than the last person that came along. So at the end of the day, we just don't know when code is safe, right? At the end of the day, because we can't test stuff and because we can't because there's poor abstraction boundaries, because it's not reproducible, because it depends on global mutable state. We just don't know when code is correct. We can't provide any sort of rigorous formal assurance back to people that, hey, this code is doing what you expect it to do. So security reviews kind of just feel like a thing that you do every year. You get in your yearly cycle, you find some bugs, next year you find a few more, maybe some of the same ones, and you're not really making progress. What I want to do is I want to provide evidence that software is safe against a class of bugs. I want to make demonstrable progress. I want to be able to verify or assert to my boss that the code is safer today than it was yesterday. And with blockchain, we are able to do that. So with this as kind of the state of software, we can look at blockchain as an unfortunate glimpse into the future. It's so weird because it doesn't really support the obstacles that we've encountered in regular software. So what does winning look like? So the big question, given my physicist analogy before, is if brown cows make chocolate milk, do spherical cows make Dippin' Dots? And I think you'll find out they do. So first off, where are we different? So in smart contracts, every change is a transaction. There are a couple of properties that are really interesting about this. All this stuff costs you money to get larger. Code is tiny. It has almost no control flow because it costs money to get bigger. So the incentive that is really important for blockchain software, instead of code is law, is that it provides this downward pressure to make sure code remains small. So this is an example of a real function that you might review in a piece of blockchain software. We reverse engineered it with something called EtherSplay, which is a disassembler that we wrote for EVM code. And that does something that's important to a smart contract. That's the total size of that code. So the input size is really expensive. The code size is really expensive. You have to pay per instruction executed. And termination is necessary. So you can take that whole area of computer science that I wouldn't say wasted a whole bunch of time in college, but like there's a lot of time that you can just spend not thinking about stuff because the properties of the environment have abstracted it away. So the incentives here have produced code that is small and clear, with clear abstraction boundaries, because every transaction is a state change. And the transactions are atomic. The other thing that's nice is that all this stuff runs in completely homogeneous environments. So everyone uses the same blockchain. I don't need to worry about whether I've got the same version of the DLL that you do. I don't have to worry about whether I primed my network interface with the right packets to reach a bug. I don't have to worry about whether I have the same patch level of Windows. I know that if you're on the blockchain, I'm on the blockchain, and we're running the same code. And when state updates, all these things are also small, right? When things happen on the blockchain, the transaction data is tiny, and the state variables that change are tiny. So approximate numbers for scale, you know, they have like hundreds of bytes per transaction. This is not hugely complicated for us to very rigorously analyze. So we get manageable state spaces. And this isn't because there's superbly clever design, right? These are all constraints to get around the fact that distributed system stuff doesn't scale. So from a back of the envelope math perspective, they're in a really great place to do rigorous testing. One thing that you get is symbolic execution being the most common technique in the space, which is like mind-blowing, right? So EVM has a few dozen more instructions than brainfuck, right? But it's basically the same thing. You can write a symbolic executor for EVM in a long weekend, right? Maybe a 3-day weekend, but it's not exactly the most difficult language or most difficult virtual machine to specify. Where instead, if you were trying to write symbolic execution for like the move instruction, it's pretty much impossible on x86 because there's like 50 different variants of it. Now the neat part about this is that not only is it easy to write the symbolic executor, but it's also easy to run it. The developer experience for symbolic execution on a smart contract is basically /find bugs. And then you can paste that into a browser. There are certain places you can go where you can just dump some code into a browser, press execute, and it will find bugs for you. It'll find different edge cases. It'll tell you what transactions to hit them. And people do it. When we go to conferences, not like this one, when we go to blockchain conferences and we talk to developers and we tell them about things like Manticore, our EVM symbolic execution tool, we'll have people sit down in the audience and run it on their code, and 5 minutes later they'll have found a bug before the presentation even ends, right? This is worlds away from where the rest of software testing is. Fuzzing, also extraordinarily popular. So it's kind of like in the right environment, these good solutions can be the easy ones to use. So the hardest part about fuzzing is how do you execute the code, right? So working solutions usually just have sort of a virtual machine built into them. So the fuzzer will execute the code in its own virtual machine. And the hard part about this is just identifying the invariants that you want to test against. So So in a lot of ways, it's kind of odd because fuzzing on smart contracts in some ways is easier, but in some ways is harder. Like if you wanted to fuzz for x86 code, if you had a binary, you can look for crashes. You know when you've hit a bug because it crashes the code, right? But there's no such thing as a crash in a smart contract. You have to tell it what you're looking for. You have to tell it that, hey, the conditions when I end up with more money and you end up with less, that's the sort of thing that I'm looking for. And you have to program that knowledge into a fuzzer beforehand in order for it to find you what you would consider a bug. So that's like a hard part. So the execution is really easy, but you have to look for things that are application dependent. You can't just look for seg faults. And then there's static analysis, which is kind of like the same as ever. It's amenable to the simplest possible static analyzer. Solidity is amenable to the simplest possible static analyzer. You parse it into a set of expressions, and then you look at who writes to state variables. Like that's kind of what static analysis looks like here. The thing that takes the most time is just writing heuristics for that. So we have a tool called Slither, which is much more advanced than something that just parses into expressions. But the very first version of it, we just parsed stuff to an AST and recursed through it, running simple queries, and that kind of worked fine. Again, you can write a really simple static analyzer for some of these smart contract languages in a weekend. But obviously then, writing the heuristics takes a while. So big picture is that on the blockchain, code correctness works most places. The developer experience is trivial. Developers love the experience when they try it, and Solidity doesn't give you any help, but that's okay. So these tools are extraordinarily effective. Like at Trail of Bits, we created all these things from scratch. We wrote our own static analyzer, Slither. We wrote our own fuzzer, Echidna. We wrote our own symbolic executor, Manticore. And when we combined them, there was one point early in our history, probably back in 2017 when we just started doing this, where we had to keep a massive Google spreadsheet of all the bugs that we were finding and already deployed code. It's pretty easy. So most of the time, when developers encounter that sort of experience, they get jealous. They close Telegram, because that's what everybody in blockchain uses, and they run the tools during the presentation. They build their own spreadsheet. Now, what we get is, thankfully in 2022, is we get developers that have already run these things, and they come in to work at Trail of Bits, work with Trail of Bits, and we don't have the luxury of being able to do /find bugs. We actually have to work hard, and we have to specify new security properties, and we have to push the limits of those tools and review the architecture of them to make progress. We had Gemini come in with their GUSD stablecoin, and they basically had 99% coverage of symbolic execution tests across their entire code base. I have never had that happen for any other client in any other industry. And that was years ago. That was 2019. And the field has only gotten better since then. So this is the ideal body. So I'll skip over this a little bit. We have a talk this afternoon where we walk through some of the tools that we use and the process that we use to extract the most value from them, given by Nat over here. Nat, raise your hand. So I'll just give a short preview, but generally the approach that we take when we review software is we need to get it buildable. If you can't get software reproducible, then you can't adequately test it, and there's no way that we can prove that we've made progress in terms of finding bugs. So no matter if it's blockchain software or not blockchain software, we are going to instrument their existing build system, and we have tools that we've written to do that, like Blight, which enables us to run really neat analyses on like C and C++ code at scale. We'll forward port existing build systems so that we have support for features we care about, like ASAN. And then every once in a while, a client comes to us, and we'll actually rewrite their whole build system with them. We'll like up-convert it to CMake, like we did with Zoom. And that allows us to test from a huge library of sometimes proprietary knowledge that Trail of Bits has about where bugs are, because we've spent a ton of time building up that list of heuristics and know, and have encoded, rather, that knowledge into a repeatable tool. And then finally, if that doesn't really work, I do like SemGrep because it doesn't require buildable source, although there's some obvious limitations, but it is a good tool that we rely on frequently when we don't have time to rewrite a whole build system in CMake. And then the process for software testing is, rather than just read code every day and try to pick out bugs by hand, it's specify properties, encode them in the tool, repeat and recycle. So that at the end of an engagement, instead of just getting a list of bugs, what you're getting is a list of invariants with programmatic tests. This is what we deliver for all of our blockchain clients. We give them programmatic tests that prove that certain conditions are either always true or false. Yeah, I'll skip over this. So where do we go from here? So a bright spot is that languages are actually getting better. Compilers are probably where the biggest security wins happen, and we are finally souring on dynamic types. So people are moving away, or people care about having pure functions that don't have a lot of side effects. They're moving away from imperative loops. They use maps. Package managers have a role to play. A lot more people are using virtual env or Docker, which again have limitations, but this is substantially better than where we started. I would like it if we could get to a place where everybody uses Nix, but we're working on it. And you can see this in the data, right? This is a survey from Stack Overflow from 2021, where they looked at the popularity of different languages on the platform, and pretty much everything on the most loved side, Rust, Clojure, TypeScript, Elixir, Julia, Python, Dart, Swift, Node, and Go are statically typed, and then the dreaded ones are not. So thank goodness, that starts to restrict the input space of what's possible for programs that people write. So generally, in 2022, developers love type-safe languages. We're getting reproducible environments. So Docker is good. It's not exactly reproducible on its own. You have to do some extra stuff. But build systems are sandboxing now. I don't have to work through just a custom virtual machine with a PDF from 1998 with instructions for how to build something. A lot of people are integrating with GitHub Actions, and they have things like Stack and Cargo that help automate a lot of these actions and repeatedly build software. And once you're able to do that, it's not just helpful to security, it's also helpful to QA, it's helpful to prod, it's helpful to everybody else. So this kind of force multiplier, it isn't even originating with security, but we're being dragged along with it to great effect. One thing that I see that's a really big potential that hasn't really come to fruition yet is WASM. So I think it brings spherical cows to general computing. There's a little tiny bit of undefined behavior with respect to floating point, but it generally has all the properties we like about Ethereum. It has a reproducible runtime with well-defined inputs, and it enforces small programs. So we really can test WASM programs a lot easier than we can test traditional software. So I think that this work is more important than ever, and venues like this are where we can set the direction. So I just want to put it out there that we are here to help. We try to use research. We fund research if people are working on cool ideas. We bring in interns, co-ops, PhDs and postdocs to come work with Trail of Bits and try to push the envelope on what's possible in software testing. So if you're one of those people, you should contact me. And if you'd like to get a preview of our research, then you can show up at 1:30 to see Nat's talk, or you can check out our blog, our specific GitHub organization called Critic, where we have all of our tools that do the kinds of things I talked about in this presentation, and our publications page, where we have presentations like this one recorded and PDF'd that you can go browse through. So thank you for coming, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. I think I'll take questions at the bar. I think we're a little behind schedule, or maybe I got us back on schedule. Good. All right. Thank you.
Sorry. So as one of the organizers, we get a little privilege to do things, but also I run Unciphered, and we have gifts for every speaker who speak and complete, and also don't think it was terrible. No. But thank you, Dan. This is a gift from the company. I actually designed these lockpicks at my last company, Riff Recon. They are called the PPK. They're made out of titanium, full hide leather, and I think they're the best picks you can get, and they work great with suits and cocktail dresses. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for your talk.
And if I get to see you in a cocktail dress at some point?
What, me? Oh, all right.
I now have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker, but I'd also like to make sure that you all know that Dan from Trail of Bits, Dan from Trail of Bits is also sponsoring our lunch, so yay for Trail of Bits. And so without further ado,
how's everybody doing? There we go. All right. Awesome. My name is John Hanks, and I'm giving a talk on NFT security for dummies. This is more the people using NFTs and Web3 software. Cover a little bit of developer stuff at the end. If you have anywhere else to be, too long didn't read on this, is just don't click on anything. If anything shows up in your wallet, don't touch it, don't sell it. Always verify whatever it is you're using. Yeah, make sure you have next of kin set up. You don't want to, croak and then nobody can get into your crypto. Who am I? If you have to ask, granola. I've been doing web dev for like 20 some odd years since I was a kid. Been doing web dev, Web3 since late 2019. I'm an NFT smart contract writer, deployer, enjoyer. I do some art here and there. I did last year all the Solidity with a Treat DAO. I haven't lost anybody's money yet, so that's nice. That's to be seen. right now, NFTs are kind of synonymous with JPEGs, art. You know, an NFT is really just a URL pointing to something. So I guess, you know, why do we care about art? Why do we care about NFTs? This is a mural from Pablo Picasso that commemorated a brutal German bombing of a non-strategic military town in Spain. We tend to care, we tend to want to document what sort of is happening out in the world, you know, who's doing what, when, and where. Art has always kind of been shared, viewed, stolen, locked away. This is a painting from Van Gogh. This was the only painting he ever sold, and he shot himself 2 days later. I'm kind of curious if Van Gogh had NFTs, would he have been able to get his name out there more? Would it have mattered? Say what you want about NFTs. Artists can get paid now. People who want to patronize artists can pay artists now, and this is a beautiful thing. This goes cross-border, cross-community. People can support whoever they like to support, and this is at least why I care about NFTs. It's kind of a joke. I'm sure you guys have heard the right-click save as, so now I own your NFT. You can always have men standing around with guns, protecting your art, protecting your crypto. Nowadays we have these fancy little hardware wallets, Trezors, ledgers, and that's probably one of the best ways to store your crypto, you know, in a world full of hackers. It's probably my laptop. Yeah. So anytime you're using a website that interacts with NFTs, crypto, anything, just make sure that the link is actually the official one. You know, make sure the website doesn't have any backdoors in it. Maybe there's a malicious dev that could sub out some contract functions and the team doesn't even know. So just always be making sure that you're using the proper website, proper contracts. So these ledgers, they're supposed to protect us, right? And Shopify had a huge leak where a bunch of people had PII leaked, and go check out Reddit. This led to people having home invasions, SIM swaps, and yeah, if you're gonna buy a ledger, make sure you use like a burner address, you know, don't buy from Amazon. You might end up buying a phony baloney ledger that's just gonna, you know, the seed's already compromised. With that same list, people were mailing fake ledgers with very sophisticated packaging, and not sure how much money was lost due to these sort of hacks. So everything's kind of sadly phishing. I mean, Dan did a great job of covering, you know, stack and sort of security and whatnot from a developer side, but there's always a user side of educating the user so that they don't click the wrong thing. You know, I'm sure people are used to getting scam phone calls where they want your banking details, social security. It's the same thing. It's the same exact energy. Like, I don't know if anybody uses Discord and gets all the spam messages. Some of those are legit, sadly, in that network. But yeah, there was a really bad hack on, I want to say this was May 14th. There was an ad network called Coinzilla. They were breached. I believe they were serving banner ads that had external resources that were getting loaded, and this is like a big no-no, like Google Ads doesn't let you do this. And so what happened was, I want to say at least like 7 or 8, like many sites used this same ad network, they all got hit with this pop-up that said connect with MetaMask. You connected, okay, you know, I didn't go click nfthapes.win, I'm on Etherscan right now, or I'm on CoinGecko right now, and this pop-up just maliciously would forever pop up over and over and over again, and you would connect, and then you would approve, and then it would wipe out all your wrapped ETH. There are way too many ways to get fish today. There has been all sorts of copycat accounts, people faking to be certain people. That kind of stopped working, and then people started hacking actual Twitter accounts, actual Instagram accounts, like trying to do this talk without saying Bored Ape Yacht Club, but they had their Instagram hacked, I want to say at the end of last month. And Beeple had his Twitter hacked, and he was, they were shilling a fake Louis Vuitton giveaway. So it's like, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Quick and dirty way is just, you know, type your seed in somewhere, type your private key in somewhere. Maybe somebody will pretend to be MetaMask support, get on a call with you, get on a screen share, and they're relying on people that are uneducated that don't know that they're about to share their private key on a screen share. So these are just some of the easiest. Some of the laziest hackers are kind of smarter than you in the moment. You know, they don't even have to be sophisticated, really. Copycat sites are big. That comes along with when people take over Twitter. I don't know anybody who uses unverified smart contracts. Raise your hand if you do. And even if they are verified, they could still be malicious. They could hide malicious functions with proxy programming patterns, and you don't even know what's going on. And you kind of have to rely on your, you know, developer friends sort of, or public figures to spot these issues. My favorite is the airdrop tokens. I don't know anybody who just has like ERC20 tokens show up in their wallet or NFTs show up in their wallet, but 99 times out of 100, it's going to be some unverified contract, and there's going to be some malicious code that will just steal your funds when you try to transfer that initial token. So this is, whenever you're interacting, I can stand away from that too. So this is like a purchase on OpenSea. And anytime you interact with a website, you're going to get some kind of wallet pop up. And if you notice on the top right, there's an address there, but it's concatenated. They take the beginning, they put a little ellipsis, and then they take the last 4 characters. People can generate a vanity address in a matter of seconds or minutes with those same parameters. So you always kind of have to click on that address and make sure, you know, look at the full address and make sure it's actually the thing you want. Make sure it's the actual OpenSea contract. You know, you can see there's like 7 million transactions, so this is probably it, you know. Yeah, you're always going to have people like Dan, other friends that can verify code. There's no going any other way about it. And just because it's verified does not mean that it's safe. And audits can't find it all. You know, people might brag, hey, we unit test. Well, did you actually find this bug? They can only tell you what they found. They can't tell you what they don't find. So if you're interacting with smart contracts with your wallet, there's this interoperability where you need to approve other transactions to be operators on your account or on your account holdings. And if a hacker doesn't just want your seed or doesn't just want you to just transfer the NFT, that's a lot simpler. They can have you approve a malicious contract, which then they can go and use their function that does the actual transfer of the assets in question. And there's services such as Revoke Cache, where you can go type in your address and you can see all the contracts that you've ever approved for operating on your assets. And people, if they're paranoid, they'll just go and revoke permissions for everything. And that's, you know, it's better to be safe than sorry. So, I mean, everything's kind of, you know, really similar. All these attacks have really similar vibe. You literally click the thing and you hand your assets away. Call it theft, call it what you will, but you are the one that is responsible for your assets. Yeah, if you get a free NFT, please just stay away from it. Google ads are wrecked. Google ads are they're selling bad ads to people. There's the official Solana app right there is a phantom.app. You can see a phantom.app, and that's probably some scam BS. Blue checkmark verified accounts on Twitter are wrecked. There's fake MetaMask wallets going around. I remember helping an individual. She had 2 MetaMask icons in her taskbar. That was a big dead giveaway. This was June 3rd, 4 days ago. A moderator on the Bored Ape Discord got hacked. And so, of course, we trust the moderators in our chat rooms. And so they were posting phishing links, and guess what? People got scammed. If you can hack a moderator or a verified account, you instantly have hundreds of thousands of willing participants who will just not even verify. They see the name and they just go right in. It's sort of a simple explanation of what's kind of going on, how easy this is. I send you an NFT. You don't know this is a malicious NFT, but now you see an offer for 1 ETH on your NFT, and you go, oh, okay, I need the money. I'm going to go sell this thing. And then you go and sell the thing, and there's a before transfer hook that can just go and completely drain your wallet. And I guess Bob's hanging out with all your Bored Apes on the island. This was kind of an interesting vulnerability because this was more of, there was user error and there was developer error. OpenSea had this vulnerability with how they displayed orders to people. And there were users that instead of paying a fee to cancel a listing, so when OpenSea Atomic matches a sale, a buy or an ask, a bid or an ask, a buy or a sell, they will check if there are any cancel listings from with a timestamp before when the order actually expires. And people, for some reason, were just sending the NFT out of their wallet. Listing's gone, right? They send it back because they wanted to do some airdrop, VS or something. And OpenSea was not displaying that order to people. But it was still showing up in their API. So OpenSea kind of shit the bed on this one. And users were having their NFTs sold for like listings that were months old. Apes going for like 1 ETH, 1 Ethereum, 2 Ethereum when they were like 50, 60, 80 Ethereum at the time. Yeah, my favorite was when somebody got their NFT back and that old order was still valid and they got it exploited, sold again. So a little bit on re-entrancy. I am not a security solidity expert, but I will give the best explanation I can on reentrancy. Basically, if you call contract functions before you change state, you can re-enter the contract call. And Hashmasks NFT team had a really good write-up on this, and they mentioned how they could have had mints past the total supply. So if this was something like, say, a staking contract, then a user could deposit once, and they could withdraw as many times as they want with code similar to this. If you see, let's see. So on the left, there's that bool sent message sender call value. That's the actual where you send Ethereum. But they don't update the balances to 0 until after. So if they literally just, if they just swap those two little blocks of code right there, then this this contract function would have some reentrancy protection. People usually just slap a reentrancy guard on everything, but what the attack function did is it had this fallback loop that would just forever hit the same withdraw function in the same transaction, and then they could just completely drain a wallet dry. So I guess everybody needs to become their own accidental chief information security officer. It's one of my favorite Twitter accounts if you haven't checked them out. The security, we want to say it matters because of the monetary value, but right now there's bigger things at play than pictures of monkeys. But we do care about why people are making art. We care about everything, who's doing what. We want to help artists get paid. We want to make sure artists can just kind of produce art. Maybe some of them don't want to be educated in all this complicated, stuff that just kind of half works. Just really clunky software. We don't really want to make people sort of have to be their own, CISO. But I think there's going to be standards popping up, whether they're government or privatized. I think there's going to be standards to sort of help key reissuance in the case of hacks so that people can not lose out on future royalties. Like, who's going to be the first one to NFT a house? They steal the NFT and then they just walk into the house and, oh, this is my house now. That's not going to work. So there needs to be systems put in place to sort of help people manage this landscape. And CryptoPunks, I'm going to let you finish, but Bitcoin was the best non-fungible token of all time. Thank you. I will also be at the bar.
I think the mic shrinks because I'm tiny, and it just really wants to be my size. So I'm gonna have Ivan come up from Immunify really quickly and talk to you about some of the great things that they're doing during the conference. They've got some really fun. Here, just give me the mic. Yeah, they've got some really fun challenges going on today, and it's going to be cool. So, without further ado.
Thank you, Noelle. Hello, I'm Ivan. I'm the Director of Hacker Growth at Immunify. So who's Immunify? What do we do? Immunify is a bug bounty platform that's focused primarily on Web3 applications. Can you hear me? Good? Okay. So yeah, we host some of the largest bug bounties in the world. We recently paid out the largest bug bounty on record. It's a $10 million bug bounty. And so what do we do? We have an army of white hat hackers that are constantly, day in and day out, looking for vulnerabilities in the space, trying to solve these bug bounties. So just some stats. We launched in 2020, and the year and a half that we've existed, we've helped prevent over $20 billion from being hacked. We have over $145 million available in bounties, and we've paid out over $40 million to our white hat hackers. And we expect that number to only continue to increase. But yeah, what are we doing today? We have 4 featured projects that have agreed to increase their bug bounties by 20%. And that's part of the Ponto BTC challenge that we have going on today. So any vulnerabilities that get submitted today will have a 20% increase. And at our booth, we have our Who Wants to Be a Crypto Millionaire quiz. So if y'all want to come test your knowledge of the space, please come by and do so. And even if you just have some questions or just more interested in learning a bit more about Immunify, happy to answer some of your questions. But that's it from us. Thanks.
All right, hey everyone. My name is Darian Chan, and I work at Arbitrary Execution. I'm a security research engineer there. And our background is mostly coming from offensive cybersecurity researchers, traditionally from the government sector. But we've kind of all banded together, and now we're getting into the blockchain space. What we do is we'll do smart contract audits, we'll do security research development, pretty much anything blockchain security related, we'll try to get our hands in. And today, my talk will be about hacking smart contracts with mainnet forking, when we'll be using hard hat to do so. So first, what is mainnet forking? It's really just copying the state of the blockchain into your local machine. So Ethereum is really kind of just a giant state machine. And any transaction that you do, it will affect the network. So if we want to test out transactions, we can do this by forking it, and then we have it a local copy on our environment with all the state. And this includes all balances and smart contract code as well. So the idea is that you can interact with all these mainnet protocols and smart contracts like Uniswap and et cetera, and still use all the real data on there, but have it on your computer. So today we'll be using a tool that's called Hardhat. It's a pretty popular development environment for testing, deploying, compiling, and just debugging your Ethereum software in general. And we'll be using this to fork Ethereum. And note that it's really compatible with any EVM compatible blockchain, but we'll just be forking Ethereum today. So like, what's the use cases of doing this? First, like I mentioned before, it's really, you can locally simulate how the transaction affects the state of your blockchain, but in a contained local environment. So no one else really knows what you're doing except you on your local computer. And then you can test, debug, and smart contracts before you deploy it live to the mainnet. So before you deploy a smart contract, you can see how your transactions will affect the state and kind of do a pseudo simulation. And then lastly, which is what we'll be focusing on today, is how hackers, before they hack a protocol and they kind of scheme up this elaborate plan, they're going to want to see how their hack actually runs. So they can simulate their hack, run a transaction on it, and see if they can steal money or hack the smart contracts. And that's what we'll be doing today. So the hack we'll be going over is called the parity multisig hack. If you're familiar with like a Genosis safe or anything like that, This was kind of like an older but similar library set of smart contracts, and there was a vulnerability in the parity multi-sig wallet version 1.5. And it was a pretty simple hack because they had an expose public function, initialize function. It's called init wallet. It's the one highlighted in the red there. And pretty much anybody could call it, and the inputs are owners, required, and date limit. And what this means is that the owner, whoever called this contract, you can input whoever owns the smart contract. So they pretty much have all the authority to call functions that only an owner should be allowed, such as withdrawing funds. The required parameter means how many signature needs to go through in order for a certain transaction to happen. So in this case, you can just switch it to 1. So if they're the owner themselves and they only need 1 signature, they can pretty much do whatever they want to that smart contract. And the third parameter is the day limit, and this is how much funds they can withdraw per day. So you can just input however much funds you want to steal and just put that into the third parameter. So overall, as a summary, the hacker stole about 153,000 ETH, and this was on July 19th, 2017, so 5 years ago. Around then, ETH was only worth about this amount of ETH was only worth about 30 million, and ETH was traded about like $200. Now it's closer to about 300 million if it's around $2,000. So this happened over the course of 3 separate transactions because the parity multi-sig set of smart contracts was pretty commonly used across different protocols. Several protocols were affected and not just one. So first, like I mentioned before, they initialized the wallet and they pretty much took control of the smart contract. Now next, they have to call the execute function and actually drain the smart contract of the money. And if you look at the picture down here, I just took this from Etherscan. The first transaction, they took about 26,000, second one, 44,000, and the third one, 82,000. And this was all done within the same day, but several hours apart from each other. And so the way they did it was this execute function. It takes in the 2, the value, and the call data. In this case, the 2 is the amount of money or who you want to send the money to. The value is the amount of money you want to send to. And call data in this case was just empty. Call data is really only available within the function call. So I'm going to do a live coding demo and replicate how this hack worked. But before that, we do have a CTF challenge. So if you didn't get one, there was like a POAP handout sheet. You scan the QR code, and if you have a wallet, you input your wallet address and we'll mint you a free POAP. If you don't, you can go to Punk Wallet or you can come see me after. I'll be in that room over there and we can help you set up. And you also get a free $1 too, so it's free money. Yeah, and the instructions are here. You can go to our website, arbitraryexecution.com/OTCCon, and you can learn more about it. Yeah, so now I set up a basic repo. Let me make it bigger. All right, is that big enough to see? Yeah. All right, so right here, I pretty much just set up a really basic hard hat repo, and I'll kind of explain the environment. So this is the address of the parity multi-sig wallet that we want to hack. So as I mentioned before, there's 3 different transactions to hack, but we'll just be simulating the biggest one, which was the 82,000 ETH. So we have the wallet address specified, and then now we have the funds right here on line 7. And we're going to just simulate it from the accounts that Hardhat gives us. So we're going to impersonate just like a default address 1 or address 0, which is just a deterministic account that Hardhat will generate for you. And on line 16 here, we're going to get the ABI. The ABI is like how you interact with smart contracts. and we're going to be able to interact with it at this specific wallet address. So first, like I mentioned before, the first step of the hack was to call the initialize function. So that's what we're going to do here. So I'm grabbing the contract, and I'm going to connect the default signer, which I grabbed before, which is just signer 0. And then I'm just going to call the initialize wallet on it. And like the parameters before, it takes in an array of owners. So the owner we want is just us. So we're going to put in our own address. Secondly is how many signatures is required to invoke a transaction. So we're just going to do 1, because if we did 0, it's like pretty much any owner could do it, but we'll just do 1 because we're the only owner that we want to be able to. And then the date limit, we're just going to set that to the funds that we want to steal, which was up here, the 82,000 ETH. So if we successfully did this, I just wrote a test case to prove that we're the owner. So we can just run this and see if we're actually the owner. So as you can see down here, we successfully took ownership of the smart contract. Are we the owner? Yes. So now that we're the owner, we can pretty much perform any action we want on the smart contract. So next, we're going to try and steal all the money. So before, let's get the balance of the smart contract, and let's just print it out to see how much money is in there. So a lot of these cryptocurrencies have a decimal factor, which is scaled by 18th, kind of like the default factor, but not all of them are. So in this case, if we just print out the balance like it is, it's going to be like a giant blob of number raised to the power with 18 extra decimals. So what we want to do is we actually want to scale it back by 18 decimals first. So let's see how much money is in there. Okay, so the balance before the hack is about the 82,000 ETH, like we were saying before. So let's try to steal it. Thank you. Yeah, so pretty much same as before. We're going to connect the signer, signer 0, same thing. But now we're going to call the execute function on it. And this is what actually, this is the transaction that will actually transfer all the money to us. So the parameters, we're going to specify a to address, which is us, because we want to take all the money. How much money we want to steal. It was the funds, which was the 82,000. And then after that, we're just going to pass in some empty call data. So down here, I wrote another test case after we stole all the money. So if this is correct, we should have all the money, and the smart contract should be almost 0. We were nice, so we left the 0.9 ETH in there. So that's about how much it should be. And again, we have to scale it to 18 decimals as well. So if everything goes smoothly, we pretty much took control of the smart contract. Now we're the owner. And then second step is that we're going to hack the smart contract and send all the money to us. And as you can see down here, the balance before the hack was the 82,000 ETH. And now after, since we were nice and we simulated their transaction, we left the 0.9 ETH in there. But if we wanted to, we could have stole all the money, but that's not as realistic as the real one. So that's why we wanted to simulate. Yeah, so yeah, that was all for me, but I'll be in the kind of that corner room helping out with the CTF challenge, or if you have any additional questions you want to ask me, so definitely don't hesitate. I'll be back there.
Hello. I'd like to welcome you all back over here for things. While I'm up here, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors again. Kraken, UDA, Trammel Ventures, Trail of Bits, Arbitrary Execution, Immunify, Unciphered. And I encourage you all to take a quick jaunt outside before noon and grab a shirt that is being created right now. Our fabulous artist Maddie is taking our logo and putting it onto shirts right now outside. So I encourage you to check that all out. If you're not too enthralled, because I assume that you all are enthralled. What about it? Yes. If you want to actually make your own shirt, we have the tools to help you make your own shirt. Suit, spray paint, it'll be great. I definitely want to make sure that you are encouraged to check out the NFT CTF. And you heard about the events that Immunify is working on today. And the hardware wallets from Unciphered seem to be out on the table for Pwn to BTC cracking. So without further ado, I'm calling Lance to the stage so that he can do his talk.
Hi. Will that stay? Something like that. There we go. Okay, this appears to be working. I didn't know this tiny laptop could present, so I'm learning new things today. I'm Lance, and we're going to be talking about how to stop most of, maybe some of the hacks, at least some of the ones that I've experienced as a consultant working with a lot of crypto custodians and the common things that we see that go wrong in this space. But there are many, as other presenters will certainly go into. Some things about me. I am an owner of Distrust Security Consulting, and also Hashbang, which is a kind of a digital hacker space that focuses on security and privacy and sovereignty. It's been running for about 20 years now, and you can find free Unix shell accounts and things like that that are available to the public. So other things that you might know me for are kind of random. There's a Japanese hotel robot hack. Recently, the for each NPM package, there was a whole thing where I bought the domain of one of the maintainers to make a point, and it went into some interesting conversations. I want to talk about why crypto asset security sucked in 2014 for a moment. I think we all kind of know the MTGOX story. Some people here were probably affected by it. I know I was affected by it. I only kind of halfway trusted them at the time, and thankfully that meant that I only had half my funds in there, but that still hurt a lot. And I think the rest of the industry hurt a lot more. But we would hope in 2022 things would be a little bit better. They're not. We still have, this is actually from Blockchain Graveyard, and the most common attacks are hot, but the most expensive are, of course, cold. And server hot wallet breaches there, and a bunch of other things that are commonly happening in the space. Blockchain Graveyard is absolutely fantastic for threat modeling because it just kind of gets all the headlines in one place for you to help think about them. One thing to talk about though is that thieves are always going to go further than you expect them to go, and this can be things like 2FA phishing or browser plugins, just classic malware, SIM swaps we've heard a lot about. One of my friends was hit by that. Then we're getting into supply chain attacks, which are actually really easy to perform. I performed a few of them myself on clients to make a point, and it is a lot easier than I expected. And then you have extortion and violence, which in this space, when there's money on the line, is a very real risk. If you have one person that's responsible for a lot of value, you're putting them at risk. But first off, let's talk with the most common thing, which is, phishing. And the tool that we made to solve phishing was SMS 2FA codes and TOTP. The problem is these didn't really work because phishers just, instead of asking for a username and password, now they just ask for a username and a password and a 2FA code. And people put all of them in. So neither of these actually solved phishing. SMS 2FA kind of solves for if a database is dumped. You can, and say the password hashes are in there and people get the passwords, at least they don't have the 2FA code. But with TOTP, the typical implementation is the TOTP secret is stored in the database as well. So when the database leaks, you lose that secret alongside the passwords, and it can in some cases be even worse. But definitely don't use SMS because it's easy to do some importing and things like this as well. And so in general, phishable 2FA is dumb. It didn't solve the problem. I really think people should stop using these when you have an alternative like WebAuthn, and if you're implementing 2FA, implement WebAuthn, and if you're a custodian or you're working with lots of money, probably don't support anything else for any significant amount of value. So yeah, general WebAuthn or GTFO there. But I just want to harp on TOTP a little bit more to think about some of these common attacks. In this case, you can get TOTP codes from the future because if you have momentary access, you can just set your time to the future and get a code from next week, wait till somebody's on a plane flight when they can't do anything about it, and now you can use that code. Also, this is from Android's Google Authenticator. They have a comment here that, hey, maybe we should use Keystore in the future. That comment is several years old. It's probably not going to get fixed because the actual enclaves on phones don't support this algorithm. So the secrets are going to be plain text on phones as well. So in general, TOTP, not great. But next, when we get into phishing, let's say we solve phishing because we deploy WebAuthn everywhere. Malware is getting really commoditized. You can just buy it. And for a lot of applications, this isn't a big deal. But when we're talking about millions of dollars, if you can pay $2 million for a phone zero-click, or $100,000 for a fake app signature, $50K for local privilege escalation, which we'll share one of those in a minute. This is from Zerodium, and this is just one of the vendors that buys exploits, which can give you some kind of an indicator as to kind of how much maybe they cost in dark markets. But it is hard to say, but suffice to say, if somebody can pay $2 million for an exploit that can, compromise a phone app, and maybe the phone app's in multiple people that are managing a wallet that has $50 million in it, then that's a good ROI on, for a black hat buying an exploit. So I think we're going to see more and more of these, and I have seen some very sophisticated ones that have not gone public that made me take a real close look at people just buying O-days like this. The other thing we have to think about is that malware can be very covert. I've had major custodians tell me, well, it doesn't matter if somebody gets malware in our system because we have really good monitoring and we're going to catch it. I mean, if you have monitoring that tells you after the funds have been stolen, it really wasn't a useful mitigation. Not to dismiss, like, don't not do monitoring, but it's not really a defense. And the other problem is that people are very creative with some of these exploits. Some of the interesting ones seen is like CAC systems that are tampered with, so that when binaries are compiled, the random number is random. And if the random number generator isn't random and you generate a bunch of keys with it, the attacker will know what those keys are later when nothing went over the network. But also, if you have an air-gapped laptop and a ceremony, somebody walks in there with a flash drive, or they walk in there with maybe a charger cable. This is one of my charger cables that looks just like an Apple USB-C charger cable that you might plug into an air-gapped laptop to charge it, but it has a built-in Bluetooth transmitter and lets me inject any code I want onto that laptop over HID or other methods. And this is a $15 little card charger that has a GSM modem in it that you can remotely control as well. That was just sold on Amazon. So it's getting really cheap to do really creative exploits these days, especially if you can control one of the people in the room. And just to think, sometimes people say, well, we use privilege separation on our systems. Our servers that manage our private keys that we sign with, that's a liar, we have sudo, and only certain people have the sudo password. Well, whatever user has access to sudo, you can just overwrite the sudo command and phish the sudo password. Any user that has access to set aliases can also just take the sudo password and privilege escalate. So in general, you also shouldn't use roots on production systems at all. There's no reason for it ever. Even if you need to bind to lower ports or something, learn to use cap-add. In general, there's no reason to have sudo on a production system, but that's a debate I can take offline. But also, you can have secrets taken from memory. People will have passwords in their SSH keys and say, well, I'm really good. I put in the password for the SSH key, and so nobody can use it when I'm not around. But an adversary that has malware in your system can just take it right out of memory as well. I wanted to provide examples to these to show really how easy this can be. And in general, I say, don't SSH to prod. I don't even think production servers should have SSH. They should be immutable appliances. But in general, if you are SSHing or something, maybe for a git push or whatnot, even then, if it's coming down to a password and your endpoint is compromised, you really don't have much to defend yourself. Now, I do see a lot of people using things like password managers to take their 2FA backups and sometimes their private wallet keys and things like this. Also a terrible idea. In my opinion, LastPass kind of sucks. 1Password kind of sucks. Here's a command to dump all of your LastPass passwords and 1Password passwords in plain text. And even if you don't have the command line tools installed, of course, malware could just ship those. There we go. And so, really we want to talk about, hardware password managers and really bring everything back to hardware like we've been doing with hardware wallets. We need to do that for everything else. So MultiPass is a hardware password manager. You could use a pass plus a YubiKey, or in Trezor or Ledger both have password managers now. So it'll actually pop up and say, do you want to provide the password to Amazon root? And I'll be like, well, no, I thought I was logging in a DoorDash. And so that can actually give you some real tangible malware defense. Because endpoints do get compromised, and I've seen multiple production engineers and multiple companies compromised. It will happen, especially if you get phished with the wrong thing in the wrong morning before you've had your coffee. One of my favorite backdoors to kind of point out is when you just have something that maybe isn't even an obvious backdoor, like entropy has been tampered with a little bit. In this case, this is a real example from Terraform's AWS password generator. So anybody that used Terraform to generate a password for maybe an Amazon administrator account, before, say, a couple of years ago, this is what the code looked like, and it just used the current time as entropy. That was the whole seed. So if you look in some timestamps of when people's Amazon accounts were created, you could go run this function with that as an input and know exactly what their password was. And that was not great. This is one I discovered and was rapidly fixed. And this one was probably not intentional. But I see stuff like this all the time, and you have to wonder if sometimes if it is intentional, because it's a really good way to hide a backdoor in a way that most people aren't even going to notice or realize is a problem. But in general, I think most of these classes of problems get solved with endpoint protection. Use WebAuthn for everything. If you're running a service of some kind, make your users use WebAuthn. The number one pushback is people say, well, I don't want to make everyone carry a YubiKey. You definitely don't have to. Valid WebAuthn devices, iOS 13, Android 7+, Touch Bar MacBooks, Chromebooks, and lots of $5 USB dongles and hardware wallets all support this now. All of you have a device that supports WebAuthn right now. There's no reason to rely on things like TOTP or SMS for your 2FA. And so let's assume, though, that we get that for our web things. We also use a lot of other things on our machines that are quite sensitive, anything that might have a secret. These can be used for decryption, signing, authentication. Keys are quarantined from OS memory. More importantly, they require physical interaction. So again, like authenticate Google. No, I thought I was, I thought I was logging into my local library website, right? So knowing what you're doing with an external piece of hardware is really helpful when you have malware in your system. And just some examples of things you can do with this. In this case, you can run pass, which you'll have to tap to get a single password. It doesn't decrypt your whole database, it decrypts them one at a time. You can use it for sudo if you are using sudo in your local workstation, for PGP, for git commits, to sign your commits when you are SSHing to something. If you do have a website that does use TUTP like a bank and you can't convince them to change, you can at least get a code from it. They'll be aware that, again, if you send it the wrong time, you can get a code in the future. OpenVPN, Docker, container signing, etc. But let's say you get your endpoints story really good, and you feel like, all right, our endpoints are secure as they're going to get, and everybody has all secrets out of memory. We're using hardware for everything that we possibly can. We're still running into another problem that there's the $5 wrench attack. Any human can be bribed or coerced. There's lots of evidence in many cases that people are actively being bribed and coerced, or sometimes they're just greedy. And you really have to think about in our systems, who's compiling your binaries, because that person, even if it's a decentralized system, is a central point of failure. If it's one person building the binary, who writes your dependencies? There was a study in December 2019 that over 8,000 NPM modules use personal domains for their emails, their login emails, that have expired. You can just buy NPM modules, and nobody reviews them. And especially if you go in and you make a legitimate security patch, and then that security patch bumps another module, everyone will just blindly NPM audit fix and pull that code right into production, which means they're giving randos access to production. And we absolutely have to change these practices, or our decentralized systems are centralized. But any one of these people, even if they're not compromised, maybe they like money, or maybe they have families. When a lot of money is on the line, these are real problems. Jameson Lopp has a repo called Physical Bitcoin Attacks, which stemmed from him getting swatted back when I worked with him, which was, even being second party to, was really scary. And he started documenting all these other people who have had some sort of violence deployed against them to take crypto wallets. In a case for myself, I had somebody waiting in my car for me when I went to go make a bank drop to steal $4 grand from me. $4,000, somebody was willing to deploy violence on me. And so if one of your sysadmins or production engineers technically has access to millions of dollars if they deployed the right thing at the right time, you have to wonder what somebody might do to that person. And we have to really, really think about who we're exposing, who we're putting at risk. And now what can we do about kind of the $5 wrench attack? Well, we have to distribute everything. Our decentralized systems have to have decentralized supply chains. They have to have decentralized trust on our servers and how we deploy to them. So that can come to things like our air-gapped machines. If there's one guy who walks in the room to an air-gapped ceremony where we're generating keys, and he plugs in the Ubuntu flash drive, that person could have damaged the random number generator or compromised it in some way and tampered with that image, and then all bets are off, and any number of exploits could happen. So we can't trust one person at ceremonies, so we need to make sure that anytime we're doing any ceremonies like this, that we have laptops and machines that we can verify by multiple people. We also need servers that we can do this, to where multiple people can prove what is the booted memory of a remote system, prove that that particular image has no way for anybody to directly access it, before we start doing things like putting sensitive key material on it. Several times in the last couple of years, I have seen major custodians that will have keys, sometimes worth hundreds of millions of dollars, just sitting in plain text on an Amazon EC2 instance. That is the norm right now, and it is terrifying, and we can definitely do better. I think that we need to use things like, either Nitro Enclaves or Google Confidential Computer, SGX, or actual hardware security modules, or combinations of those in a quorum can all help here. And I think that we need to have, a quorum testable supply chain. And when I say quorum testable supply chain, I mean that we need to start having people in the community signing code when they do code reviews. If you're reviewing a bunch of modules internally, wouldn't it be great if you could publish those reviews publicly. Google reviews a lot of modules internally, but we don't know which ones. So that's a work that could benefit the community. We need to have a standard way to start being able to kind of have web of trust for code review of all these open source dependencies, and stop just pulling in a bunch of modules from randos and reviewing the code from our peers, but not reviewing the code from the internet. These are some of the major things I think we need to fix as a community before our decentralized systems actually start to feel like they're really decentralized. And there are a few projects along these lines that I can talk about a little bit that are in various stages of progress. One of them is AirGap OS. So this is a very minimal unikernel Linux distribution that multiple people can build and get the exact same hash, because it's built deterministically. And then once we both feel like we have the same build, there's also a firmware component you can load on laptops that support core boots. And then the firmware can then attest that this is a signed image that multiple people have signed, and you can get a nice secure boot story for these offline systems, considerably better than plugging in a Ubuntu flash drive that one person had custody of. So this is an MVP status, and there's some links there for it, and some prototypes of this, and forks of this are in use at major custodians today. There's also SIG. This is also in an MVP status, and this is to give Git proper multi-sig. So one person signs their commit with the usual way, with just git commit because it has built-in single sig, but then you also need signed code reviews. And then the next time I go look at this code, I want to see where's my last signature in the tree, and what's the diff between head, and now I can just review the diff again, and so we can kind of catch up and have signing on our code review. So even if somebody at GitHub was coerced to go try to manipulate a repo, it wouldn't matter because the entire Git tree is signed. Even if an administrator of a particular account turned off notifications real quick, made a change, and turned them back on again, the CI/CD system could say, hey, I only will build signed code. So getting the code itself signed and trustworthy, I think, is a huge thing that we need to get better at. There's some prototype here, and I have a lot of plans to hopefully make this better, and would love feedback. Another one is scrutinize. Once we start making these reviews, we need to be able to publish them somewhere.
Wait, is it on my end or is it on? Okay, that's cool. I'm just concerned because I had serious tech issues at another event that I was at. Although at this point, I'm just I don't even need to use the slides. The talk will be great without any slides. It'll be great. But see, it is on my end. Yeah, I got that. Are you trying to slipstream record it?
So usually when this kind of thing happens, I start to offer to sing and dance to, fill the time. But give us a couple of minutes. We seem to be having some AV issues with our setup. Maybe. I don't think it is. Yep, there you go. We're all good. Anyway, introduce yourself.
Perfect. I prefer that anyway, honestly. Actually, I've got a clock here. I want to make it landscape. Landscape. Give me the landscape clock. All right. Hello. My name is Jay Freeman. Everyone online knows me as Sork. I'm speaking today on the indefensibility of decentralized finance. First thing, of course, introduce myself. So, I am, actually, interestingly enough, at this audience, I have to do, I think, a little bit less of an introduction than I sometimes have to do. I'm a gray hat hacker, weirdly. I'm a gray hat hacker, and weirdly, I'm now a local politician in California. But most of y'all know me for jailbreaking the iPhone. I was the developer, well, am the developer of Cydia, the alternative to the App Store for jailbroken phones. Actually, just 1 second. I'm going to slide over to here to just get this other version of this. I'll have everything at this. There we go. Okay. I give a lot of talks at various events, particularly in educational academic settings, introduction to computer classes, interestingly, also hackathons on exploitation work, and I sometimes, and because of the pandemic, I haven't given talks in a while, and I was not good at remote talks, and so I'm a little sorry if I'm a little bit rambly here. I'm getting back into doing all this. I feel like a lot of my talks have a Penn and Teller aspect to them, of kind of explaining how sets of exploits work as part of an entertaining sequence, and then trying to leave people with a little bit more. In the blockchain space, I am in charge of technology at a company called Orchid. We're building a decentralized marketplace for programmable bandwidth. Of course, if you actually look at the high-level description of what this project does, it's probably the same as the high-level description of every single blockchain project. And so it's actually weirdly less interesting to describe in some sense. But this is when I was contacted by the organizers of this event saying, hey, do you still work on Orchid? Maybe you'd be interested in submitting a talk. And I was like, I mean, is that really why you're asking me about this? Or is it because I just won the second largest bug bounty in the history of bug bounties on a blockchain project? So, thank you. I have a very detailed write-up of this exploit at sork.com/optimism.html, and I have an hour and 20-minute director's cut version of the talk that I gave on it to a computer science course that if you look on my Twitter account, I haven't fixed the link here to provide it there, but if you look at my Twitter account, you can find it very quickly. But I was also asked to give a quick summary of what this work was. So, what is optimism? Optimism is a doctrine that this world is the best possible world, an inclination to put the most favorable construction upon actions and events or to anticipate the best possible outcome. Definition from Merriam-Webster's dictionary. Now, in some sense, I feel that this not only describes correctly what optimism is. Optimism is an optimistic layer 2 rollup for Ethereum, whose mechanism design is based around being optimistic. Let's just assume everyone is correct, and then if they're wrong, somebody will figure it out later, and hopefully the incentives are such that we can actually punish somebody for having been wrong and fix it. But I also think that this is, in some sense, an embodiment of the project itself, how they built it, an embodiment of the space in which this project operates. Let's just assume everything is going to work out well, and hopefully if it doesn't, we'll fix it later. Hopefully if it doesn't, there'll be some incentives that'll make it so that people won't want to break it later. And I think this is incredibly unfortunate and ends up undermining a lot of the efforts that happen in the blockchain space. So the actual bug, for what it's worth, is they went through the code base for Go Ethereum, and they riddled it with if statements in order to store the, I don't know what volume, okay, in order to store the balance of every account, not in the normal state tree, but to instead store it in the state of a particular contract. And they riddled the code with if statements to find everywhere where it uses like state object set bounds, things like that, and they missed one. Which, for what it's worth, I also think is something that Go encourages people to make weird code for. It's a packaged local private variable that I feel like Java people realized a long time ago you should just never, it should just not even be a thing. But state object.data.balance, this code was reaching through the abstraction when a contract is destroyed. And so the result was that if a contract was destroyed, instead of setting the balance to 0, it was setting a variable that did not matter anymore to 0, because the whole point was that this if statement was going to redirect it to somewhere else. I feel like when I've described this to security people, you're security people, when I mention riddled the code with if statements, immediately security people are like, well, that wasn't going to work. You're going to have found there's going to be one place where they messed up. And I actually do feel like there's engineering principles that they could have utilized in order to do this better. One aspect of it would be to rename the variable that you don't want to use anymore, and then let the compiler guide you through the process of fixing all the places. Interestingly, the lesson that they seem to have taken from this is we should have had more of an attacker-oriented mindset, whereas I actually think that this was it's a flawed engineering. But the attack then, very trivially, is you write a contract that self-destructs itself, and then you just call it in a loop. And the contract will self-destruct itself, and notably, when a contract is destroyed, it doesn't actually, its code is still around until the end of the block. Even if that weren't the case, you can resurrect a contract using the create2 opcode. So this allowed you to just replicate money like nobody's business, which destroys the economy of the chain. And I don't know, there's this scene in Rick and Morty where Rick has decided to destroy the Galactic Federation. The way that he does it is by setting the price of 1 of their currency to 0 of their currency. And this is effectively what ends up happening in a lot of these attacks, right? Where you end up printing an infinite amount of the currency, the value of the currency drops to 0, or you steal all the money from backing the currency, and now the currency is effectively worth nothing. Something I want to point out here is that I feel like these inflation attacks, whether it be the attack that I won this bounty for, or such as the just completely malaligned incentives that ended up destroying the Terra USD community, are actually worse than when somebody just steals all of the money out of a bridge. Because when somebody steals all the money out of the bridge, all of the operation, like all of the mechanisms are still in place and functional. The value of a particular asset might not make any sense anymore, and people might choose to sell it, but 2 things can happen. First of all, somebody can come in and provide all the money to backstop that bridge, which weirdly happens because this community is one where apparently there aren't consequences for losing $1 billion to a hack, because somebody randomly will reappear and just toss $1 million back into the project. But the other aspect of it is that the extent to which that mistake ends up bleeding through the rest of the ecosystem is somewhat limited, because the dynamic pricing mechanisms will figure out the price of the asset, hopefully somewhat quickly. Whereas if you have the ability to just secretly print an arbitrarily large amount of something, then the way you end up really wanting to attack this is that you start just buying something on optimism, and then that will end up causing arb systems to start moving money into optimism, but you're buying it with an asset that you're just going to back with Ethereum, because it's like essentially you're constructing Ether, and so it's going to look like from the perspective of like Ethereum, a really small amount of money is getting into the system, but it's going to just completely decimate the dynamic exchanges that are on this network. But this still isn't the point of this talk, for what it's worth. I was specifically asked to talk about the optimism work a little bit. I won this bug bounty because of, or not because of the wrong word. I won this bug bounty through a company called Immunify. So Immunify, their branding here, welcome to Web3, cybersecurity's most rewarding frontier. Their big shtick, right, is that it's the hackers secure Web3, save funds from theft, to get paid the world's largest bug bounties. And when I was talking about all this on my Twitter account, which is a lot of security people on it, I think a lot of people were surprised at there's actually a lot of money there. And people might actually get paid the bug bounties. I think there's something subtle going on here that will lead into the punchline of the talk. So, kind of really entering the talk now. So, first step is we talk about in the blockchain ecosystem the idea that code is law. So the idea that whatever's on the chain is truth, and what people do with that truth should be honored. And some people agree more, some people disagree more. I think that we've ended up in a world where a lot of the people who are more mainstream are entering the system, and they have this attitude that is more like, well, there's supposed to be rules that we're all engaging by, and those rules that we engage by should be fair, and if you're not playing by the same rules as somebody else, then you're the problem as opposed to the game being broken in some way. You become labeled in some sense as a cheater. Now, there was an issue of Nintendo Power from back in like the 90s that was talking about the yes, I was talking about the cross-cultural, which is more of a term I know from like linguistics aspects, the cross-cultural differences between Japanese game players, at least at the time, and where Nintendo was seeing the United States, having to do with glitches in the game. And there was this supposedly, I don't know, this is what Nintendo Power said. It really stuck with me over the years, and maybe it was apocryphal at the time, but that the Japanese gaming community well, first of all, the American gaming community would end up running across some glitch that would kind of like cost them the game, and they lose near the end of the game because they fell to the floor and be like, oh, the game's broken. Whereas apparently in the Japanese gaming community, it would be this feeling of, oh, you got me again, and then you'd have to learn, how that glitch worked in order to truly defeat the game, because the game was the thing that everyone had agreed that they were trying to defeat. Now, the problem, though, is that we do know that was probably, well, in some cases, we know that was a bug, right? And so the mainstream, the user community that's working with this is they see these things as bugs, and so then they try to like label, where does the actual blame end up occurring in these systems? And we see, I think, a weird attitude that's been being built up recently of like, okay, the Terra USD collapse, who's at fault? Is it whoever had $1 billion that supposedly was driving the prices in some particular way because they had shorted it and they set up, whether that person exists or not? Or is it the people who set up the system that was obviously broken, I think, from the beginning, that if you started actually trying to analyze it and you asked the questions about bank runs, that's where, to me, the fault ends up lying. And I think it gets a little bit confusing because we are talking about something that has much higher stakes than when we're talking about, in the case of video games, we're talking about, people's livelihoods end up getting destroyed. And so then there's this question of, like, as somebody who's, maybe you're just taking advantage of some kind of arb opportunity. If you know that, well, no one really expected this opportunity to exist, and they're like, people who've got their entire life savings invested in this, and I'm now taking advantage of this. It's kind of a glitch, really. But I mean, maybe it was intended. Arguably, it was intended. I mean, everyone got to read the same code. But I'm now destroying somebody's life in the process of making some money here. It's a really complicated moral situation to sit in, and I think it's one that's really like problematic as whether you're trying to decide what hat we're wearing, right? Are we wearing the white hat today, the black hat, the gray hat? And I think that there's a weird extent to which just playing the game can start to make you a black hat. But I guess what gets me is that these systems, in some sense, are really designed around the premise that everybody is a greedy capitalist. And that's the only reason they're supposed to work in the first place, is that everyone's a greedy capitalist. That's how the incentive structures work. So when you then blame somebody for being a greedy capitalist who wasn't greedy in the way I was expecting, that's weird. It's like you just forgot to model one of the greedy capitalists. You forgot to model one of the ways in which somebody can make money out of this. It's not really that that person was bad and this person was good. The assumption was that everyone was just going to go in and just blindly optimize for money, and that's the reason why we had set this all up to work in the first place. So what does this mean then in a world where we've got bugs that are just kind of constantly coming up and they're just riddled through everything? So the first thing is I feel like we need to be spending more time actually proving the correctness of our systems, which we just generally don't do. At best, people write the systems and then send it off to audit, and then we'll get back an audit report. Some of these systems that have been broken have been audited, because it's like, well, what is the scope of the audit? I always end up carefully negotiating the scope of the audit with the auditors, and it's like, well, maybe this function in isolation was correct, but when you actually combine it together with this entire ecosystem of behaviors and the way it connects to these price oracles and everything, it's like it ends up actually entirely falling apart. But we need better software for doing this. We certainly need languages to be working with that actually make it more reasonable for people to be working on solving these problems. But it's so much worse, I feel, than that, because we're not even in a position oftentimes where we have a working debugger, nor sometimes working logging statements. I was amazed, somebody earlier, I wasn't here when talk, I've read the description of it. It was using Hard Hat. Hard Hat actually, I guess, supports finally logging from the contract execution. That's amazing. I was doing all my contract development, and I couldn't even log in the middle of it. I was just constantly trying to like return a value stored in the middle. I always have to try to make the transaction actually complete, because even the test environments would store nothing if the transaction reverted. It was just insane. But barring all of those things, which I'm going to get back to in a little bit, people keep trying to make the contracts upgradable. So, given systems constantly have bugs in it, clearly we need to have upgrade paths for all of our software. But now the problem is, how do those upgrades happen? So I don't trust you to upgrade your software. That was kind of the entire point. It was a trustless system. If I trusted you to decide when your software was going to get upgraded, why didn't I just trust you in the first place? So, and the reasons why, even if you might be trusted, but the thing is you're probably not working alone. There might be somebody who kind of gets involved in your companies doing it. It might be that you actually just were a con man the whole time, and that you were setting up this entire ecosystem in order to do a giant rug pull at the end when you upgrade all the software to something that gives you all the money. We've seen this actually happen in the ecosystem. So you try to decide, well, we're going to have a committee of people do it. Now, committees, I think, sometimes work. I mean, they're better. Let me put it that way. Not that they sometimes work. Committees, I think, are better. The problem I have with committees is that they still are a relatively small number of people. So I look at, actually, this is not in the cryptocurrency community. This is, I look at Tor. So Tor, at the end of the day, has 9 people who are, actually now it's, I think, 11, who are running directory servers. And if those people end up deciding to agree to collude, and they can direct everyone's traffic to an evil server, and it just undermines the whole premise of the system. So I actually asked Roger Dingledine one day what would happen if somebody came to him, he was one of the main people at Tor, what would happen if somebody came in the middle of the night with a crowbar and was just demanded that you mess with their server? And he had some arguments about, that I don't know if you'd really want to believe them, but about his moral compass related to things. And although it seemed like he hadn't really thought about it as much as I really feel like he should have thought about it, then I'm asking him, though, but okay, they're not going to attack you. They're going to attack your family. And I feel like he just had never occurred that question never occurred to him before. And so the problem is, if you know who are on the committee, and they're a relatively small number of people, you just go attack all of those people, and you the system. So people try to solve this by distributing out, building these decentralized autonomous organizations, where we're going to take we're going to build a governance model where we're going to take all of the decision-making control, and we're going to distribute it to the token owners under an assumption that the system makes money towards the token holders, and so the token holders are incentivized in order to do the best for the protocol, and so the token holders are going to vote because they're all greedy capitalists, in order to make certain that the token increases in value, and that they're apparently not going to vote them. They've described what their governance is able to do as anything. If the governance decides that they want to take all the money from this person's account and hand it to this person's account very narrowly, governance can just vote on that. And I just imagine that sort of situation in a world where everybody is racist, everybody is transphobic, everybody is, it kind of undermines to me the point of some of what we're trying to build with these systems, where we're trying to actually guarantee people abilities, because we felt that the tyranny of the majority that they were living in wasn't actually offering them certain freedoms, and then we just put them back into a potentially even worse one that's just run by all the greedy capitalists. So I also think that not enough people actually vote. And so, because a lot of the people who were involved in the system, they're in it to make some money, but they didn't really want a job out of it. They didn't really want, it's the same sense that, like, I am certainly incentivized to vote correctly in the United States elections. The question, how much effort do I really put in? I'm a politician. I think I put in more effort than a lot of people. I don't think I put in enough effort. A lot of people that I know, they just check a bunch of boxes in order to do slate cards, right? And it was like, whoever this person said I should vote for, I'll just vote for all those people. And sometimes I can tell you from behind the scenes, the way that those slate cards are decided is a little bit weird. So, Yeah, because a lot of people who are in the system are just in it for easy money. They only own the token because they thought that it was maybe going to go up in value for them, and so they end up just delegating their votes off to people, and so we end up with kind of a re-centralization of all the votes. And actually, a weird aspect of this is that so the Terra ecosystem simply decided, is that my next slide? No, so actually, we'll do this slide first. And I think a really weird aspect of this is that a lot of people end up trying to like undermine the entire premise of it, like oh, I really don't want to have to think about running validators or doing any of the voting operations myself, and I particularly don't like the fact that I had to lock up money in order to be part of this governance system in the first place. Wouldn't it be nice if there was some way where I could lock up my money and trade it too? And so we've started seeing these new liquid staking systems, which to me undermine the entire point of everything, because everyone's just trying to make a bunch of money out of it, and they don't even understand or care how the voting mechanisms work. And do you really have control over it anyway? So this is where I was going to mention with Terra. So when the Terra ecosystem started collapsing, they realized that because now their token was so heavily inflated that you could just kind of print an arbitrarily infinite amount of it. The amount of money that people had staked was now inconsequential. That you could just start trying to, it was going to become a fight over the voting mechanism. And so what do? They just, well, first of all, they just talked to all the validators, shut down the network, and then they just convinced them all to come back online in a way that would prevent anyone from doing delegation anymore. And so it's like, okay, the governance model disappeared. Did people vote to remove the governance model? No, this network just changed. And now the governance system's gone. Which I think kind of belies the question of how these decentralized organizations actually work. The vast majority of these are not decentralized systems. What they are is they're just, everyone will go onto a web forum, and then they'll go on that web forum and they will vote. They will write up detailed proposals in prose, and then the voting system will be on the blockchain. But the actual description of what happens is all just a bunch of prose, and then who actually does it? It's just some people who have been kind of given the power to do these sorts of things. I guess really that the people who made the protocol in the first place. I'm going to claim that at this point you really just have stock in a company. You really are doing is that the company has just decided to delegate a lot of its decisions to its shareholders, but at the end of the day, it's a security, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's people who are, it's the people who are running the company actually are, if they decide to do something wrong, then the entire company ends up failing. Now, there are cases where we've seen, the governance might just be controlling a constant with like a fee percentage, and I think that can work. And I think that you can try to bring that up, and you can say, look, what if the governance is controlling the code for like the delegation address for code on the blockchain, so we can try to use that to upgrade code. The problem, though, is that it's not always the code that's on the blockchain that's the problem. So in the case of the Optimism hack that I did, it wasn't any of their smart contracts that broke. It was their virtual machine that broke, that was executing on everyone's computer. So now what we really need to do is we need everybody to be voting on, I guess, the code that's running on the network itself. But, I mean, you can imagine it's getting even worse. The cryptography principles that we're basing all this on are flawed to begin with. We know. I mean, as quantum computers end up occurring and as computers get faster, a lot of the systems that we've built today will stop working in the future. So we really essentially have set us up in a way where we have to be able to upgrade things. We also have to be able to upgrade the voting mechanisms itself in order to be able to make any of this work. And having the orbis of the voting mechanisms be able to upgrade the voting mechanisms is not something that I've seen. In some sense, it starts to feel like if you're building a non-upgradable system that you didn't care to get right in the first place, you're really just throwing money into the bottomless pit. Sometimes I'm like, what was the point? What was the point? What was the point? We're about to hit the punchline. This slide. Oh, which brings us to I think the seminal question that I have, not seminal, the like key question that I have here, which is, okay, in the optimism bug, the way that actually worked for like practically speaking is I found the mistake, and then I had this like, oh shit moment. What am I gonna do? Am I just gonna give a talk about it? Am I gonna like, should I tell somebody? I actually know some people in the Optimism team, so I reached out to Kevin at Optimism, and I told him about the issue, and he immediately contacted the CEO of the company. The CEO of the company, thankfully, was in the car, apparently literally at that moment, with GeoHot, who was like, this guy's legit, because we worked together on iPhone hacking stuff. And so they then were able to patch their server to not accept transactions that were of the form that would cause the bug by just going to that, adding an assertion and just rejecting it. And then They contacted the people who had forked their code, Metis and Boba, and they got them to fix their server. And then we, somewhat haphazardly, coordinated some weird rollout in the Git repository where they initially threw out a patch, and then I asked them, can you at least mention my name there somewhere? And then that made them realize, oh, actually, we probably shouldn't just have a thing on our GitHub that says that there was like a massive issue, because what if somebody else has forked it? And so then they did they were trying to resimulate the whole responsible disclosure aspect of like, okay, well, it's, try to like get more of our downstream providers to be able to get us this. It worked because optimism is centralized. It worked because at the end of the day, they've got a server that they run. And if they shut it down, the whole thing stops working. Which means that arguably it only worked because it wasn't really a blockchain project to begin with. So if you have a decentralized system, you actually succeeded in solving all the problems that I've described here. And you've got the voting is where you're okay with the tyranny of the majority. You've got the ability for people to upgrade all of the code throughout the entire stack based upon the governance model. Who do you report the bug to? There's nobody you can report the bug to. You can go on the forum, describe the bug, and say, hey, at any given moment, somebody could just do this simple attack and take all the money out of the thing, so we have to apply this patch. Can everybody vote to apply this patch? It's not gonna work. And so I feel like the entire, I think my abstract might have accidentally made it sound like this was gonna be a hopeful talk that was gonna have a solution, and I'm sorry about that. That was a mistake. So, and that's kind of the punchline of this talk. It's certainly not the end of it, though. It's this catch-22 that I feel like the decentralized systems are such that they aren't upgradable, they aren't fixable, yet we live in this world where all the software constantly doesn't work. And so I would argue that the software all needs to be very simple and very static, which for what it's worth, I feel like the Ethereum community does not get. They're just starting to throw the kitchen sink into it. They're trying to make they're adding this new Ethereum object format to parsing the contracts and providing all sorts of other. It's like somebody needs to be able to sit down in like a weekend and implement one of these systems, because we really need. Because it gets worse. If everyone is downloading this system, if everyone's running it, they're all running the exact same code. Okay, and this is actually something we saw run into a problem with Axie Infinity. So Axie Infinity had a system that had like 7 validators, 1 community validator, something. But all of the core validators were all running the exact same software stack. They were running on the same servers. They were running on not the same machines, but they were running on like the same operating system, the same kinds of servers, and they were running on the same binaries. And it looks like somebody actually just found an attack into those servers, and able to steal the keys off of all of the ones that were running the same, and then they just needed to have one isolated vulnerability on the community validator in order to be able to get all the keys that they needed in order to be able to steal all the money. But sometimes the case, people are literally just all running the systems in the cloud somewhere. They're running it, worst case scenario, I think actually weirdly on something like Anchor, where it's just you start centralizing all the nodes back on other people's computers. I think the community of the people who are kind of running a lot of software has weirdly gone into this mind state of they're trying to be excited about Docker containers. Oh, I want a Docker container for it. I'm terrified about these because it just so ridiculously standardizes what everyone's running, and what we really need to have is a big variety of all the software that everyone's running. We need to have different implementations of the same system. We need to have them be, each one of them be simple enough that we can expect them, that somebody to have written it from scratch, but also that they need to be the kinds of implementation that we wouldn't have a systemic issue that leads to a mistake that's the same across all of them. People, by the way, are using these Docker containers claiming their security boundaries. I'm really annoyed at the Sentinel project because Sentinel keeps trying to make these claims that the software is secure because it's running inside of a Docker container, so you know what software everyone's running. And which I think just down that path is madness. This idea that like, okay, well, what if I could just control the software that everyone's going to be running with some kind of DRM-like solution? And I see companies like Brave. Brave flirts with this idea of, if you want to build an ad blocker for Brave, it's trivial, right? I mean, because you get all the money from Brave, and you've also blocked all of the ads. So when you actually point that out to them, they're like, oh, we're looking into solutions where we run all of the ad parts of the browser in a secure container on your computer. I don't want anyone using secure containers on my computer. I think that entire concept of that tech should be illegal. MobileCoin, so much to say about MobileCoin, but not for this talk. So we wanted systems where nothing's in common. I don't even think source code really solves this problem in some sense, which is my points then about saying things a little bit out of order versus the slides. My point about the need to have multiple implementations that are all very different. forgot what the point of this slide is. Yeah, numerous implementations. Which, for what it's worth, I think Ethereum of all the projects got for a while, right? They were trying to set it up where they were going to have the C++ implementation, the Rust implementation, and the Go implementation. But all of the people who were kind of building around them in the ecosystem, where a lot of the attention has been kind of attracted to, those are all single implementation systems. Which I think are sometimes even worse. In order to try to deal with some of these issues, we've seen systems like Axie Infinity being one of them, Aurora Plus, and actually to some extent Brave, where key parts of the system, you don't even have the source code anyway. It's running on some closed source server and they're essentially using capsule-like tech in order to limit your interaction with it, which kind of, I think, ties into the lack of scalability we see across the entire ecosystem, and these. We think a lot about Sybil attacks, but I think it's actually worth noting that when you're trying to force somebody in order to see a different version of the world than you are, what you really were wanting to stare at more often is actually like an eclipse attack. And there's been a lot of eclipse attacks at the network levels of these protocols, including against Ethereum. And at the end of the day, it seems like the security of a lot of like Ethereum-like networks is based upon IP address reputation on the ability to construct lots of nodes at the network layer, because they don't use any of the currency control mechanisms in order to prevent you from flooding the network layer with large amounts of nodes. There's some work from UCSB by Giovanni Vigna looking at various of these systems that I think is notable, and you search for eclipse attacks, Ethereums, et cetera. The consensus models, I think, are also still, we haven't quite figured these out. I mean, if you think about Bitcoin or Ethereum, for example, maybe Ethereum's actually almost even easier with this. If China were to successfully cut off China for an hour and then put it back together, imagine how many blocks would be skewed between the systems. Because the only reason you would actually notice that China disappeared from the United States from a software perspective is because blocks started appearing slower. The blocks appear slower all the time anyway. And so the question is how much like financial damage would you succeed in causing for even just like an hour's worth of separation, split, and atrophy on the consensus? So it makes you almost feel like when you think about the number of problems that we haven't really solved, maybe the entire ecosystem is just filled with frauds, and that this is just the riskiest system you could possibly be dealing with. And that's what it seems like politicians are taking from this. And I think that that's the existential risk that we need to take as a community about this. There's been a giant letter now from key people in technology, including like Bruce Schneier, imploring politicians to not listen to those crypto people and all of their money because they are building these evil, horrible systems. And I work in this space because I still believe in it, even though I give pessimistic talks sometimes and I do attacks. Because I think that this is the future. And weirdly, I feel like this letter has gone down a path where you could use the same arguments against end-to-end encryption because they're making points about how at the end of the day, this is really just enabling things like money laundering and these evil use cases they don't like, because we start seeing things that people do that we don't like. We see people who are using it that we don't like, and we see people using it in ways that we don't like. And it results in this feeling that, oh, well, this entire system needs to be shut down. And we see governments then forcing the on-ramps and off-ramps to make certain lineages of coins that go to the system non-fungible in a sense, because they're the outcome of stolen or bad they're from money laundering use case. And you can see this. There's I'm not remember the website. But there is a cool website that's been cataloging all these instances of exchanges that are banning the ability to withdraw money that had touched previously various forms of mixers, and it's like talks. I don't remember. It involves if you search for like Bitcoin non-fungible, I think you'll manage to find it, because that was like their big is that Bitcoin's actually non-fungible. People are like, no, all the money's fungible. And it's like, well, it's not fungible because that money previously went through that mixer, and now no one's willing to accept it anymore. I've seen people use a lot of these custody solutions, including my company. It actually kind of bugs me because I feel like a lot of them, like Coinbase custody in particular, it seems like they have us go on these Google Meet calls and then just try to we just have to say yes. We don't even have to say anything unique to the transaction if you're one of the secondary parties, only the one person has to say something unique to the transaction. And I started getting to the point where I was going on with deep fake tech of other people at the company to see. The problem is that people on my side, is start laughing a little bit. I'll record myself saying yes, and then just play it back to them later and see if they catch it. We're very reliant upon the centralized exchanges then at the end of the day in order to get money in and out of the system, and that's these attack points for the politicians to be able to do all of this. Now the centralized systems, centralized exchanges have one problem, which is we see a lot of market manipulation because people like hunting for stop losses. We also see a lot of issues in the decentralized exchange side with impermanent loss and people who are watching all the transactions, modifying them for their benefit, miner extracted value. And the solutions for these, I feel like, are just constructing hash rate rental systems, which are going to undermine the consensus models. Getting to some of the last points here. So, looking at price oracles, then, where we've seen a number of weird issues. So, a lot of these systems then end up relying upon value, like knowing the price of something, and they're getting that value sometimes from the decentralized exchanges, but sometimes they're getting it from Band or Chainlink. And these systems oftentimes have kill switches in them. So this is something, and the community is weirdly ambivalent to it. I made a commit to ORCID at one point where I was working around an issue that I determined that Chainlink had a kill switch in it, and then I started getting all these frog army people from Chainlink who were yelling at me that I wasn't respecting the Chainlink process and everything, and how dare I talk about these. But there was a kill switch in the thing, and I'm like, if they have the ability to just shut down the Oracle, what does that mean for if I have access to stale prices in the system? And a lot of these systems, even the ones that try to solve the problem, end up kind of incentivizing this weird freeloader problem, where if you punish people who provide answers that are not the same as the other people's, then it's in your best interest to look at what the other people's answers are. And so sure, some of them have well, I'll pre-commit my answer, and then the answer, I'll look at and then I'll have to provide the answer later. But the problem with this is that the answers oftentimes, particularly for the faster update cycle systems, like some of the price oracles are updating now on the order of seconds. You can just look at the previous answers, and the previous answers will give you a good feel for what the new answers are supposed to be. And this, I think, drastically affects the quality of the answers, as we saw with the Terra USD mirror collapse recently, which had, in the post-apocalyptic market that already was, the value of Terra was not $1, of UST was not $1, but was 2.5 cents. The mirror protocol was reliant upon a price oracle to tell it what the conversion rate was between Luna and UST, but all of the validators were using some broken version of the code that was returning a ridiculously large number. Now the problem is that the people who were providing the correct answer were actually being punished, because the people who were providing the correct answer were out of spec from the people who were providing the wrong answer. And so I think at some point the protocol problem ends up becoming more of a like a psych experiment of well, why would I give the right answer if I think everyone else is going to give the wrong answer? Why would I spend a lot of effort trying to figure out the price of this thing when I could just ask Binance's API? I bet Binance has the correct answer. And now all of the people who are providing the price oracle service are all just cribbing off of Binance's API. And Binance could decide for 3 seconds to return the wrong answer to everybody. Oops, API glitch. But now that causes 200 validators who are all cribbing off of Binance to get the price for something to all provide the wrong answer to another system. And so the incentive structure here is just wrong. And it's just horribly broken. This is the mirror protocol. And we've also seen manipulations with things like flash loans, we're able to flood systems of money. And there's a story about it, and I'm going to skip the story, but there's another story about dealing with the Optimism team. Actually, no, because it's the transition here. So one of the bugs that I've reported to Optimism, not as trying to get kind of a bounty or anything, is that their relayers have the ability, but even in a system where if you were to imagine multiple relayers, the way that they track blocks on the underlying blockchain allows multiple blocks. Okay, so every transaction is its own block. And so when a bunch of transactions appear from their current relayer or would occur from multiple potential future relayers on a single underlying Ethereum block, it looks like multiple blocks to whatever protocol is sitting on top of it. And the price oracle system for Uniswap relies on the idea that no one can control transactions that are occurring across 2 blocks. That would be an extremely expensive attack to pull off deterministically. And so the mechanism of Optimism's relaying tech, given the way that they've done these blocks. And so I started talking about this, and they were like, well, we've got a centralized system anyway, what does it matter? And I'm like, well, I assumed you were going to make it decentralized someday. And so then they started trying to figure out how they're going to make it so they can have multiple. Clearly, we need to start working on the decentralized problem. As Sorek mentioned, saying we literally cannot possibly be secure until the system is decentralized. And so then they start working on figuring out how to do decentralized relayers. And I'm just like, you are working on a consensus algorithm. They're sitting around trying to figure out how, well, what if we like used a random number and that selected a validator is going to make the next block or do relay the next thing, and then we're going to use that. And I'm just like, you're literally, at best case scenario, you're reinventing Tendermint. Worst case scenario, you are going to fail to reinvent Tendermint, and you're going to get it wrong. And the only reason I felt like they were even doing this is because they felt that the system that was correct, which I described a system that would be trivially correct, it was just much slower, and they were like, the latency on that's too high. And I'm like, but it works. Isn't that something important that it works? So I feel like this community has just gotten stuck into move fast and break things. And so there's this great XKCD one, which is my motto is move fast and break things. And there's this list of jobs I've been fired from. FedEx driver, crane operator, surgeon, air traffic. And blockchain developer needs to be on this list, right? If you're sitting around and you're thinking in the Silicon Valley mindset of move fast and break things, you are the problem. It's move fast and lose cash. And so I recommend people read parts of my article on optimism. I start going down these ethical paths, but as key things I want to point out here is that I think security researchers really should be mattering here, and that a lot of these products are externalizing the cost of their core design to people being really indirectly compensated, like by bug bounties, instead of rather than building a team around mathematicians, economists, and security experts. Even Facebook doesn't really believe in move fast and break things anymore. They tried to pivot a while back to move fast with stable infra, because when you build something that you don't have to fix 10 times, you can move forward on top of what you've built. These are real changes that we're making so people can rely on us as a critical infrastructure for building all of our apps across every mobile platform. That's what blockchain people are building all the time. We need to figure out how to build things that work, and we need to make it so that those things that work are stable. And people are not even dealing with even the most simple of problems. I mean, I go onto community calls I'm listening to from like LivePeer or The Graph. They've been operating in production for like over a year, maybe 2 or 3 years even in some cases. And they're suddenly realizing, some of the people are doing really good at the test traffic, but then they just don't really do any of the real production traffic. And I was like, that didn't occur to you 3 seconds into your design? Like, I don't even understand how you get that far into a project without realizing that, if you have some kind of test traffic, well, how are you going to make it so that people don't just lie on the test traffic? How are you going to encourage people to actually provide low latency responses and everything? And I think that it's people are moving fast, breaking things, doing a lot of test-driven design where it's like something that they can kind of think of. If it's difficult to test, it probably doesn't get much attention anyway. I really don't like this sort of thing. I feel like we need to be spending much more time, measure twice, cut once. This is one final story I want to tell here, which is that one of Orchid's contracts, one of the more ridiculous contracts that I have, which is like it's maintaining a probabilistically balanced tree inside of a contract. There's a lot of little fiddly bits. You can imagine that the tree ends up accidentally becoming a graph and all sorts of things. And we sent it off to audit, and I was kind of laughing with my team because I had never actually bothered to figure out how to run it. I had spent months reading over the code very carefully, asking other people to do audits with me, where I would describe to them how this programming language works, and I would go through the code, and we'd go through line by line. We would try to figure out, we'd like simulate all the executions, we'd build out math proofs for how it operated, but I hadn't actually bothered to figure out how any of the test environments worked enough in order to actually run the code. And so we sent it off to the audits, and I was curious to see what happened, and in fact, the story has one glitch in it, which is that there was a typo in the code, but it just meant it didn't work at all. And the person came back, and they were like, do we not know how to compile it? Did we run it wrong? Like, are the transactions not operating correctly we got? And so we glanced at it, and it was like, oh, well, clearly that was a little typo there. I didn't find any other bugs in it. because we'd spent months reading the code and doing all these group audits and working out math proofs for how the code would actually operate and trying to really validate that the system worked. Whereas I think a lot of people would do that sort of thing, and they would just be like, they would set up a set of test cases for like some limited test cases for their tree, like an empty tree, add something to the tree, do these things. And then they would sit there and they would, and by the way, one of our auditors actually built a machine-checked proof of our code. And they, and so it's not even just like, oh, you know, I outsmarted the auditors or whatever. It's like, you know, hopefully I would have to outsmart their proof engine. But it's this, I don't think people want to do this. I talked to the optimism people, and they were apparently kind of feeling bad about just rejecting code for security reasons that were being committed to their system. I'm like, you kind of really need to do that. Like, how about you just don't put code that you haven't really thought about in the system? And for what it's worth, though, there's, in the operational transform community, they did it once, and they did a bunch of proofs in math, and they got it wrong. And they did it again, and they got it wrong. And then somebody built a machine-checked proof, and they thought it was over. And then 2 years later, somebody found a bug in the machine checker, and then they had to do it again. And so that keeps me awake at night, that there quite possibly is still a bug in my code that I carefully built math proofs of, and that I had somebody built a machine-check proof of, because apparently humans are really bad at building all of this. And so I will end on the pessimistic point that I'm not even sure if measure choice cut once
Lunch should be ready in just a minute. Thank you all for hanging out and spending time. Apparently, I got it. Jesus Christ. He thinks I don't know how to run a conference. I hope everyone's having a good time. Like I said, lunch is right over there. Hopefully you'll find something that is good for you, and we'll be back in about a half an hour for our next talk. So, thank you. 15.
Test, test. Turn it down. It's a little hot. No, turn the board down. Or is it back there? Hey, everyone. The Presbyterian Summit is going to start right after my talk, but we're way behind schedule. And Bob was like, you're cutting into my schedule. I'm like, all right. So everyone, my talk's about to go on. But there's lunch afterwards. It keeps going. So just if you want to sit and eat, I'm going to kick off my talk. And then just to keep on with the schedule a little bit. Okay? I can put the music back on if that worked too. I don't see thumbs. I see, well, I guess I see that the food must be good because you're eating quietly. It's like what they do in lumberjack halls. So I tried to get Whitey to come down, who does Bitcoin Baron among other songs. He's at Recon this weekend, and I was like, we have plenty of time, so whatever. Oh. All right, we're all good to go. Everyone's kind of fed, and all right. It's funny, we have, hey everyone. So who's been to Black Hat before? Or DEF CON, or TourCon, or anything like that? What do you always do if you're giving a talk? You finish your slides 30 minutes before the talk, right? And then you're compiling code running onto the stage. I know Sork, okay, cool. I see Weld over there, actually, he's like, yep. Cool, so that's exactly what happened. I actually had all the content done. I actually slammed all the slides together like 9:13 to 30 minutes ago, so I think it'll be good. But anyway, so my talk is actually Cryptovuln Cornucopia from the archives of Team Kairos. So anyway, my name is Eric Michaud. I'm one of the co-founders of Unciphered. Before, you may know me as like running Rift Recon for many years, a red team company that also developed a lot of exploitation tools for pen testers on the physical side and some digital. And I'm in name CEO, but I'm really just a partner. I'm the only public one. And Lance gave a great talk earlier about the dangers of physical security in Bitcoin. We already know that. Some of my background for the last 6-7 years has also been on the executive protection side with executives in the Valley doing digital work with those teams. But what he said is all very real. And so when we started Unciphered in February last year, we were under stealth, and all the partners are not public. Like, there's a lot of us. So they said I'm CEO because apparently people respect the title, but it's just a name only. But again, so to that point, I'm only one person. We have a bunch of partners and a lot of subcontractors and engineers. And so we call those people generally in the engineering team, Team Kairos. I think it's the spirit or God of opportunity. And they're our engineering team who do amazing things and things that we haven't actually published until you'll see in a bit today. So anyway, we're also the world's first, and I say asterisk, institutional cryptocurrency rescue and recovery company. When we started last year, we opened our first site, I think it was May, and we got a flood of people coming in for wallet cracking, and we didn't know who the hell any of these people were at all. And then we're like, all right, maybe we got to fix that. So we started looking at KYC vendors, people doing tracing, and we looked at everyone out there, and there's a few we found that we started working with. But once we started running the public keys against them, we found someone was on like the U.S. state sanctions list for terrorism, and we're like, whoa, okay, can't work with them. But then we realized as more came in, we're like, this is an actual regular thing. And so there are other wall crackers out there that actually don't do these checks. And so we said we're going to be the first to do it right, and I think we still are. And so we have a full know your customer check that we actually do to level like Coinbase, Bank of America on the way in. We have a third-party service for that. We also do anti-money laundering checking and what we call it KYW, where we have a score based on how close it is to certain crimes that are known and unknown. And then during that process, we also check along the way. So so far, we think we have a 100% record of not letting anyone in that would get us in trouble. So that's why we say we're institutional. There's no real, nothing in law that says that, but maybe there will be. Yeah, and so last year, I talked to my CTO today, who is now my CTO and co-founder. Last year, I was already breaking wallets open for people over 5 to 6 years on the side, doing incident response for exchanges that have stolen, like lots of money has been stolen. We've recovered some. So like we've actually recovered collectively on the team way over 8 figures so far to date, and we have much more business in line to actually crack that open too. But I was doing it, and a hardware device came up at Trezor One last year, and I talked to my friend now, CTO, and said, hey, what do you think about this? And so he went away for 2 weeks, came back, and said, I fixed it. Like, what do you mean you fixed it? He's like, oh, well, I looked at the Kraken blog and all the other research, and flip of a coin, 50%, you will burn that money, straight up. And so he actually he figured out how to make it to current and nearly 100% reliability of extraction. And that's when we decided to start the business. And since then, we've been doing a lot of interesting stuff since then. So moving on right to the talk in my limited time. So today we're going to talk about miracles. Okay? Not those miracles. Not this miracle, but if you do look at B fields and magnetic flux density, in case you were wondering, there you go. So we call miracles actually exploits because our customers think they are miracles. And I mean, like when you have someone, we just opened a $1 million wallet a few weeks ago where someone had locked out their Trezor, forgot they had a hidden wallet. And it's really hard to tell if it has a hidden wallet because like Trezors and like a lot of hardware wallets, they'll have like a duress feature, which is like a secret wallet. And if you type any password in, it'll open a wallet. It'll just open it. So you won't know it's there or not there. But you can put money in, and if someone's like holding a gun to your head, you can have them go to the smaller wallet and not your bigger wallet. And so customer completely forgot that that even was the case. And when we looked at the Bitcoin extended key, we're like, oh, it's an extended key. There must be something there. So people are often crying on the phone when we tell them we got their money back. So anyway, so why do I say miracles? So Val Kilmer played Simon Templar, a reformed thief. If you've not seen this film, it's a wonderful heist film. So he says, to become a Catholic saint, to be able to get to be a Catholic saint, you have to perform 3 miracles in your life. Hopefully today we're going to perform 4. So, all right, first one. And this is just going to be mostly videos, so we don't fall to the demo demon on stage. So anyway, first one, cold storage coin. They're not aware that I'm dropping this. But I made them aware in 2018 that this was a problem and it hasn't changed. So I did my responsible disclosure 4 years ago now. So I was handed these coins by someone known as Joey Weeks, who I think was in charge of BitClub, one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in cryptocurrency. And he funded cold storage coin, and I was at a conference where he handed me these because he was handing them out like candy. In my background, I worked at Argonne National Lab, tamper evident defeat for nuclear supply chain systems, and a bunch of other stuff. This is, you know, second, third hand for me at this point. And I also taught most of the people who were running the Tamper Village at DEF CON. So they defeated the Cassacious coin. Does anyone remember Cassacious coin? I know you're not going to raise your hand because you probably have one of those 100 Bitcoin Cassacious coins, right? All right, if you don't know Cassacious coin is a preloaded metal coin with a holographic sticker on it. You can see part of the key. You can check that head value. A number of friends at DEF CON cracked it. You can remove it, take the private key off, close it, and then give it to someone, and then take the money later if they paid you. Then also, I think it was like FinCEN, and basically Treasury came over to the guy and said, hey, you're moving real money. We need all your customers. And the guy's like, nope, and shut down. So preloaded crypto coins like that stopped. So cold storage coin, they don't do that. They give you a blank coin with a private key and a public key. You can load it. And so this has not been released yet, but if you go to Amazon and buy these, you can probably still do it. Oh, do I click? Uh-oh. How do I... You know what I'm probably going to do? Hold on one second. I'm just going to mirror my screen because for some reason I can't mirror. Great. It's a miracle. Thank you. Oh. Oh, audio. Hold on. Let me quit Spotify. Remember I said I did this just before. You can now see the private key. So first miracle. So if you want to go on Amazon and test this right now, you can do that. Next, okay, I don't know the name. Who remembers EthereumWallet.com? Bob does. Xonk does. Anyone else? A few people. I see a few hands. Cool. So EthereumWallet.com was a known non-custodial wallet system written in JavaScript by CryptoKit. Ran for a short period of time. Then there was like a flash close, like for a month. It said like, quick, download all your keys. We're done. Move to Jack's wallet, which and I think was the same owner at the time. So we had a customer come in last year, and it was like I think May, and we're looking at it, and we're like, I don't know, because there's no tools out there. No one had written anything for Hashcat or other tools, and at Unciphered, we generally don't use Hashcat anymore. We write our own tools. So an engineer came in, a new one in our company in December, and I sent him the customers like all the information, the partial hash that they get in the email, and they said download, click this link, and then you put in your password or download it. The problem was anyone who had a password on their wallet on the final version couldn't download their wallet. So there's all these people that were locked out, period. Like anyone who had no password, you could download your wallet. So we're aware that there's a lot of people out there that are still locked out. So we can help now. But if you look at any forum anywhere else, like no one has figured it out. But apparently we did. So I sent the information to one of the engineers, and 2 days later he's like, I got it. I'm like, what do you mean you got it? He's like, oh, I cracked the wallet. And I'm like, what? And then he actually looked at the JavaScript itself and actually found there was a few problems. Jumping into the middle here is that there's 4 types of Ethereum wallets, and we've already recovered, based on the flaws we found in the key generation system, over 1,400 private keys. So we have an air-gapped machine that is just printing private keys right now. I see some mouse open. Okay, that worked. Yeah, and that's just actually the legacy wallets. Now, it doesn't necessarily work on the other ones, but if we do get the person's hash that was sent, we can actually help them now and repatriate all that money back to the system. So originally I thought, so basically the key space is about 30 bits, not 179 bits, as they thought. Some interesting things about it is that you can actually tell what wallet you have by the hash, because it starts with a C, P, D, or Kigu. Yeah, they actually didn't salt correctly. So we have one of our customers here, Bob Gourmet, or Gorley. Everyone. Bob, did you come up for a second? He's like, you got to get done. So here. We actually codename all our customers, and his ended up being Bob Gourmet.
I would just say that from a customer perspective, it would be a miracle to ever see my Ether again that I had put in this wallet. It was really impossible for me and logically impossible for anyone to recover this. And I had given up. I had rationalized it thinking, it was just a small amount of US dollar I spent mining Ethereum to put into this wallet. And so write it off. And because it really would be a miracle to recover this. And from a customer perspective, I saw a miracle. So thanks.
Thanks, Bob. Hey, Bob, real quick, we never showed you this. Whoa, come back here. You want to see how fast we cracked it?
Yeah, it must have taken a week.
Also, I didn't technically pay him, but we gave him his money, so technically he's paid for that testimonial. All right, ready? All right, I'm going to do it. Everyone, keep your eyes open. Watch the screen, not me. You, screen. No, you're going to want to watch the screen. All right. That was it. So if you give us any Ethereum.com wallet hash, it'll probably look like that. So, we're dropping this because we tried really hard for like the last few months to get in touch with anyone who would actually have access to the old customer list or emails, and we just talked to lawyers near Jax and other companies in Decentral and just got nothing. So we actually started generating the keys, and only in the legacy keys we found about 7 ETH. So we didn't think it's a bad problem because we can just generate those keys. You need the hashes for the other side. So we're hoping, like with this, we can actually help a lot of people get their money back. All right, Electrum Wallet. Okay, so embargo's lifted today. Who here has heard of Electrum Wallet? Oh, good amount of people here. Who knows what tail? Can you turn the mic down just a scotch? It's just a little hot. Oh, we have to run all the way up there. Thank you. So Electrum Wallet is an extremely popular open source Bitcoin wallet. It is forked over 2,700 times and used by major projects and has tens of millions of users. Who uses Windows? Okay, you can be shamed on using Windows. Who uses Mac? Keep your hand up. Keep your hands up. No, everyone, keep your hands up. Who uses Android? No, hands up. Stay hands up. I want everyone to hands up. Linux, for the weirdos. Tails. And this guy, I don't know, he uses like Gen 2 Linux or something. Anyway, look up, keep your hands up, look around. All right. So this is distributed for every platform, and including all the forks distributed for many different platforms. So back in December, another engineer found when we were trying to crack a wallet off of this that they were looking through all the source code, and they found an input sanitization problem. And we thought it was like a really big problem. And so we talked to another colleague of ours. His name's Virus, name dropping him here. He did a great job weaponizing it just as a test. So we actually developed basically a full chain exploit for Windows 10 on current patch system with just a QR code. So yeah, so basically they failed to sanitize the input, and it's a Python open. And so the vulnerability exists in every version released since April 2015 to last week, because they patched it. They did a great job. All the projects did a really good job working on it seriously and actually removed the offending code, and it was something to do with BIP37 protocol. So on the demo we're going to show you, it takes about 1 minute and 35 seconds with an NT Landman v2 hash crack. So basically, all you really do is change a character. I don't want to explain the full attack today because people are now going to know that they should also, in their projects, also pull the new versions down. But it's kind of a log4j level vuln where you change a single character and it performs it allows the vulnerability goes, and then you can actually do whatever attacks you want next. So here's a video. Thank you. And also we have a CVE actually, and once this video goes out, they'll have all the details up there. Oh, sorry, I'll just skip along here. So it'll be hard to see, so I'll explain on the way. So on the top left in the black window, that's actually the remote attacker machine on the local LAN. So that works for the Windows version. We did not write a payload for other platforms. We just wanted to see that it worked. So if someone took the time to actually write the payload, they may find similar success, but we don't know. We just never checked. But the vulnerability did exist on every version released for every platform. So I may actually speed this up a little bit. But basically, the QR code to the right is the malformed QR code. Now, you can also do this with a file open. And potentially, if your mail client auto opens payment requests because the MIME type matches, it could also trigger, but we've not tested it yet. So let me see if I skip wrong here. Oh, there we go. So here's the magic right here. So using the webcam just to scan it as a demo. Wait for it. Cool, we trigger. Now the attacker machine received the username and the hash. On NT Landman v2, you got to crack it, so we crack it. And now what we do is then connect back to the machine as we have the authentication token. And, oops, sorry. And now we got shell. Now we have an actual interpreter going. And now we're actually landed in the directory at the application user level. And we can do several things. We have rewrite execute at the user level. then you can run an LPE and privilege escalate system. Or in this case, for more funsies, we steal wallets. So it's gonna be hard to see. We're gonna publish all these videos. We're gonna clean it up to make it really easy to understand, because this is hard to tell, and especially from the screen. So so over here on the bottom right, that's the wallet on the local machine which we're doing this test on, and that's a crypto wallet. We're gonna open it, and we're actually gonna show, like, just to make it easy, here's the last few of the private key, and then it'll match the file we stole across the network. So you see in the top left, we're actually moving to the directory of the wallet software. Sorry, it's really hard to see, but I'll just tell you what we're doing. Download the wallet. Also, when I was making this video, Vangelis, the musician and composer who did the music for Blade Runner, died. So I thought it would be good to put in some Blade Runner soundtrack. A little tip of the hat. So the remote machine in the black screen stole the wallet, and now we're just going to show you the actual match. So I'm going to make this a lot cleaner, probably picture-in-picture afterwards, but so it's like 1FEHCJ8Q. And it's really hard to say, I apologize, but it does match. So yeah, that's our demo for a fully patched Windows 10 RCE using QR code through Electrum Wallet. That's it. That was it. That was an exploit. Come on. I wish my engineers were here talking, because I'm nervous as hell, and I've had 4 hours of sleep for 2 weeks getting this conference up with amazing people like Will and Noelle and crew, and getting this talk done with a whole other business to run. These projects were rock stars. They took it seriously. We got put in touch with them with a few people on the next slide, but basically Electrum Wallet version 2.1 to 4.51 is now 4.52. But every project on here patched, and they have a lot of major user base, and they've been pretty great. So I just want to congratulate them in the crypto space that there are good people out there that will do responsible disclosure, and like they should be held up as like a good example, because we've had some nasty emails come back, and also people we talk with say like, pretty nasty things get said. So like, it's really different from the information security industry now, where we've matured since the 90s onward, where people are like, thank you for the free bug. Thank you for free testing my software. But here, where actual cash and liabilities on hand, people are just like, I'm just gonna be anonymous and hide and run away and shout at you through an account on Twitter. It's really weird, but these projects were great. So I do want to say thank you to Immunify and the Kraken security team. They made this all happen and did the coordinated disclosure we did over the last 5 weeks. Also, I got to say thank you to Kraken as a sponsor. My friend Nick Percoco made this all happen. I called him randomly a few weeks ago. I was like, hey, can you come? And he's like, let's do a call. And he couldn't make it today. But their team got us right in touch with the Electrum Wallet project. They took it seriously, walked through it. They had to ask a lot of questions because they weren't familiar with Windows. And I'm like, it's not a Windows thing, it's just that's the POC. We didn't test on the other platforms. It's potentially possible you can do similar stuff, just put it that way. And then Immunify in the back, they're rock stars. And really glad they're around, because they made it easy to get in front of a bunch of other projects, and people took it seriously. So thanks, guys, back there. All right. So here's the one that makes me really nervous. So I said we cracked Trezor 1 current firmware last year, and that's not been public. We have not released that, not even released that it is even possible to do. And so today, this is a supercut video of us setting a world record, cracking it for speed. So as you see things on many of these hardware sites, it says the most trusted cold storage for Bitcoin, ETH, and many more. All the major brands say we're the best, trusted, blah, 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 blah. But a lot of us on our team who have like 20 years of experience in hardware, software, cryptanalysis, it's just like, okay, cool. And then you see things like bank level security, military level encryption, and we're like, okay. But these devices aren't even certified for, if you don't know what FIPS 140-4 is, and then the levels, level 3 is like an iron key. Some of them are certified for that for classified use, for holding like secret level material. These are not certified for that at all. So like going after these is, I don't want to be mean, but baby cake frolics in comparison to going after those much better designed systems. and people are relying on storing their assets there. So anyway, so we've all seen everyone use the if anyone's seen the research from Kraken that went out a few years ago, we found out last year that it's a flip of a coin that it's going to work or not. We've also seen people go big about, oh yeah, I cracked this thing, not even using their own research. So we're going to show some of our own today. So this video, we're going to tweak it a little bit and put it on live, but what you're going to see is a nearly real-time attack on a Trezor 1. I mean, it's about 3 minutes long. Now, we cut a lot out of it because it has a lot of very specific things we do not want publicly disclosed because people can abuse it to steal people's crypto. So this is like a short version, but I hope you enjoy it, and welcome to the world premiere of this, this attack. Oh, hold on. Oops, sorry. Oh, I lost Bluetooth. Because I found out today that we can't plug in our laptop into the speakers, so I actually had to bring a separate speaker. One other tidbit, Serene, our pianist, couldn't make it today, so she helped me and did the soundtrack you're about to hear off her piano in one take yesterday. Oh, and the Lambos are very popular in crypto, if you didn't know that, so we got a Corvette, we rented one. We also weren't public that we actually we don't need a big lab anymore to do this. We've actually fit all our work into 2 small briefcases, like Pelican cases. So a lot of work I do is around tamper-evident or like covert or surreptitious entry into hardware devices. So there's a lot of tricks like field expediency, which is like you can just use 2 books and press and use like a pretty rough tool, just carve it right open. Some people like use a vise and other stuff, but you know, use what you have around. So normally you see people solder. We eliminated that step by using a socket. So we took 30 minutes off, like if you had to do like a streamlined attack instead of having infinite time. So again, this. So what you're seeing is that's the cloud, that's the cracking portion once you download the firmware and the flash. And they did implement, I think it was in January, a cha-cha, which had to be explained to, even though I have Applied Cryptography as a book. And basically, you need 2 salts, and we were getting like 20 keys per second on a CPU, but we wrote some custom code and put it onto one of our GPU clusters in our farm. And we're basically able to crack nine character pins within 20 seconds to 2 minutes on average. That's not counting the whole extraction process of firmware, which we cut a lot of the steps out. Anyway, so we will do something in a little bit online where we'll actually show like pretty much a walkthrough, but yeah, that was that. So we're not here to dunk on people. A lot of these projects really do take things seriously. Though we did find with Trezor that I'm not sure how to really work with their bug bounty program. They do like a leaderboard and they give you points, and we're not really sure what the points are for. They don't attach to a coin. So, but we're also not going to release this because it is a very sophisticated, actually extremely sophisticated attack. You know, like there's a lot of people out there that are locked out. And so we have to balance this. So you see, we do responsibly disclose some things. Some things we keep in because we're like, it's actually really hard. And there's a lot of people like Bob who've been locked out and other customers. So, you know, it's a balance we take, but it's not like we're just dropping things on the internet, explaining how to do it and causing trouble for customers like with like Trezor. So, yeah, we're here to help. We're also get back people what is lost. I have found in rooms when I hang out with Bitcoin maximalists, which they're hearing this live right now, and they're probably going to chastise me, but they hate us because we put money back into the system, which lowers the value of their Bitcoin. We add liquidity to the market. That's basically it. And also, as a company, as all of us are from the information security industry, we have not really seen a really great job at people providing a standard on responsible disclosure. Kraken's been great. Immunify's been great. A lot of people are trying really hard, so we want to set that tone as a company. I want to thank everyone that, on the videos you saw for the attacks we did disclose today, not all of them. So everyone at the company has a cover name because like what Lance covered, though except for virus. So if you've been to DEF CON, it's that virus. Uncle Cypher worked on the cryptography, optimized everything. Yeah, and some of them are floating around today. Maybe you can figure them out. And also many more thanks to C-Tech Heist Design. So it's an entertainment production company in Los Angeles that works on making sure hacking and crime on any screen and in person is accurate and authentic. I actually work with Elizabeth, and she helped produce the video with me. And if you want to know more, also, if you're a hacker, and we actually have projects come in for like film, TV, whatever, and I can occasionally write a SQL injection, but if you are really good at it, I want to know. So if something comes in for a script, text us. Serene for actually doing the soundtrack, and two other partners that some are floating around here, but Frank Davidson and Anthony Parker. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. We just wanted to go ahead and give you a set of lockpicks to say thank you. Sweet. Perfect. So for those of you who are here for the Praetorian Summit, that will be taking place momentarily in the back room over there. For those of you, Bob Gorley, can you raise your hand real quick? Perfect. Follow that gentleman right there. Otherwise, I'll have Pixie go ahead and announce the next speaker. So, yeah, thank you.
So one of the people on our board is going to be speaking next. Jake, I believe he is ready somewhere. Literally just saw him. Anyway, how are you all doing? You know, feeling pretty all right after lunch? Cool. Well, I hope you're still enjoying your day, and the power is over here if you really need power.
Cool. All right. Well, my name is Jake. Work for CipherTrace as a principal blockchain engineer. Been there since the early days when it was just about 5 of us. A lot of my background is focused in Bitcoin. Started it back in 2014, working at like de-anonymizing Bitcoin transactions that were using Tor exit nodes. From there, I started branching into Ethereum once that was launched, and now primarily work in our backend infrastructure and low-level cryptographic protocols across all the different types of chains that we support, also helping trace funds, get back people's hacked funds, auditing security, smart contracts, and so forth. The talk today is going to be pretty much focusing on multi-chain interoperability. So as we've seen over the past year or so, the big rise in DeFi, people branching between layer 1, layer 2, so whether that be Polygon, Arbitrum, DK Sync, people jumping from Ethereum to BSC using bridges and so forth. There's been a decent focus on the vulnerabilities of these smart contracts that people are using and the exploits that are done. So today, I was originally going to go through all the major exploits and whatnot, but today we're just going to focus on one main exploit that I've kind of seen more often than not, and kind of how it works and how people are copying and pasting smart contracts across these different chains as they are all EVM based, and kind of educating all of you on different ways to move forward about this. So focusing just on the past 4 to 5 months, we've had quite a rise in exploits on EVM based chains. Out of the roughly 35 exploits, only about 5 to 6 of them were focused on interoperability, so focused on protocols that allow you to bridge between different chains. As you can see here, we still have reentrancy, which has been around since the early days of Ethereum. It's pretty sad that we still have this as a main focus of exploit. A majority of them were price oracle manipulation. So instead of people just using Chainlink, or if they're using a deprecated contract from Chainlink or a copy of that, people have issues with price oracle manipulation. One of them we saw, what was it, a couple weeks ago with Terra and Luna. Some contracts had hard-coded in the $1 peg. So when it did lose the peg, people were actually able to make money off of it because it still showed $1. Other ones we look at are validation checks. So these are protocols and projects that don't use require methods. They don't check the actual validity of the smart contract or token contract that they're using for their swaps or for their pegs and pairs. And then kind of one of the last ones is access rights. And what you can think about that is the actual ownership around the functions that are using these smart contracts, and also the ownership around the validators that are used in some of these networks. A lot of the layer 2s that people use today, people assume that they're decentralized, but because they're still early on, they are fairly central in regards to the validator sets that are used, such on like BSC or Arbitrum. And people don't understand that if there is a major hack or attack on these networks, that they have the authority to roll back. So you might not actually get your transaction confirmed in time. You might lose some funds. Hopefully their fraud proofs or validation proofs actually take that into account. You can get your money back, but these are some things to take into account as you're moving funds through these different protocols. So what can be the issue here? So kind of the most common exploits have been around for years. If anyone's familiar with the early days of Ethereum, the whole consensus team would post up their different topics around the different security exploits and vulnerabilities that are around. People still use this today, and they are being updated, but there's a lot more resources now, but still a major lack in education. The pace of development and mainstream rise of crypto has been pushing a lot of projects to just deploy without audits. As you see, people go, oh yeah, here's a layer 2, this one's based off of Plasma, or oh, this is similar to Polygon, but we have faster transaction speeds or more uptime and whatnot. All these different things that are being deployed, there's no actual audits being done on them, and people would see, oh, let me move some funds through this because maybe they're going to airdrop me in 3 months. I'm going to get rich really quick off of it. So one thing to be aware of as a user, and also if you work at fintech companies, for your users itself, is being aware of which projects have been audited, the different necessary like prereqs you use to go through these things. And then lastly, there's still a major lack in standardizing the common functions that people use within smart contracts. Yeah, obviously everyone tries to go off of ERC20 standards, EIPs and whatnot, but there's no actual standard for like cross-chain bridges or interop protocols and whatnot. So there's a big discussion within the core dev community around this, but there still needs to be a lot of work done. And one of the things that I did not mention here is that even though we do have a lot of pasting across these different networks, a lot of them are actually using the same exact smart contract. So because they are all EVM based, I could deploy a contract on Ethereum, then I can deploy the same contract on BSC. What's the issue with that is if I have a vulnerability that all of a sudden gets recognized on Ethereum, now I also have a vulnerability on BSC. So even though someone might come and exploit my contract on Ethereum, seconds later, they can exploit it on BSC, jump through a bridge, move that vulnerability through a whole other protocol, and now everyone is just pretty much getting wrecked on that. So diving into these different chains and protocols and networks, however you want to describe it, as you can see, Ethereum, like as of now, is still proof of work, but we're moving towards the merge. All these other ones are proof of stake. One thing that you notice is that predominantly they all use the same elliptic curve. So with that, think about the wallets that most people use. So most wallets that people use are HD wallets. So what does that mean? That they're going to be derived from a parent, private, and public key pair. These are being derived off the elliptic curve. And this is why most people that have their wallets, they can usually change the different chain IDs on them. So you might have a wallet that does Bitcoin and Ethereum, or a wallet that has Ethereum, BSC, Polygon, whatever else. So with this, it allows you to do that because you're just going to be changing now the child derivation off of that, because these all use the same curves. You can all use the same key pairs on these different blockchains or networks. So what I'm getting at is that the rate of exploits occurring over this past year, and as the protocols are getting more robust, we need to educate devs on better security and privacy practices, as well as wallet developers to protect from moving between these different chains. So if one of the actual chain itself is exploited, or if one of the major contracts, say like Uniswap or something, is exploited, then you easily move over to the other chain because like, oh crap, this thing just happened, I need to move my funds over here. Well, now you're still moving it into the same vulnerable smart contract due to the nature of this. And one of the things that you could think of is the wallets that allow you to move these funds, what can they do on their side of things to help protect users? How can they educate users to know oh, this contract is vulnerable, or this contract has these sorts of practices that have been disclosed and whatnot? How do they make that visible in a UX or UI display so then users are aware of what they're doing? So with this as well, which ones are actually decentralized? So if you look at BSC, I believe they only have 12 validator sets, and BSC chooses who gets to do that. Arbitrum is fully centralized on their own developer platforms. Optimism is still somewhat centralized as well, but as you see, there still is the governance set that they have set forward to slowly move it into a decentralized fashion. But as these are still pretty early on, you need to be aware of what you're moving your funds into, or what your teams are deploying to understand what the different mechanisms are if there is ever a rollback or a change in the proofs and so forth. So as I mentioned in the beginning, the various exploits and whatnot, kind of the main three that are to the top that have been identified since the beginning of the year, reentrancy, which has been around since the early days of Ethereum. So that's just primarily just a basic class of bugs that allows functions or other external contracts to take over control flow. We have functions that could be called repeatedly, so you can think of this as calling a transaction within a couple of seconds, but then calls another contract, and it allows you to re-enter before it's actually been executed. So one of the main examples of this is checking a balance later down in the function. So with that, you could just continually pull funds without ever checking the balance. You can just draw more than what you actually have within that protocol. The second one would be price oracle manipulation. So one thing that I think is protocols rely way too heavily on oracles automatically executing actions based on their actual third-party data or external data. Sometimes there's no validation on the actual data that comes through. They just go, oh, it's from the oracle, I'm going to trust it all. So with this, they could be kind of interpreting incorrect data and then allowing malicious contents to be put forth through the protocol itself or being sabotaged via flash loans. And then the last one is just validation checks, so requirement validations and a lack of proper signature validation or permit or require calls. And that's the main one that we're kind of going to focus on today. So if anyone's familiar with multi-chain, or they also used to be known as Uniswap, they disclosed a vulnerability a while ago that primarily was focused around a validation check that affected 6 cross-chain tokens. And this was exploited. Obviously, it's not as big as Ronin Network or Wormhole, any of the major ones that we've seen recently, but you can kind of take this exploit and try and think about all the other contracts that you know of in the space that might have the same issue. With this, we see 6 cross-chain tokens, so that's 6 chains that are being vulnerable to this exploit. Another thing to think about is how many other contracts inherit this overall smart contract. How does that vulnerability carry through to all the other networks? So with the token swapping, so users are able to fund the cross-chain operations through multi-chain's AnySwap v4 router contract. The AnySwap v4 router exists in the AnySwap out underlying with permit function that we have here. And as you can see, this function allows users to sign authorization, authenticate, and authorize operations through the IERC20 permit method. So that's the second line there in the function. So the permit method and extension of IERC20 allows approval to be made via signatures as outlined in EIP 2612. With that, by presenting a message signed by the account, the token holder account doesn't really need to send an actual transaction, thus they don't actually have to hold any ether. As you move down in that function call, you actually then see that this is followed by a signature check and authorization operation via the permission function of the underlying token. So after authorized, the token is transferred into the AnyToken contract via the safe transfer from function, which you see there is the third line. And then finally, the AnySwap out event is triggered. The crazy thing here, if anyone has noticed, that there is no actual validation of the token being passed in by the user. So there is no actual check on the token that it's an actual legit token, that it is something that is being used with the swaps within AnySwap or multi-chain, or that whether or not they have an actual like pool or associated peg with it. So the wrapped ether that you saw in the previous slide for the function, so that does not have a permit function and then has no return value, so there's no error ever to be thrown when it's called in the wrapped ether contract. So the main question here would be, how do we exploit this? Anyone have any ideas? So because there is no validation check, we could just make our own token. So if you step forward, these are the parameters that the actual attacker used in the transaction. And if you look at this, you see that the attacker specified their own token address, so the 0xB5C, an amount of 308 ether, and then an improper signature that we see here in the V point that was set to 0. So whenever you have signatures, you're always going to have the 3 points in Ethereum transactions or any EVM-based transaction, which are V, R, and S. So the underlying function call is intended to unwrap the underlying token from its AnyToken wrapping. And then with that, the token is now the attacker's control contract because there was no validation check, which then will return the wrapped ether as the underlying asset. So even though you just built your own token, they don't really care that it's fake tokens or you just minted whatever. All they care about is, oh yeah, this is a token, there's a signature check, okay, now give me the returned value. So multi-chain failed here to check the validity of the token, and thus the token is now controlled by the attacker by executing this transaction. So now, as in the beginning, how I talked about like multi-chain rabbit holes and diving down into the different layers, one thing to think about from this exploit is how does this influence multiple blockchains in the overall ecosystem. So if you look at multi-chain's website, you can see the different selections you can do, choose on these different networks to do transactions. I believe there's 15 or so. A lot of other ones now have more than that. So if we look through this, pretty much there's the historical use of AnySwap. So all these other chains that it supports, who also was calling the AnySwap contract, so the V4 router. So Phoenix Finance was calling it, which is on BSC and Polygon. Phantom Foundation, which is on Phantom Network, was calling it. SoulSwap Finance was calling it, which is on Avalanche, BSC, Ethereum, Polygon, Phantom, Arbitrum, and there was even more. So if you think about it, we have this one basic exploit to get however many wrapped ether you want or whatever token you want, but you could have done this on any of these other chains or any of these other protocols and then choose the chain that you want and just continually do this. And if you really want to, you could do this all on a flash loan and in a couple of seconds, be good to go and have a nice day. So overall, what can we do better moving forward? So this is just the beginning of kind of the big rise in DeFi as we have more mainstream adoption taking place. There's a big push in the banking sector to possibly start kind of accepting crypto, different protocols that allow you to go from fiat into crypto and then directly into DeFi, people using custodial wallets versus non-custodial wallets. So with this just basic exploit, there's the whole breadth of all the other exploits within the EVM-based chains and their ecosystems. So one thing that we need to do is kind of ensure proper auditing of smart contracts on major platforms before they ever go to mainnet launches. So one thing to think about is like the protection and safety of your users and allowing people to feel secure going into DeFi and overall crypto ecosystem is much better than your total value locked in whatever protocol you have or however much money you guys have locked up and whatnot. Thirdly is interacting with the security community to properly test and hack testnets. There's still a very major lack in people looking at the overall security industry, whether or not you are crypto focused or not. Most of us still do have that mindset of how to hack things, how to get into them. Most of these exploits are theoretically pretty old school. So with this, try and get people to come and hack on your stuff. Try and break into it, figure out what you can do better moving forward to ensure people have safety when they're moving things through DeFi and jumping through different smart contracts. And lastly, is more attention is needed around wallets. So as I mentioned, how most chains use the same elliptic curve, you can use the same basic HD wallet and so forth. There still needs to be a large focus on wallets and their user experience for newcomers into the space. How do you understand how to flip between chains? How do you understand how to choose a specific smart contract? Say the smart contract might not be supported by this given network or whatnot. How can you ensure that you put in that smart contract address, and if you're using MetaMask or something using a Chrome extension, that there's no cross-site scripting going on that changes out that address? How do you make sure that if you put in the amount that it is set up in Way or Ether, so forth? And lastly, just basic education. So, I mean, conferences like this helps the overall ecosystem thrive and grow and move forward. We need to better educate people around all these things so then we continually pass on this information. So constantly diving into these different attack patterns that I briefly touched on. So like price oracle manipulation, flash loan attacks, governance attacks, front running, admin key thefts. So some of the things that Eric just mentioned on with hardware wallets, understanding like key federation, how do you maintain things in cold storage versus warm wallets and hot wallets and so forth. Insecure front ends, so like Chrome extensions, like maybe you don't want to do everything through MetaMask, maybe use Wallet Connect, maybe do other things with signing on off-chain or things that aren't actually just sitting on your desktop or whatnot. And then finally, just basic social engineering, phishing, and account takeovers. And that's pretty much it. Any questions? Cool. Thank you.
One of my primary functions is to deliver. Hi, so next up we have Nat from Trail of Bits. Where is? Anyway, that was awesome, Jake. Thank you so much. I had a lot of fun listening to you. Please come up and enter your connect thy laptops. Do you require additional introduction, Nat?
I can do handheld. All right, hello, I'm Nat. I'm going to be talking about demystifying fuzzing with Echidna. So a little bit about me. I am a blockchain security engineer at Trail of Bits, and basically that means I figure out where things can break. I look at code, and I compare what code is supposed to do with what it actually does. I fell down the rabbit hole into blockchain back in 2017 at ETH Waterloo. And from then on, I was working in smart contract development. I've done a little bit of blockchain teaching, and then transitioned into security about 2 years ago. At Trail of Bits, I do a variety of things aside from smart contract auditing. I've also built SolC Select, which is a tool that helps you switch Solidity versions that supports all platforms. I just included my Twitter handle just in case. So a little bit about what I'm going to be talking about today is how to think about fuzzing and defining invariants, how to write properties, and how to use fuzzing to find fun bugs. I'll also be going through how we have used Echidna in the past with an audit, so we can get a good idea of technically how Echidna works as well. So Dan already set up a little bit about what fuzzing is and how it's different from unit testing. But basically, fuzzing, we're essentially supplying assumptions that we make about a system. What are assumptions that are meant to hold true? And Echidna is going to explore this contract with randomized arguments. It's going to call the smart contract with random inputs and determine if there are cases in which a contract can enter a dangerous state. Those dangerous states are essentially controlled by what assumptions we want to specify. So in order for that to make sense, we need to define what are assumptions. And this is where I'm going to be using invariant testing or property testing. And I mean these interchangeably. But these are basically what are assumptions that you're making about your system that are expected to hold true. So in practice, or in explanation-wise, fuzzing sounds easy. It's what are the assumptions that your code is making that are expected to hold true. But it's also quite difficult because you're opening up a very large attack surface, and you need to use fuzzing to essentially determine are there cases in which, or what are the cases in which an invariant is broken? Is it broken under all inputs or a very specific subset? And what actually happens when multiple accounts are interacting with a smart contract? So this is a very high-level diagram of how Echidna works. If we have a contract that defines what a token is basically just balances and functions that allow you to change that balance. So with Echidna, if we specify in this example that the property is that the balance of the sender should always be less than a total supply, then we know that if this property is broken, that this token has a bug. Maybe the mint protection is unprotected. Maybe the balance of the token is just done incorrectly. This doesn't tell us what the problem is. It just tells us that the code likely has a problem. Echidna is going to randomly generate inputs in order to determine whether this property can be broken. Okay, that sounds really cool, but how do you actually start writing properties? That's the key question. First, we need to identify what are your properties in plain English. Invariants and properties, they're really everywhere. We see them in daily life. It's just a matter of identifying them. I'm going to be talking as a talking point and as an example with tokens and mathematics. So for tokens, this is one that I alluded to earlier, is that the user balance should never exceed the total supply. Because if it's possible for a user balance to exceed total supply, then someone has more tokens than there should be in existence. This should never be possible. Same thing for users can never transfer more than they own. If your wallet has $50, you shouldn't be able to spend 70. Similarly, we can make these assumptions about mathematics as well. We can say if 1 plus 2 is equivalent to 3, then it doesn't matter what order the numbers are, that they're always going to be equivalent. These are assumptions that we make about integers. If there's a contract that implements addition, and these don't hold true, then you know this contract likely has a bug. You can say the same thing about identity, and this is an extension of the previous, is you take a number, you multiply it by 1, you're always going to get back what you put in. You can say the same thing about addition. And I want to extend that a little bit to what's going to happen if you take a number, you add a constant, and then you subtract it. Well, you should get back x in the same way that x plus 0 is equal to x. Okay, this is the setup for how to write properties or how to think about properties. Now we need to think about, if you were to put this in a smart contract into an echidna test, what does this actually look like? This is an example of what an echidna test would look like if we were to check those balances. So here we're saying if there is ever a case in which the balances of the sender in echidna can mock these senders is less than the total supply or equal to, then if this fails, then we know that the token contract has a problem. We can say the same thing about association. This is the exact same implementation that we had in math. It's just that we're moving the brackets around from the left-hand side to the right-hand side and asserting equivalence. I'm breezing through the examples, but this is very similar. This, we're checking the left-hand side is x plus 0, and that the right-hand side we get back what x is. This could also be equal to left-hand side equals x. The example would be equivalent. And as an extension, and I keep coming back to this, if you take x, you add a number, and you minus it, should be equal to x. And I'll go through why I'm harping on this example in a little bit. So say we had a liquidity pool which had a balance of x. Say we had a liquidity pool in which you can allocate and remove assets. So with the standard liquidity pool, you can usually add, remove, and swap. These are kind of the three standard behaviors of pools. So if we take a liquidity pool with a balance of x, we put in 5 USDC, we withdraw 5, what value would you expect the pool to be? Probably x. Now I want to take a look at these two functions. The allocate on the left is basically going to update the reserves in 2 tokens. Risky and stable just refer to tokens. You can just think of them as token A and token B. But basically, the idea is that allocate is going to increase the balances. It's going to increase the liquidity and increase reserves. Remove is going to do the exact opposite. It's going to remove each balance of the token and remove liquidity. So for all intents and purposes, it looks like these two should be direct inverses of each other. So if we were to test this with echidna, I also want to take a step back and see what would we actually have to test. So if we were to write a test in echidna for this, what would we need to do? Well, first, we need to know what the initial balance was. We need to keep track of what the reserves and what the liquidity amount are. We need to allocate into the system to increase the amount of liquidity, remove them, and then we can basically compare the balance pre-transfers and post-transfers. We expect that between step 1 and 4 that they should be equivalent. So I've copied the test that we wrote for that. And basically step 1 was to save the risky liquidity and basically save all the amounts, save the state of the system before your transaction happened. So this is what this code is doing. The next step is to allocate funds into a system. So this is putting in funds, putting in this $5 into the system, and after this point, the balance of the liquidity pool should have increased between step 1 and 2. So basically, if the liquidity has increased, then the next step we can do is remove the funds, remove the exact amount that we put in. This last part is basically just asserting that the balance before, which is the, can't see my mouse, which is the allocate del risky is equal to remove risky. This is essentially asserting that the liquidity of the two tokens are identical. So Echidna, once you run this, this is the output from it says that the property failed. Now this is a lot of output to parse, and part of it is because we added a lot. Thanks. Part of it is because we added a lot of events to be able to track what the system state is. I'm going to focus on these two events. This event will print out allocate remove difference between the two pools so that we can actually do a differential comparison and see what has actually changed and why. So this is the first result. For the first token, if we put in this amount of tokens in, and when we call remove, the contract will essentially give us one way or 1 unit of tokens less. Okay, 1 unit of tokens in a token that takes 18 decimals may not be too much. But when we look at token 2, the delta is now significantly bigger. We're essentially we're putting in a relatively small amount of one token and a very large amount of another token, which results in a very large delta. So what does that actually mean from a user perspective? It means that our assumptions that allocate and remove are inverses is not actually true. So users, if they take some amount of funds that they wanted to put into a system and then take it out, that they're actually going to receive less than they put in. So with that, I want to also take a step back and figure out why is there actually a delta. And for that, we need to look at this 2uint 128. This function is part of a standard that converts 64 by 64 point numbers into uint 128. So that doesn't sound too strange. Conversions are very typical of smart contracts. But in this particular case, it becomes a problem because if your number is too large and you're converting it into a uint 128, then you're truncating a part of the data of significant data that can cause this behavior. And in our case, it's used in both the allocate and the remove. So that means if you may not see a big difference if you're depositing 5 units of token, because there's not much that's going to get lost in conversion, because you started with initial balance, and then your constant is not large enough to be truncated. But if you have a large enough data, a large enough number, when you're adding to those risky and stable and liquidity values, the program is essentially going to truncate your input to a smaller value and lose some bits of data at the end on the allocate, which is why we saw less tokens. And then on the remove, it's going to truncate again. So any ideas on how this can actually be fixed? Bring up the code again. Stop truncating. Potentially. So the two was stop truncating and safe math. Both are possible in cases which safe math, both have essentially a safe subset of data. There is one part rounding is also inevitable, because you can mitigate it by maybe controlling your inputs, which was alluded to with safe math. You can completely stop truncation, which you would have to change and factor in your decimals. The other alternatives is maybe you can continue rounding, but round in a direction that always benefits the pool, and ensure that users can't, that even if users are going to get slightly less, that they're aware of this. Or to do what some projects do is define a slippage amount, a maximum amount of delta that they're willing to accept. But going back to this code, unless you're from an implementation perspective, unless you are specifically factoring in the amount of tokens or adjusting the amount of tokens that a user can deposit, the mitigation in order to avoid rounding entirely is going to be very difficult to achieve. And these are the kinds of things that we really like to use Echidna for. This is the category of bugs that we can use with program analysis along with manual analysis to check. I only walked through one small example of how we can use Echidna, but I think there's a lot more potential in checking access controls, making sure that only owners can call their specific functions that should be owner protected. Another aspect that Echidna is very useful for is checking correct bookkeeping that's not just with rounding errors such as this one. Bookkeeping and contracts, making sure storage and balances are correctly accounted for, and more importantly, how tokens are transferred in the system. If you expect that after a function is invoked, that the token balance should have changed hands, then this is something Echidna can test as well. And this, because Echidna has the ability to call transactions from multiple addresses, then it also gives Echidna the ability to mock exploits that involve different callers. Echidna can also be useful for differential fuzzing. And this can be, by differential fuzzing, I mean two words of many different fuzzing techniques. One could be if you have a Solidity contract, a high-level implementation, you can test it against bytecode that's generated either in assembly or UL. You can check the two functions and make sure that they're always equivalent. Or you can compare against, for example, different versions of contracts and making sure that they're equal. So this opens up a lot of opportunity where Echidna can be used in your smart contracts, and this is the power of fuzzing. So I'm going to end off with how to think about Echidna and what you can do to kind of experience Echidna and play around with it. So we have some tutorials on our GitHub repo at Building Secure Contracts. And we highly recommend using Echidna on your code base, just testing it out, playing around with it. And if you have any questions during your process, feel free to join Empire Hacking, our Slack group, or just find me somewhere after the conference.
Hello again. So we've got a little bit of a break, about 10, 15 minutes. There's still food. I'm pretty sure everybody is stuffed to the gills, but there's still food. But if you like the opportunity to like stretch your legs or, you know, get a water, that would be great. I'd like to remind you that all of our sponsors are great, and also that you all should participate in the challenges that are going on today. So please do. The NFT CTF is in the back room over there, and Immunify and Unciphered have their desks set up to host you for fun hacking projects. Have a great time. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. Oh, and if Barton Rhodes is here, you should come up to the front and talk to me. Thank you. One more thing, if you would like one of the shirts that was made, they're on the desk right by the door, or they're on the table right by the door. Feel free to grab one. Hello, friends. We're coming back slightly off schedule, but come back in to hear the next talk. Something about NFT and apes. It's going to be great, I promise.
Hello, I'm Martin. I'll be talking about responsible disclosure and how to build a censorship-resistant, decentralized exploit marketplace, and whether we should. So I'm hoping to try something else today. It's going to be interactive, so hopefully you're ready to learn about the cosmos. And the great thing about the cosmos is that we're in it at all times. And Carl Sagan is a fantastic person, but I wanted to talk about specifically how we do computing and how we actually perform sort of security tasks, about incentives and security and shifting them, like what really needs to happen for us to have a good time online. And I contribute to a DAO. I don't work for a DAO, I guess. Working for a DAO is kind of a misnomer. And the DAO I contribute to is called Security DAO, very manageably so. It started in December of last year at a Radical Exchange conference, unconference in Denver. And the focus of the DAO is really at all cost, secure the value stored in these sort of new forms of exchange of value, as well as the integrity of the consensus as expressed through the collective participation in a governance mechanism enabled by these sort of distributed state machines. I like to use the metaphor of the community computer as what we do here, and so effectively we'll talk about security of community computers, and since I'll start typing, I guess. Thanks. Yeah, and if I've never been to a non-conference, by the way. You know, the format is different from like, you know, person on stage talking at somebody and like having an agenda and pontificating and giving you all the information that, you know, you could ever possibly want. Format is a bit more dynamic, it's a bit emergent, and usually on conferences, sessions at like larger conference events that, you know, are just a small part of that. And then Radical Exchange has radically decided to turn an entire event like this into an unconference. And so the day begins with you sitting in a circle and deciding, you know, sort of whether you feel particularly passionate about something that day, or maybe something that another person says triggers some other thought. And so initially, having shown up to that conference, I haven't really expected to give a talk. And then by the end of the initial sort of circle group, I had two sessions. And so one of them was on sort of whether it's okay to commodify, you know, our interactions and like what a fuzzier sort of like stochastic exchange of value would be, and another being on like how to make these things more secure. And so in that spirit, I'm going to start with this premise that I'm here to learn as much from you as you are to learn from me. And so what I'm going to do is build a knowledge graph. As I'm sure it's probably the only talk today to build a knowledge graph. I'm using a tool called Obsidian. There are other tools like Roam Research. I'm sure a lot of you have used them before. And so we'll start by like populating these things I'm saying. So like as I talk to this, I'll ask questions, and you know, feel free to interrupt me at any time. So community computer is something that, you know, involves a community, right? A public, and so a polity of a kind, or a group of people, you know, a group of friends online doing things. And so a community really is something that, you know, is many things to many people. And so I like German for its ability to very precisely specify sort of a shade of meaning. And so one of the most common parts of the discourse about communities in German centers around this guy Max Weber and this notion of Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft. And so I'm not going to like bore you with that. It's not a that kind of talk. I promise we'll get to blockchains very soon. But the key distinction between the two is that we engage in these systems of value exchange and labor as individuals, and occasionally we forget that and start acting organizationally, right? And so it's important to distinguish everybody participating in security and delivery of software artifacts as responding to their incentives, right? The incentives come from different things like OKRs or some metric that some middle management person came up with and tries to tie to grander narrative. And so other incentives include deadlines or the need to finish things before a vacation or a specific type of incentive that involves impressing your peers. Many times these incentives are aligned with the users of software. Often they're not. And security really is about, if you think about it fundamentally, is about many things, but fundamentally it's about systems doing what we intend them to do. And so many auditors, when they start auditing smart contracts, forget that fact. They start looking at whether the understanding of the developer about the system is fulfilled correctly. And sometimes we forget to ask whether the systems themselves perform the larger task. So I build in Juno ecosystem, and so I'm going to briefly talk about what Juno is. I'm going to show you a small visualization. It's basically going to be a visualization of Juno as a participant in this exchange of value around this sort of larger ecosystem of networks called the Internet of Blockchains, right? So, so this is enabled, it's a pretty visualization, but what does it actually mean? It comes from this notion that communities have, sovereignty, right? So there's a community computer, and sovereignty comes from the fact that there is a decision hierarchy, typically, in any community of value. That community needs to use some way of deciding whether the authority and the decisions are carried out correctly. There is code, of course. Here it's a technical conference. I mean, it's off the chain, so I'm trying to be a little off the cuff. The code in Juno happens specifically in this particular smart contract runtime called COSM-WASM. The COSM-WASM itself is a mouthful, but effectively it's a compilation target, right? So it's a set of intermediate operations that allow a very sort of heterogeneous compute surface to be predictably uniform in ways that are deterministic, right? This idea of determinism will come in handy because determinism allows us to say that every time we run a computation, we get the same result given the same sort of antecedents, right? And so COSM-WASM is something that allows Rust, Go, primarily Rust is practiced, as a compilation target. It's this awesome little thing called WASM32 unknown. And unknown is actually good, right? It means that this is actually a very minimalistic sort of surface that is invoked from JavaScript. And WebAssembly as sort of compile target is interesting in that the thread model of executing these sort of financial instruments, programmable money on sort of a trustless compute surface is equivalent to writing arbitrary code that's closer to the metal than something running in a JavaScript engine. The thread model is compatible, and so in particular, it's very careful about how it manages memory. Like some certain types of memory scenarios where you have sort of all the power in EVM world, Ethereum virtual machine, are not possible in this compute surface. But let's take a step back, right? We're talking about community computer, and we're in the weeds. So let's really see what we have so far. We have a very small graph, right? So we have this code, what is to be done. That's our grounding point, and it's currently disconnected from everything. So knowledge graphs are good in that way. So I'd like to basically describe sufficiently what a community economics and so on, then you won't. And so ownership means simply that you can exercise certain powers over what's yours. So your CW20s, your 721s, and new types of assets where who you are based on your cryptographic identity decides what you can do, right? And in the world where we have this Internet of Value, right? My favorite thing is to watch this Maxine Waters hearing about cryptography from last year, cryptocurrencies, I guess, and just count the times people say sort of Internet of Value in that one. We really have this new form of information exchange where it does things that money historically had to do, and I don't mean paper bills, I mean SWIFT and ACH and all the sanctioned forex. It builds a new set of systems, right, that have a bit more agency and a lot more if you are maximalist in a Bitcoin world where literally that is your agency is the mining process and your cryptographic identity, but also tries to shift the games we play as society around these systems. And there needs to be a chain like Juno where there is a ability to illustrate attacks before permission chains like osmosis can be certain that the code has been vetted. Like one of these contracts being exploited in Juno means that it won't get to basically the situation that holds osmosis, which I believe after Terra collapse is the largest chain in terms of value locked. And so in order to avoid that, Informal Systems has sort of simulation frameworks. There is IBC test framework developed by Strangelove Ventures that allows you to test and illustrate basically your specific scenarios in which IBC fails by reproducing this halt and creating an environment, a lab, a detonation experience, which would have prevented a halt of an entire chain. This experience can be made available for many different settings. And so the goal of my talk today is to really encourage you to think about what network of value exchange an exploit marketplace represents. And how can we accelerate disclosure of these vulnerabilities before the chains or ecosystems they represent get too big and disruption is causing real harm to real people who lock value in these systems. There are a number of exploit marketplaces, and I'm not going to talk about NSO Group and the ethics of sort of selling that to authoritarian regimes, because we are on a war footing, right? And we have to understand that we need to have a set of incentives that developers will respond to when they have deadlines, when they have vacations coming up, and so on. And we have to accelerate disclosure because if we don't, we incur systemic risk that somebody will extract value from of a kind, and it will be disruptive. And so how can we discover the value? Because what these things do, the price of showing what you can do to a chain or let's say Telegram, and what the opportunity cost of not doing that would be to a developer who, a security researcher, just like a hacker, playful person who wants to not go to jail and not be hurt and not necessarily engage with like a dark underground sort of forces, evil, really. And so there's also a policy of no one but us that is common, used to be common in sort of national security establishment, where knowing about the vulnerability and holding on to it reflected a certain degree of acceptance of systemic risk in the systems. And now this idea that if it can be exploited, it will be exploited, has been thoroughly illustrated by even SolarWinds and the situations where several threat groups were joyfully walking through a set of vulnerabilities existing in sort of the national security establishment of the United States. And so I think I don't have the answers, right? To presume that someone knows more about the market, the entire network of people exchanging it, is hubris, right? What I ask you to do, and please reach out, you can find me on Twitter and Element Signal. SecurityDAO has DMs open, and so if you have certain types of questions you have. You can security_DAO is our Twitter handle. Our DMs are open. Or you have favorite stories to share about what you have encountered in the disclosure process if you are that kind of person. We need several people, and we're launching a protocol that is a very simple protocol for creation of interfaces for labs, right? So like if you have an idea of how to make a lab, you are the lab expert. We'll allow you to integrate with a very simple proof interface that allows you to show that you can attack something. And a simple example would be like adversarial ML, actually. So adversarial machine learning examples include like some sort of exploitation of noise inherent in like data that perturbs the decision boundary sort of classifier to misclassify something as a different thing, right? For instance, classification attack, or neural hashing functions try to identify something as undesirable content or not, and if you can sort of pass one as the other, that's attack, right? If you could mint that, and you could brag about it to your peers, that's your incentive, street cred. And so I asked Andrej Karpathy this last year, the holiday party, Tesla's holiday party, whether there was any value, and he said no, because like the environment attacks these models all the time. So there's no value to Tesla, but there's value to those of us who are exposed to systemic bias in these models, an exploration of the space of misclassification and like adversarial examples that are undesirable or reflect some properties of the model that, for whatever reason, don't align with our value sets, could be incentivized, right? We could also start exploring the space of permissionless WebAssembly contracts and trying to incentivize the development of that. So that's labs is the first one. Another one is what people in this space care about a lot is plausible deniability, and so side channels for settlement is another way to do it. So another part of this protocol is the existence of the format struct, really, through which you could specify a Telegram channel, hopefully not the Signal, whatever, or dark alley somewhere where you exchange a flash drive. The operator of this decentralized protocol doesn't need to care. But most importantly, for a developer to feel safe, they are not really, or security researchers to feel safe, not really beholden to the interests of the target, whose incentives are aligned with image, prestige, maybe some their stock value. So what we're releasing is walking the thin line between sort of the I guess blackmail and responsible disclosure, where a researcher can do something that some of my friends who are offensive security professionals, and commonly referring to as like sort of dropping it somewhere in the ScriptKitty forum in Russia, or just publishing it, and so somebody in the UK or whatever can exploit it, and they will not be in trouble. Using this idea of a viewing key. So if you have something you know about a target, you can instantiate our protocol and make a release of that to the world, a predictable event in a state machine, enforced by this validator set and guarantees of Thiderman consensus. Juno is the mechanism used for coordination. Payments mechanisms are flexible. Zcash, Monero, like the usual suspects. And then we want to make it so that the protocol can be iterated upon. And so it can be used for governance. So if you, as a target, decide to participate in governance mechanism and join a multi-sig, you win 30 days, right? So you have 60 days total now at this point. If you make a public announcement to the users of your product and you have listed the threats and the impact, let's say it's remote code execution, there's compromised sort of passwords, you're not going to say exactly how, but you're going to say that you're fixing it. You buy another 30 days to fix it, so 90 days total. We also want to include a national security component, and if it's presenting a sort of tactical risk, and like I said, we're on a war footing, it's 120 days maximum. But after that, no matter what happens, the viewing key and allows for the drop to happen, and somebody will find that code, and somebody just for shits and giggles will use it to hack someone, and so that potentially could crash their stock. Now that's not nice, right? We don't want that to happen. The whole point is to create sort of pressure on the target to do something about it, because people don't really change unless they have to. That's sort of the principle of the game theoretic sort of equilibria that we arrive at. It's just like a result of thoughtlessness and like a common, problems with disclosure are very well known, and so this is not perfect. It's just a very simple approximation of what needs to be. And so the labs allow you to illustrate using whatever technique your lab does that you can detonate the sample and achieve a certain state of a system. There are very strong guarantees like ZK Starks, or it could be a very simple thing like a Twitch stream about some logs you have from some group chats or something, where you simply sign a transaction or reveal a certain amount of information that can be independently validated. Like the validation of your ability to do something could be as simple as a multi-sig vote. What really matters is that the interface, the abstraction, can capture many different ways of illustrating your capability, and then you, the network of value exchange, you, the dear Anon, one of one, can actually feel safe in that by using this lab, you're not going to reveal how you do it, right? That's the fundamental principle there. And then the final piece, and this is probably the most questionable one, and like it's again remains to be seen, right? You can't really reason about these systems. You have to test them in production. You have to accelerate their deployment and see how they work, and then iterate and then shift to different protocols, because if they don't work, because if your target doesn't collaborate and the token crashes, really you don't get anything out of it. So there are a number of instruments now, including like primitive and RMMs, which create sort of like ability to create derivatives. And I really don't like speculation and like DeFi space and Ponzinomics and stuff, but I think in this case, what it will allow to do is to create an instrument that will inversely operate with value of the token that you're hacking, or again, this remains to be seen. Primitive is one of those mechanisms you can even use externally. That doesn't have to be a blockchain thing, like a TradFi world. And then finally, if the whole thing collapses, you have to have a bounty with an existing sort of bounty vendor, like or a bounty program like HackerOne or any of the existing ones that are out there, Unify. So yeah, and then we're hoping to ship this as a very simple sort of like a state machine of responsible disclosure to the world. Most of this value will not be realized by SecurityDAO. Like it will be by a group of friends who have knowledge and skills, and they can trade their wares using this sort of protocol instead of like selling it to the Russians, the Russian government, I should say. And so I think it's one of those things where we don't know what a better consensus looks like. I am not here to tell you what it is. I'm here to tell you that we have to try, because if we don't, the world will only keep accelerating towards this boring dystopia, and we will not succeed at preserving sort of the conscious life on Earth, right? This is when somebody's blasting away from a tank at a nuclear power plant in Michaud in Ukraine. This is not a good set of like equilibria to arrive at. I'm not saying that it all rests on blockchain security, but it rests on our ability to coordinate and engage in better games and engage in better exchanges of value, where we can move past sort of like the boring view of humanity and our place in the universe and start addressing actual systemic challenges that our planet is facing. I'm almost at time, and I realized this wasn't as interactive. I mean, let's look at our graph. So we have some stuff here. I encourage you to start thinking in graphs. There's this nice keynote from iClear 2021, the Erlangen program for deep learning operations, and being able to effectively act in the world based on that manifold is what's happening. As of the graph hack recently, Juno is actually now part of the Cosmos in general of the graph protocol, right? So, I used to scoff at it. I was like, wow, you bastardized this word to mean like an index. How dare you? But also, I was wrong, and because the graph is there, it doesn't have to be represented as a graph. The graph is in the data. It's just computationally very intensive to find it. And the first thing we need to have is the indexer. So I just really take a look at this protocol. It's the first one, many steps. Our interactions online are implemented using like many different Web2 mechanisms, but there are now tools like Lens Particle and Lenster that allow us to have decentralized composable social graphs, so our ecosystems of value can interoperate with one another, and we can define the rules of that and configure 1,000 different experiments, like let 1,000 DAOs bloom, so that one of them may settle on a better set of parameters and exchanges of value than what we have today. Above all, we want to accelerate disclosure of vulnerabilities in these systems before too much of our well-being and livelihood rests in them. So that's the message. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak it off the chain. Please reach out on Twitter, SecurityDAO. I'm also on Lenster. Basically stopped posting on Twitter at the moment I was able to join it, so it's bemorphism.lens. If you have that, it'll be open to the public soon. And just in general, like, demand better games, refuse to play the games you're given if they don't make you happy, they don't make you fulfilled, and you understand that it doesn't rest on some social system, it rests simply on this sort of ability to run this code in a deterministic way where it fulfills the goals of what you do. Thank you. That's it.
Hi. So we're going to take a quick break, about 10, 15 minutes. If you want to take any of the Thai food with you, please, please, please take it with you. We bought way too much, and we can't all take it home. But I invite you to. When we get back, we are going to be graced with a bit impromptu talk by Bob Gurley. And yeah, 10, 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Test, test.
That's good.
I'll put it close to you, and then it's better that you push it away than otherwise you don't.
Got it. Got it. Got it.
That's what I've observed.
Sure. Unless you want to. What has been the protocol?
Feel free to introduce.
I'm happy to. Thank you. Yeah, no worries.
Hello, friends,
Sorry.
my fellow
The on-stage stands,
crypto
and it's
blockchain
the
people.
this piece that's always the bummer. Yeah.
We are about to get started on the next talk. So please come and sit yourselves down for Mr. Brad, who will be fiddling with the mic stand, apparently. All right.
The rain sound. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you especially to Off the Chain Con for this opportunity to share some thoughts with you and some observations. That's probably a little bit better. You can hear me now. So if you're not familiar with this, this is Zero Wing, and this was a marginal game with a very happy poor translation that turned it into a meme and brought it back to life 20 years after it was something. Sorry, we have a crashed application. Can anybody see this? There we are. Alrighty. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit today about identity, as I believe that identity is at the core of some of the most interesting and fundamental questions that are coming out of the rise of the metaverse, cyberspace, Web3, the Matrix, whatever it is that you call that online space where you hang out with your friends. The consortium has proposed that DIDs, or decentralized identifiers, are a suitable solution for how to deal with identity online. This is important because a foundation of any economy is a verifiable identity, a method of value exchange, and a record of that value exchange. And a record of that value exchange. This consortium has been pushing a W3C standard, even though there have been multiple proofs of technical difficulties and technical exploits of the DID system. They claim that they are providing self-sovereign identity, but instead they're just delivering another round of the same old, same old. Large corporations holding user data and being put in the place to eventually exploit that user data. It's truly the opposite of what self-sovereign means. On top of my normal nightmare about passwords and keeping control of my identity system, I now have to keep control and access to all of these DIDs across all of these other locations in order to demonstrate my identity in any meaningful way. This consortium is pushing the idea that you are the center of your digital world, and that is exactly what we should be striving for. User-centric, user-owned, user-controlled identity. That should be the next generation. But unfortunately, that is far from what their implementation has achieved. Back to the technical exploits. My favorite article that I've read recently is in IEEE Access, and it's by Kim, Cho, Kim, and Wu. And it's exceptionally thorough in breaking apart all of the different attack vectors for DIDs. It's incredibly thorough. And what it shows off is DIDs truly do have the best of all attack vectors. Wallet attacks, phishing attacks, cache poisoning attacks, they're all there. It's a cornucopia of attack vectors. They go through and map out the entire ecosystem and point to every point there is a flaw. Like I said, it's extremely thorough. However, they did leave out some of the systemic fragilities of this system. One of the most critical components of the entire DID system is the universal resolver, which acts as the definitive cross-issuer index. As an example of one of these fragilities, what happens when the universal resolver is offline for an extended period of time, like since May 13th, when the last time it was indexed by Internet Archive? What happens? Well, the bank that's trying to verify the DID of my pay stub at ADP doesn't get that information. Studio 54, when they're trying to age verify me to let me in, they also don't get that information. Without this critical component of the ecosystem being up and available, the whole ecosystem goes down. Another systemic fragility is how they choose issuers, hosts, and validators. They've held up multiple times DNS issuers and certificate authorities as suitable types of individuals or organizations that can act as issuers or hosts or validators. But there's a deep record of these self-same organizations being compromised, and those compromises affecting individuals. And while I love technical exploits and systemic fragility as much as everyone else, I think the real unconsidered flaw inside of the DID system is the requirements to exist in the real world. Things like regulatory compliance. Design decisions made by the DID consortium make it incompatible with the idea of verifying a human identity. What is identity? It's the collection of individual items that make me me and you you, right? It's my face, my retina print, my fingerprints, my footprint, my signature, my voice, my hair color. Those things that make it easy for people to identify me. But is identity the same as identification? No, it's not. Identity is in no way the same as identification. Identification is a physical artifact given to you by your government. They provide it to you so that they can authenticate you in the real world at their pleasure. That's why it's given to you. It's provided to enable on-the-point authentication. Who are you? Oh yeah, according to whom? Who is the oracle for that data? Who was the one that actually attested to that information? Well, in this case, it's the state's Department of Motor Vehicles acting as the oracle, having seen the foundational underlying documents and recorded those attestations about you into their system. That identification also carries with it authorization. I can drive a car, I can catch a fish, I can leave the country, and I can take advantage of warehouse pricing because of the identification that I carry. Identification is also notoriously easy to both copy, fake, and impersonate and modify. So DIDs are attestations which are tied to an identification, not to an identity. This is a structural, fundamental flaw in the system. At the very heart of verifiable identity is the ability for you to get to the unique human that owns that identity. A piece of identification does not do that. And what about the 22 million people inside of the United States that have no government ID, or the billion worldwide that don't either? They're locked out of this system because they can't make an attestation that works for DIDs. There's no consideration for either deduplication or for the unidentified. If I have my driver's license and ISP bill, I have one account. Passport and water bill, a second. I have a state ID and a PG&E bill. Guess what? That's a third account. Without being able to prevent individuals from creating multiple system-wide accounts, this system will be exploited. Put simply, with an identification system built on DIDs, I can launder money. Laundering money is explicitly the thing that financial regulation is built to address. Fun fact, DID also means dissociative identity disorder. Sybil was a dissociative identity disorder individual. Just like Moon Knight, who has 3 personalities, he gets to have 9 DIDs if he has 3 identification cards. Within the DID system, organizations have many important roles. They're the issuer, the validator, and the host of your data. There's no consideration for a business to be a component of this system. Even though corporations have the same action potential as individuals. They're not a component of this system. I can't show up with my business license and get a DID. So business entity cloning, impersonation, and hijacking are all possibilities in this system. And without a mechanism to deduplicate individuals, the repercussions cascade as businesses enter the mix. Can you imagine the chaos if someone created a structurally identical international monetary fund? Can you imagine? But what relies on personal and corporate identity? Well, financial regulations do. Privacy regulations do. International and domestic financial regulation is written to address individuals and corporations, entities which DIDs do not deduplicate nor definitively address. Tax code, financial regulation, and all laws are targeted at individuals, at identities, not claims. Because of these two facts, there's no capacity in the DID architecture for many types of custody which are important in the real world. But what are DIDs exactly? The identity solution based on DIDs being proposed has the organization who has data about you publishing claims or DID documents that they then host on their computers pointed to by DIDs or referential URLs. The issuer of the DID is the custodian of your identity data, and it is their responsibility to maintain it with confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Your dry cleaner is transferring custody of your clothes to you when they collect the ticket and hand you back your shrink-wrapped clothes. But what if the institution's servers are offline, or the database hasn't replicated from other locations, or the communications links are down? Well, in order to use that attestation, you have to rely on the custodian being available, online, and up to date. That's the equivalent of only being able to use your driver's license for age validation while the DMV is physically open. That doesn't make any sense. The DID proposal fails to accomplish identity verification and, by extension, authentication. But if they didn't solve for identity verification, what do the proponents of DIDs say they did solve? Well, passwordless login, transaction signing, persistent communications channels. Well, you know what, guys? I can do all of that with my private public key pair and Ethereum wallet. I don't need DIDs to do any of the things that they're claiming on that slide. The three pillars of an economy are verifiable identity, a method of value exchange, and a record of those value exchanges. In a digital economy, most means of value exchange are reliant on the underlying banking system custodying your funds and vouching for the custody of those funds. In the decentralized internet where DeFi exists, you're relying on the various platforms to custody your funds. Now we're creating a whole new class of identity custodian, something that never existed before. Now these individual organizations have to conform to the varying regulations around data privacy, document retention, online availability, and security. Many of these organizations that are held out to be a member of the DID architecture are not well equipped in order to take on this additional IT overhead. Schools, healthcare institutions, and even government is generally not interested in an unending support infrastructure like this. If the DID construct, inside of the DID construct, if the custodian is not able to deduplicate people, whose claim is valid? Is it my identity with my driver's license or my identity with my passport? And if they can't deduplicate people nor companies, then authentication and authorization are nearly impossible. And the whole economy is based on quicksand. Remember, financial custodianship is a licensed, regulated activity worldwide and requires compliance with all of the financial services legislation. What about identity custodianship? Have you ever even seen a law that deals with identity custodianship? I haven't. The need for this digital identity system is only going to become more important as I'm able to project myself as my avatar into Web3. As the technology improves and our avatars become photorealistic, who's allowed to make an avatar of Brad Whitteman? Who's allowed to wear that avatar? What authentication and authorization will that carry with it? More importantly, how do we prevent deep fakes from creating accounts online now? And what will be the method of recovery when we find them? We have to plan for these things before they occur because they will occur. Unfortunately, DIDs and this whole architecture is not a solution for verifiable identity, especially if you want to solve for the real-world financial, regulatory, and economic considerations today. So some of these problems might be able to be addressed, but in light of the many technical exploits that have already been documented so thoroughly, and the structural fragilities that we've discussed, maybe we should reset. Start fresh, taking these identity-related needs and regulations into consideration when designing this foundational element of the next generation internet. Start again with the benefit of all the knowledge that we have now. While many technical exploits exist in the DID space, I believe it will be the non-technical structural issues of identity, regulation, and compliance that truly are the undoing of the DID framework as a candidate identity solution for Web3 and beyond. Everyone remember Katz from the beginning? He's very happy to custody all of your DIDs for you. Thank you very much, everyone. Question?
Spoof it. Yeah, I was just saying that people were able to spoof the actual recovery checks because they would do a video check to make sure it's the person. All somebody has to do is use the 3D printer and print a mask that makes themselves look like the person.
Indeed, and indeed, that's a very good point. And the ability for deep fakes to wrap a video of an individual around a 3D form is readily available today. There have been some incredible deep fakes done by amateurs. If you are familiar with the TV show The Mandalorian, the actual version that was broadcast was actually done by not the pros at ILM, but by an amateur who showed up and said, your version that you broadcast looked horrible, this one's much better. So there's amateurs out there that are absolutely better than all of the professionals at making deep fakes.
Wow.
And that should scare everyone.
Yeah, I know the Lucas guys, they are open to like letting people do DIY. I didn't realize they broadcasted actual fan film.
Oh yeah. Yes. I'm sorry? No, that's a great question. So, yes, the question was, how did I get into identification? As that's not something that is generally thought of in tech circles. Was that the question? Perfect. I started life as an economist, okay, which is very strange. When I was growing up, there's the kid that wants to be the fireman, there was the kid that wants to be the policeman. I wanted to be an economist. So I read economics books. And everything to me when I was growing up looked like systems. And I got really into that, and I went to school, and I went to school to become an economist, and I got out and I got a job at a think tank in Washington, D.C., because that's what you do as an economist, and I hated it. But what it did teach me was the importance of the individual and individual regulation within the marketplace. And then I went on to a career building out in mobile telephony architectures, various elements of the mobile telephony system. So SMS to my email and back, that was my first startup. So everything inside of a mobile telephony network is an economy. It's an individual represented by their SIM card, a call data record, which is the method of value exchange, and the billing platform, which is the record of the value exchange. So if you think of every network that you can think of, they're all economies. And when you think of things that way, it gets very, very interesting watching the meetings of the different economies. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very
And
much,
thank
everyone.
you. Next up, we have Mr. Bob Gurley from UDA, who will be talking to us about, what are you talking about? The metaverse. Awesome. Well, I'll let you take it away.
This thing called the metaverse. The metaverse got a lot of publicity last summer when Mark Zuckerberg announced that he wants to shift his company to be a metaverse company. But really, this is something that the community's been talking about for decades. And specifically, I want to talk about cybersecurity in the metaverse and the importance of cryptocurrencies to fulfilling any kind of true promise of the metaverse from a cybersecurity perspective. So, my big request is please give me feedback on this. I have really some thoughts here I think can be helpful with feedback, but I could really use your inputs on these. Speaking of feedback, this microphone's kind of loud. Is it too loud for you guys? I'll try to watch my voice and not yell too much. We provide some information on what the metaverse really is. What it is today, what's coming tomorrow, the security issues we're already seeing with the metaverse, the 5 big threats to the metaverse, and how cryptocurrency can play in mitigating some of those threats. And the big thing I really lead up to as a framework for mitigating some of those threats. The bottom line up front, the metaverse is coming, but it's not here yet. Think of it as the next big wave of technologies in the internet. I'll talk about the 3 waves. And also keep in mind that there's nothing that should lead us to believe that this next wave of metaverse technologies will be more secure than the first 2 waves. And there's definitely more need for community involvement in making this more secure. So the third wave of internet technologies, this metaverse, builds upon the previous two waves. The first wave in the 90s was connecting the computers together in an internet. The second wave was the mobile wave. The third wave is now this virtual, persistent environment where we can all interact and have a common store of value. This is what people are talking about when they mention the metaverse. Unfortunately now there's many definitions of the metaverse, and I think that's just part of the dynamic nature. So my recommendation is do not expect a firm, solid definition of the metaverse. Expect a lot of dynamic input on this, but here's my definition. The metaverse is a massive virtual environment where there's a store of value and persistence. And that store of value is going to be based on the cryptocurrency world that we're currently building. So we cannot really secure the metaverse until we get the cryptocurrency security right. Cryptocurrency really makes the metaverse work. So think of the metaverse as a coming convergence of all these technologies we're seeing today. And we are, again, the metaverse is not here yet, but we're seeing hints of what's coming really soon. And some of the hints are listed here. We are seeing great virtual environments for business collaboration, for example. We're seeing fantastic environments for not just the Zoom, but the persistent business collaboration. We're seeing great gaming environments that scale incredibly. Roblox, very scalable. Fortnite, very scalable. Millions of people interacting there in persistent environments. Still not the full metaverse yet. We're seeing interoperable games like Decentraland and Sandbox where you can buy and exchange property and share between those games. So again, hints at a coming metaverse. We're seeing in the business context and industrial context the digital twins and things like the HoloLens and Magic Leap. And we're seeing the foundations of a more virtualized medicine taking advantage of metaverse kind of technologies. And of course, we've all been seeing the Web3 interoperability that's being built by the cryptocurrency world. All of this is just foundational to the metaverse. Tomorrow's metaverse grows more. And tomorrow is more, and maybe this, I shouldn't say tomorrow, this could be a decade away. The persistent, always-on metaverse of interconnected devices where tens of millions of people can interact in real time is impossible today. And the billions of people in the metaverse is impossible for the next decade, I'm sure. But it's coming. And it is projected to be $1 trillion industry, so it's serious, and it's all going to be made real by cryptocurrency. Why do we say it's $1 trillion industry? Well, this is a graphic made famous by a private equity company run by Matthew Bell, which is how he divides the metaverse business world. And if you look at the foundational layers of metaverse that's required, the servers and the telecom and the exchanges, this really adds up. This is how it gets to $1 trillion industry quickly. So that, I just say that because it underscores we need to track the threats so we can secure the threats. What are the 5 most significant threats of the metaverse? I list them here. Cryptocurrency can help solve 2 of these 5 key threats, the first 2. The first are the privacy threats. If you imagine a world where it's online 24/7, you can interact there anytime. You can have your avatars persist there without you acting on your behalf. If there are privacy threats against those avatars, and there's privacy threats against you. The threats are surveillance by corporations, surveillance by governments, surveillance by criminals, and that online surveillance already occurs, but now imagine that surveillance on steroids, watching your every eyeball movement or your every gesture. So there's serious new privacy threats. And then there's the new fraud vectors. All the old fraud vectors will still be there. The new fraud vectors are just going to be, they're persistent, and they're there 365 days a year, just like the metaverse itself. And these fraud vectors are there to attack your wealth, which increasingly will be part of this metaverse. So here too, cryptocurrency can play a role in solving this. The other 3 issues of the metaverse we track, there's also solutions to. I haven't found cryptocurrency solutions to these, but I do believe that there are frameworks for solution to them too. And these include the dangers of people tuning out more and spending more time in the metaverse, and the danger of people losing track of reality, and also the danger of more of human demons being unleashed because of the anonymity that they get in the metaverse. So I'll get to solutions for solving these in just a second. Basically, the solution is we, the security community, needs to come together and establish a framework, and then in each of these components of the framework, come up with workable actions that can be taken to mitigate the risk. These lessons include taking advantage of the old skills in solving problems, but we need some new ones as well. The framework that I think we need is one based on entities. The entities being those listed here: individuals, communities, companies, governments, academia. I have one slide on each and would love your feedback on this part of the presentation. For example, what should individuals do to protect their piece of the metaverse? Well, every individual, not just us in the security community, need to understand how to protect their cryptocurrencies, how to protect their wallets, how to protect their hot wallets, their cold wallets, how to protect their, of course, seed phrases, but how to stop that from being attacked. Individuals have a key role in protecting their own crypto in the metaverse, and it really is not going to work unless individuals have more knowledge of understanding crypto, in my opinion. There's a lot of other things that individuals need to do to mitigate privacy threats, including understanding how to create pseudonymous accounts so they can interact in the metaverse without having that tracked to their physical name and location. But there's many other actions that have to be done beyond individuals, and I'll get to those slides in just a second. For example, communities in the metaverse. Communities really need to take a lead here in helping mitigate fraud and many of the issues there, including establishing common interoperable frameworks for sharing information on threats and for sharing information on vulnerabilities. Communities also play a key role in protecting crypto. Building in security and privacy in these communities at the beginning is also key, of course. At the company level, there's, of course, things that companies should do to protect their users and to build secure systems. And this can include testing the security by red teaming, of course, but working with users and communities to make sure that they've built a secure foundation at the company level. There are roles for governments. There's some things that only governments can do, the law enforcement or protecting against hostile foreign nations who want to exploit things via the metaverse. Working with international organizations to fight international crime. This is all important to protecting things at the government level. Governments can also support Web3 cybersecurity more than they currently do, and would love to see that. So that's the basic outline of a framework for security. Oh, academia. I know there's a role for academia in teaching people the threats and teaching people best practices in security in the metaverse and in Web3, and teaching people how to build with security in mind. With that, I'll slow down and say I really think we're early at this phase of the metaverse. Web3 is new, the metaverse is new. It's time for us security professionals to start a dialogue and figure out how to improve the situation. And with that, I would love your input by email. Please send me a note. I'm at bob@uda.com. I'll send you this briefing. Would love to get your thoughts on this so I can iterate this and keep improving it. Thanks, guys. That's it. Thank you.
Oh, wait, I think you need some speaker picks. Also, dresses with pockets are the most amazing thing known to humankind.
Thank you. Thank you.
So our schedule's been a little borked, but oh, right, I used to have a box. No, it's all right. I took it off the stage. Schedule's been a little bit askew from what was originally published, but welcoming onto the stage our next speaker, who will be talking to us about something absolutely fabulous. I think, probably fabulous.
Oh, that's not working. Oh. It is not working. Oh, maybe that'll work. That is. I'm sorry. Yeah, it should. You know, when something has the "it should just work" interface, when it doesn't work, it becomes the "just doesn't work" interface. Very little opportunity to fix things. I can just talk, but people like seeing slides. I don't know why it's. Oh. I have no idea what the issue is. What? Huh? I have US. It should be all the same, but let's see. Oh, is that gonna work? I have no idea. I can share this and send it to. Hey. Okay, hold on. Let me. Oops. Oh, right there. Sure. Will Mm-hmm. What? Just put it right here. Okay, we're working. So, if you have, there are these databases which have numbers in them, and people seem very concerned with these numbers. In particular, they don't want these numbers to go down while someone else's number goes up. That's viewed as very bad. They take this seriously, and it would seem to be a good idea to take appropriate measures to keep that from happening. So let's just pretend that these numbers correlate to real money and we wish to take their custody very seriously. First off, what do banks do? Banks don't really do a great job of this. Banks associate accounts with physical human beings. They have some kind of rules about how transactions can, generally speaking, be reversed after a certain amount of time if certain things happen under certain conditions, yada, yada, yada. They don't let you know what these rules are, and they don't give you any control over them whatsoever as a customer. You just get what you're getting. That's it. They're very heavily dependent on meat space authentication, which is good and bad. It's bad because it's kind of a pain. It's good because it actually works pretty well. Even having a physical human being walk into a place at all, any human being, is a pretty substantial hurdle for a lot of attacks. Banks have password policies. They have some of the worst password policies you will ever see anywhere, following complete and total voodoo and authentication questions and just ridiculous superstitions. And now they have enhanced their security by putting in phone number authentication everywhere. Thanks, guys. That was really great. So banks are not the greatest, but people still leave ridiculous amounts of money in them. Then there's, what do cryptocurrencies do? What are the practices for cryptocurrencies? At best, you're using M of N. Generally speaking, using cryptocurrencies feels like carrying around suitcases full of $100 bills. It's really super sketchy. There are these better things where you use M of N keys. Those have the property that if anyone manages to compromise the M of N, they just drain everything instantly. Wallet support for these is not great, and more sophisticated things than M of N just isn't really there at all. In particular, some things you might want are, well, some of the things that banks do. You might want it to be that transactions aren't really done instantly, that they take some amount of time and there is some way to undo them if they were fraudulent. You might want to rekey your wallet, change who the set of signers is, and have appropriate security measures around how that's done. And in particular, you might want to make it so that M+1 of N can stop an attack coming from M of N, which those other two things are really in service of making happen. There are some other bits of functionality you might want here, like making it so that people can pay into this wallet in a way where if you have done a rekey, the payment will have been done to the rekey and the person doesn't have to go and change what they're paying to. Things like that. So yeah, the existing tools are very crude, and this is frustrating because this situation is worse than what it is for the banks. As a matter of actual practice, your chances of getting hacked horribly with cryptocurrencies are, in practice, greater with crypto accounts than with banks, and it should be the opposite way. It should be possible to make it so that smart contracts of some kind, even very minimal ones, can have well-defined business processes with total transparency and end-user control, which are much, much better than what it is that banks do. But we, the cryptocurrency industry as a whole, are doing a horrible job with this. Some of this is because better custody is what the world needs, not what the world wants, because what the world wants is another Ponzi scheme. But what the world needs is better custody. So, I am the founder of Chia Network. We have a cryptocurrency called Chia. We have a pre-farm. I don't wish to discuss the issues around that, but we do in fact have a pre-farm. And Chia, the cryptocurrency, has an on-chain programming environment called Chia Lisp, which is a much better way of doing on-chain programming than the existing alternatives. It has the auditability and security that you get with Bitcoin, while enabling the kind of smart coin functionality that you get using Solidity, while still being extremely auditable. In fact, it supports, in many ways, quite a bit more than Solidity does, but with the downside that a web developer can't in an afternoon get something that looks like it works, which that might actually be a feature. But what we are doing with this is we are making a better custody solution, and we are dog fooding it. We are going to take the Chia pre-farm and put it inside this thing that we're building. And we have some goals here other than simply good custody. We're also locking up the funds so they can only be withdrawn at a certain rate, because we want to let the world know that we're not just going to dump everything. We have not sold any of the Chia pre-farm to date, and we wish to, in addition to promising very strongly with appropriate business measures that we're not just going to dump it, we are going to physically lock it up on chain so that we can't pull the funds out at faster than a certain rate. But that's an additional feature on top of basic custody, so I'm not going to be covering that much here. So, what's going on with custody? What is there? Having gone through this exercise, I have to say, thinking seriously about custody is terrifying. Not to say that what I'm building is terrifying. What I'm building is reasonably confidence-inspiring. What's terrifying is that you realize that this is really security 101, and you've never seen it done ever. The stuff I'm going to talk about is not only not Chia specific, it's not even blockchain specific. This is like business processes for access to funds kind of stuff. So, and it's just never done, and it should be just one of the first things you talk about when you talk about business processes for security. So, first off, what are the kinds of attacks that we have? So we're going to be building what is a better M of N wallet that supports M+1 of N can undo stuff, and you have some time locks, and it supports rekeys. So thinking about this, first off, what kinds of attacks are there? Well, each individual key can be attacked. So the individual keys can be sniffed, meaning that an attacker gets a copy of the key, but whoever is the legitimate holder of the key still has their own copy of the key and might not even know that it's been sniffed. A key can also be stolen, meaning an attacker got access to the key and the legitimate holder of the key no longer has access to the key. It's gone from their possession. And then finally, it can be lost, where neither an attacker nor the owner have access to the key. And it's really important when you're talking about perspective here to understand something deep about the universe, which is sooner or later, entropy gets us all. If you're custodying very large sums of money, it's not good enough to do a good job of keeping it secure for the next year or 5 years. You want to talk about 20, 30 years down the line when the current holders of the key die, when the banks where you're holding your safe deposit boxes go under, where all kinds of bad things have happened because of the inevitable march towards the heat death of the universe. And you want to have ways of dealing with these situations. And if you think, oh, there's no way we could possibly lose all, we could possibly lose like 4 of these 5 keys because we're pretty reliable. It's like, yeah, well, you could say the same thing. Oh, well, there's no way every single person in this room will die. There's a very easy way to get every single person in this room to die. You wait 200 years, we're all dead. That's how you do it. All right, now there are consequences. What might happen if there is an attack on the system? So these are varying degrees of severity of how bad they might be. So one of them is you do a rekey. So whatever was happening in terms of withdrawals and things going on keeps going without a hiccup, but some ceremony needs to be done where the legitimate holders make a new set of keys and issue them. By the way, everything here does have an assumption that there is some method by which the key holders can well and truly authenticate each other. There's some backstop where you can like meet space verifying whatever, that these people are who you think they are, who they are supposed to be. If you get into some kind of science fiction thing where there's some cyborg that's a perfect replica of some person and can fool all their friends and everyone into thinking that who they are, that's completely OP and this whole thing completely falls apart. So I'm making this assumption that there is some probably pretty expensive backstop of finally authenticating the identity of everybody else that does always work, but it's very expensive and you don't use it all the time. All right, so slow keying can be a thing. There can be a slow rekey. So a slow rekey means that it's not going to work for a while, that there is an interruption of basic service, that everything's just kind of frozen for an extended period of time, but then a rekey will happen and then it will start working again. I'll get into when that can happen. You can also have a deadlock. A deadlock is a situation where there is an attacker trying to get access to the funds, there is the legitimate holder of the funds, and they're fighting each other. They're actively fighting each other, and they are successfully keeping the other one from doing anything, from getting anything done. The whole system is, well, deadlocked. The funds are frozen. Nothing is happening. This keeps going on until one of them just gives up. One of them eventually just says, okay, whatever, I'm going to stop doing this. This is subtly but importantly different from the funds being bricked. If you have a brick, that means not only the funds are not moving now, but the funds are not moving ever. No one will ever get access to the funds. They are gone. And finally, funds can be drained. This is the bad case that people tend to worry about, although actually getting bricked is far more common in actual practice. But getting drained, an attacker just steals all the money. And that's a very bad thing to have happen. So those are the kinds of consequences. And finally, this is kind of a very important table here. So let's say that we have a 3 of 5 multisig. You could have other M of n, but this is a good example of a thought out thing. So what we're going to have is scenarios where we have our cold wallet and we have a hot wallet. So the idea is mostly funds are sitting in this cold wallet where they move only every once in a while do you do a withdrawal, not every day. And then most of the time you move funds from there to a hot wallet. And in your hot wallet, you're probably using, we're probably going to use a third-party custody partner who does pretty traditional trust us kind of security measures. So the interesting thing here really has to do with the cold wallet, and this is a 3 of 5. So the idea is if you have 1 or 2 keys that have a problem, that are sniffed or stolen or lost, that an attacker can't really do a denial of service on you with those. That the attacker can do something that makes you do something, maybe, but they can't make it so that your funds are even frozen for a period of time until you do a rekey or something like that. One or two keys being even stolen should just necessitate eventually doing a rekey, but it's not a big deal. If there are 3 to 5 keys outright stolen, that is a scenario, that's over here, that is a scenario which is indistinguishable from the honest parties still having their keys and attacker only having stolen the other side. So if that scenario happens, you're just hosed and the funds are getting drained. There is you have been sufficiently compromised that it is mathematically impossible without invoking some other oracle somewhere that's even more trustworthy, which is not what we're doing here. There's just no way of making it so that in the case of 3 to 5 keys being stolen, that the money doesn't just get drained. Now, you can do something if 3 keys get sniffed. If 3 of the 5 keys have gotten sniffed, you can make it so that the defenders now have to pull together 4 keys, which presumably they don't normally do. During normal operations, you do stuff using 3 of the 5 keys, and 2 are just kind of kept in cold storage and you're not accessing them all the time. Might rotate which ones, but for the most part, you don't pull out every single key every single time because that's its own potential security problem. But if an attacker manages to sniff all 3, for example, that you're actively using, then you go into cold storage, pull out the 4th one, and use those 4 to now stop this attack that's ongoing. And then you need to do a rekey with those 4, but you can continue doing your banking operations as that goes. This also works if an attacker manages to sniff 4 of them. If an attacker manages to sniff all 5, again, mathematically, you're just kind of hosed here, and you're in a deadlock situation. Hopefully, if that ever happens in practice, everyone just sits at a stalemate until the attacker just kind of gives up because they're in the wrong, one hopes. But you really don't want to be in that situation. If things are lost, like I said before, losing a lot of keys does happen. So generally speaking, you want to make it so that if 3 or 4 of the keys are completely lost, then it is possible to do a recovery, but it will take a while. That you want it to be that you can only do it if the funds just kind of haven't moved for an extended period of time. And if you try to do it, it's very easy for, like if one key tries to do a slow rekey, then it only takes like one other key to stop them from doing that slow rekey. That this is something that is only rarely supposed to work. It's really just for the narrow scenario where 4 of the 5 keys are just gone from the universe and there's only 1 left, and you don't want things to be bricked. So there is a long, slow process whereby 1 key all by its lonesome is capable of regaining access to the funds, but not in a way where they could even temporarily denial of service things where there are other keys online, and it's very easy even for 1 other key to stop this from happening. So we're building things to allow that to happen. And of course, if all 5 keys are gone, you're just bricked. There's nothing you can do. Just by definition, everything is now gone. An important thing to note is if 3 keys are sniffed, but your monitoring systems completely and totally fail, and you just don't do anything online, this in practice winds up being an awful lot like your keys getting stolen. So you can, in fact, get drained if 3 of the keys are sniffed and all monitoring systems fail. So important to not have every single monitoring system fail. Hopefully, every single key holder is doing monitoring and trying to keep anything bad from happening. And then the hot wallet does not benefit from this magic, and if the keys are sniffed or stolen, then the entirety of whatever's in the hot wallet, which is hopefully not all that much, that can get drained. And if those keys are just lost, then it's just a brick. I'm not going into implementation details here, which are kind of interesting. That winds up getting into very Chia-specific stuff, how we're going about doing that. But it is very interesting. And I'll take questions, if people have any questions. Yes? Yeah, the question is the weakness where you custody keys? Yes. Yeah. You must have physical custody of keys. The idea here is to define business processes such that the consequences for varying degrees of breach of the physical custody are as small as possible. In practice, you can set up your business process. Your business processes cannot keep physical security breaches from happening. Those are outside of their world. But what they can do is make it so that in every single scenario of physical breaches happening, you recover from them as well as is possible under those circumstances by having carefully thought through all of the scenarios in advance.
Now with zero, I forgot what it's called, I forgot what Google's zero and others, zero trust, yeah. You're always gonna not be able to think out like the solution. So what do you do when you like, not if, when you get like, you get pwned or you get, it's like, because I really respect the model you've used to break it down and think about it, especially the earlier parts, because it is right on and a lot better than a lot of stuff I see a lot of places that should be better. But how do we actually, and how does this map to how you guys at Chia do it to avoid the problem when inevitably your keys get hot?
So we're doing right what this says here. We're following very good physical security procedures, following best practices for those, and on top of that, we are also custodying things with this technology solution.
Yeah, because I like the way you've delayed it, but the problem is there's some use cases where they need it fast. Like they're trying to replace algorithmic trading for some things.
So we are keeping some amount of funds in a hot wallet.
Yeah.
And the idea is to make it so that the amount of funds in the hot wallet is enough that whatever amount you need fast, you do have available fast.
So basically token economics, which is the way you, tokenomics, yeah, excellent.
But then you're limiting how much stuff you lose in the event of a hot wallet breach.
How much more painful was this to build in reality than when you sat down and kind of came up with the idea?
Well, I would say actually this stuff that I just covered was like half the work. Like even in just this presentation I made, the information here is really not that trivial to figure out. I mean, once you see it, it's like, oh yeah, duh, of course you do use that way.
I feel like always how engineering is.
Yeah.
It's like once you know the answer, you're like, oh duh.
Yeah,
but to get there, it's like
right. So there's this other layer of doing it, which is what is the state of the wallet, and as you're like when you're doing a withdrawal and what are the time locks on what things, yada yada yada, that kind of stuff. That's a bunch of work as well. That involves a bunch of magic numbers that need to be set to various things. And this is all being implemented in ChiaLisp, which sort of makes it's hard to say whether that makes it easier or harder. It makes this...
You also had to write that, right?
Well, yeah, we had to design ChiaLisp, so that you don't have to do that.
I get that. It's just like it's so much work.
Yeah. Well, and we invented a new consensus algorithm and deployed a blockchain and yada yada. So you don't have to do that, but we did. This style of extremely locked down development is easier when you're doing it in ChiaLisp. However, a sloppier style of development is harder in ChiaLisp. It does not, it likes forcing you to be extremely specific about exactly what you're doing at all times. And all state is like everything is a coin. Like, you know, in Unix everything is a file, in Chia everything is a coin, and all your state needs to be hidden in coins various techniques. This is all implemented using what in Bitcoin are called time locks. It's all about the enforcement. The enforcement of the rules that the contract is doing is all done with some amount of absolute and relative time locks in the thing. And this, in many ways, resembles the kind of rate-limited time locks people are talking about with like CTV and Bitcoin. Although obviously this is much more sophisticated, and it also has the feature that when you have a payment to a wallet, that payment to it gets locked into the same constraints as everything else in the wallet, and you know that that's going to happen in advance, and that even survives like rekeys and things like that as it's happening. And that's really good because when you claw things back, the clawback turns into a pay to the original wallet as it's happening. Because you don't want your clawback to require the original wallet immediately participate in accepting the clawback because the original wallet is probably having an issue. So it makes a lot more sense for the clawback to turn into a pay to of the original wallet so that you can sort out whatever the wallet's issues are before accepting that pay to.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, I'm not an expert in this space at all.
Yeah, nobody is.
Like, so I guess it's like who was ever that guy who wrote C++ said it's like, how well do you know on a scale of 1 to 10 C++? He's like a 7. Like, it's just like once you know, it's awful. But it's really interesting to think about these problems because it's just a space I don't have experience in. So
yeah, nobody does. Like I myself don't consider myself a security person in general. I am doing this, which is very much a security thing because I have to, because we need a solution, and the solutions don't exist. We have some slightly quirky requirements, but part of the reason for us doing this is we want this later on to be productized and become a standard thing that people use so that they're following good practices with custodying real money.
That's awesome. Well, I wish you guys luck. It's awesome. Thanks for giving the talk.
Yeah.
So does slow rekey have security properties to it, or is it more around the business impact and the degradation of service while you do that?
It's the main, the differences are there's degradation of service while it's happening. So when you start a slow rekey, nothing's happening for a while. Like you're just kind of slowed down. For the magic numbers we're using, it's not that much more, it turns out, but it's sort of like on the scale like 6 months instead of 2 months, kind of a thing. It also involves the number of keys that you're using as well, and the number that are necessary to stop anything from happening. So like in particular, one key can't do a withdrawal, right? One key can, if nothing has happened for a while, if literally nothing has happened, then one key can initiate a rekey, which then any one other key can go ahead and stop as well. But there's no way for one key to directly do a withdrawal, right? So you have to wait until enough time has passed that the system figures, okay, everything might be kind of nearly bricked here, so we're going to allow one key by itself to do a rekey, and then that rekey attempt has to happen and finish, and then you can do a withdrawal after that happens. So slow rekeying is, well, much, much slower, and it's there as a backstop. It's there mostly for the case of there being lots of lost keys. And I think that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you. So I would like to say that just gonna give some comments on like the rest of the day. Thing one is the bar is open for you to peruse. It is an open bar and you can have whatever you like. Thing two is we're gonna continue with a talk from Immunify in like 5 minutes, maybe 10, just to kind of give everyone an opportunity to get a drink, take a little break. After Unify's talk, we're actually going to roll up the day. So we're going to talk about the NFT CTF results, the Immunify challenges that happened, the Uncipher challenges that happened, and then you can hear me ramble about how awesome I think this conference went. And then after that, we'll have the floor will be open to mill about and listen to music and keep talking and dancing and drinking or whatever. So that's it. Set up.
Hey everyone, really quick, we're going to be closing Pwn to BTC hardware soon. There are 2 teams competing. If anyone wants to compete, you must come by the Unciphered table. I will load them and we'll get you going and post your flags to Twitter. But if you want to take a crack at a Keep Key, a Trezor 1, 2, Ledger, was it X? Could be S, and a Iron Key S200. Please swing by. We're putting up $30,000 in cash prizes, or you'll get it in Bitcoin if you want. But $1,000 for the first team to break a Keep Key, Trezor 1, $5,000 for Trezor T, $5,000 for Ledger Nano S, and $10,000 for the Iron Key S2000. So even if you don't do it today, swing by. We'll get you set up. We'd just love to see really good hackers work on it, and if you crack it, let's talk afterwards. So swing by the table. Even if you don't know how this works, we have a shit ton of extra hardware. But anyway, thank you.
Hello. We're going to be starting our last talk of the day. So if you can be bothered to bring your tasty beverages over here to the seating area, that would be lovely.
That's fine. I might, is it okay if I hold it? Yeah.
If you want to come listen to the talk, please come over here. Thank you very much. Otherwise, Alejandro,
Yes.
let her rip.
Okay. Hey, it's good to be here. It's great to see all these presentations explaining some of these really cool big vulnerabilities. And I'm really excited to close out the day with just some of the vulnerabilities that have been disclosed through our platform and paid out millions of dollars. So Jay talked a lot about incentives when you find vulnerabilities. What do you do when you found this bug in a project's code that could have resulted in hundreds of millions to billions of dollars in stolen value? There are some hard questions that come up, like how can you reach out to a vulnerable project, who to trust to disclose the issue to, should you exploit it yourself, let alone launder hundreds of millions of dollars? What Immunify is trying to do is hopefully make that an easier decision for white hats, gray hats, and even black hats out there who are faced with a situation like this. And that decision should be to responsibly disclose issues to projects so they can safely mitigate these vulnerabilities and protect users in the ecosystem from real-world damage. So who am I? I'm Alejandro Munoz McDonald. I'm a smart contract engineer and triager at Immunify. My background is in computer science. I was a software developer before joining Immunify, but I got my start in Ethereum security in 2017. I really dived into bug bounties and security in 2020. I actually started submitting bugs to Immunify before I worked for them. In my free time, I'm a white hat. I've directly saved over $15,000 in tokens with flashbots. I've helped a friend who got spearphished saved his NFTs when his private key was compromised. And I've also created educational content related to security in the space. We recently put out a YouTube video on one of the bugs I'll be covering in this talk. And my Twitter is unsafecall. So what is Immunify? If you don't already know, we are the largest bug bounty platform in crypto right now. We have a website where white hats can safely and securely submit their bug reports directly to projects. We also work closely with projects to help them understand the importance of high-value bounty rewards when a project has millions of dollars of value locked within them. We have over 40 million in bounties paid out to white hats, 145 million in bounties available right now, and 20 billion in hack damage averted. So what does Immunify do for the community? We're always creating educational content to onboard more white hats into the ecosystem. We write postmortems with permission of white hats and projects and post them on Medium. We host hacker hangouts on Discord. We started the YouTube series, which explains vulnerabilities and how to create proof of concepts for them. So yeah, we're really big on that. Yeah, so now we can take a look at just some of the bugs that have been paid out millions of dollars. Yes, that's millions for a single bug. For those of you with Web 2 bug bounty experience, payouts that large are just like unheard of. But we believe they're necessary to incentivize security in a space where bugs, have massive direct impact to honestly ridiculous amounts of funds. So let's get right into it. Cool, so the first vulnerability I'm gonna review is the Polygon double spend. Gerard Ragnar submit a critical vulnerability on October 5th of 2021 that affected the Polygon plasma bridge. This could have resulted in the theft of $850 million of funds. So the plasma bridge, a bridge is basically a set of contracts that help move assets from the root chain to a child chain. The plasma bridge helps bridge assets from Ethereum to Polygon. So a really quick overview on the Polygon plasma bridge. A user deposits tokens to the Polygon contract on the root chain, which is Ethereum. The token deposit transaction is confirmed on Ethereum, and the corresponding tokens will be minted on the Polygon chain. Those tokens are ready to be used on the Polygon network. And then when a user is ready to withdraw from the child chain, Polygon, they can do so by initiating the withdrawal from Polygon. So that's like a checkpoint interval needs to be passed where all blocks have been validated. And then the checkpoint is then submit to the root chain contract. An exit NFT token is minted of the value the user wants to withdraw, and then another waiting period is initialized. The user needs to wait 7 days before being able to withdraw their funds. After those 7 days, you use the process exit procedure, and the user can claim back those funds to their Ethereum account. So the disclosed bug had to do with that withdraw step there. So the withdrawal process, that is getting tokens from the child chain back to the root chain, starts with burning the representation tokens on the child chain. So after that burn is confirmed, a user can call start exit with burnt tokens function on the ERC20 predicate contract on the source chain. So that's where the initial checkpoint is timestamped for the 7-day waiting period. And what are the parameters that need to be passed in? Well, it's the exit payload. The exit payload contains all information about the funds that are being transferred from L2 to L1. And then you proceed with the exit. So the burn transaction needs to be a successful and valid one. That exit can only be called after that checkpoint is included in the root chain alongside the burn transaction. And then a user should call the function and submit the burn proof. So the main vulnerability lied in how Polygon's withdraw manager verifies the inclusion and uniqueness of the burn transaction that happened. So the goal of the function on the left there, as the name suggests, sorry if it's small, we do have postmortems about all these vulnerabilities on Medium, and you can review these images there. But the main idea here is, for the function here, is to verify the inclusion of the burn transaction receipt during that checkpoint. A crucial parameter during the exit proof is something that's contained within the Merkle proof, which is the branch mask. Why is this important? Well, there's an exit ID value used in the verification of uniqueness of the burn transaction, and that branch mask is used to generate that exit ID. The invariant that should hold true here is that an exiting transaction only ever has one exit ID. So the branch mask is HP encoded and then later on decoded in the Merkle Patricia proof verify function. And because of the implementation of the decoding into an array of nibbles on the right there, it actually ignores some of that value, and the differences in those areas don't cause the decoding to be rejected. So the same value as decoded by the Merkle Patricia proof may have multiple encodings as the UN256 value. This is really bad because that value, the UN256 value that's being decoded is used to avoid replays. So the same proof with a slight modification could be replayed due to the issue of ignoring some of its content when decoding for the proof, but using the entire value during the replay protection. So what does a step-by-step exploit look like in this case? Well, you just deposit a large amount of ETH tokens to the Polygon through the Plasma bridge. After confirmation of the funds being available in Polygon, you start the withdrawal process. You wait the 7 days, and then you resubmit the exit payload, but with a modified first byte of the branch mask. So that same valid transaction can be resubmit up to 223 times. So you have like a 200x hack here, and you just profit. So as it turns out, the first byte of the encoded branches mask is actually always supposed to be 0. The fix was just to check if the first byte of the encoded branch is 0 and not just to disregard it. The next vulnerability I'm going to talk about is the Polygon lack of balance check. I swear I'm not picking on Polygon here. White Hat Leon Spacewalker reported a critical vulnerability to Polygon on December 3rd, 2021. Over 9 billion Matic was at risk. A Black Hat or set of Black Hats have already managed to steal 800,000 Matic tokens using the same exploit. But there was a second White Hat that reported the bug to Polygon and also received 500,000 Matic. So the vulnerability here was a lack of balance allowance check in the transfer function. Real quick, the Matic token is the main token of Polygon ecosystem. So it's like Ether, but for the Polygon network. The most interesting thing about the Matic token standard is it's the native gas paying asset of the Polygon network, but it's also a contract deployed on Polygon. So this contract is the MRC20 contract. Having the network token be a contract on the chain itself allows for the possibility of transferring Matic tokens like gaslessly with the transfer with SIG function, which is something you can't do with Ethereum. But transfer with SIG, how does that work? So looking at transfer with SIG, the user who owns the tokens signs a bundle of parameters, which includes the operator, the amount, the nonce, and the expiration, and that signature can be later passed to the MRC20 contract by an operator to perform the transfer on the behalf of a token owner. Yeah, it's free for the token owner, but the operator forwarding the signature does still pay gas. In the transfer with SIG function, though, we first verified that the signing hash has not already been used. So this is preventing replay attacks like we just saw. After that hash is verified, though, we extract the token's owner's address using EC recovery and pass that into the transfer from function. EC recovery takes that data hash and the signature. Smart contracts on Ethereum have access to built-in EC DSA signature verification algorithm through EC recover. So this is a built-in function that lets you verify the integrity of a signature over the hash to data and returns the signer's public key. This EC recovery function is a wrapper on top of the standard EC recover that lets you pass a packed signature without needing to separate the V, R, and S. So what's the vulnerability here? Well, to exploit this vulnerability, we don't need to do anything too complex, thanks to how the EC recovery function was implemented. We can just call transfer with sig function without a valid signature, and thanks to the lack of a check to see if the EC recovery wrapper function returns the 0 address, we can exploit a vulnerability here. So EC recover returns the 0 address when an address can't be recovered from a signature. You can see in the bottom right there in the code, all the way at the bottom, there's a require statement that checks if the returned address is 0. It should revert. However, at the very beginning of the function, the signature length is checked to make sure it's exactly 65 bytes long. And if it isn't, it doesn't revert. It just returns the 0 address. So there's a second path which could return 0. The 0 address will then be passed into transfer from, and it's very common to projects to send tokens to the 0 address to burn them, so this bug would have allowed the theft of funds which were assumed to be lost forever. But it gets better. It gets better than this. The issue with the EC recovery function wasn't even the main issue. The main issue here is that the transfer from will call the transfer function directly without even checking whether the from has enough balance. So the function that takes the balances, the function transfer from takes the balances of the from and to address and just passes them to the transfer, which also has the same issue. It doesn't check that the sender has enough balance. So the bug in the token could have allowed an attacker to essentially mint an arbitrary number of tokens from the MRC20 contract. So yeah, that means all 9 billion in Matic could have been stolen. And I think Matic was like $2 at the time. So yeah, this is a 2.2 million bounty payout from a bug like this. Next bug, phantom functions. So DDoB disclosed a major vulnerability to multi-chain on January 10th of 2022. Multi-chain is a cross-chain router protocol, basically another bridge. Bridges usually have very high TVL since tokens are being locked on the source chain side until the synthetic tokens on the destination chain are burned. This vulnerability would have affected $431 million of WETH on Ethereum alone, 367 million for the bridge contracts, and 40 million from other networks. So this bug is essentially a $1 billion bug. Multi-chain actually made a public announcement to revoke approvals for the contracts. It was that bad. So the attack vector here was actually pretty novel. The Solidity and EVM developer security community should definitely be aware of this type of issue. And just as a side note, there are actually 2 separate major vulnerabilities here, one involving WETH and a vault contract, and the other one involving the router contract. I'm just reviewing the ERC20 vault contract issue. So what was the vulnerability here? So this one was in multi-chain's AnySwap v5 ERC20 contract. A little bit of context. Smart contracts in Solidity can contain a fallback function. This code is called anytime a function is invoked on the contract, but the contract doesn't implement a function with that signature. If you make it payable, it's also called whenever your contract receives the native token Ether. In newer versions of Solidity, there's a separate receive function for when Ether is sent with no call data, but with WETH in the top left there, it implements a default payable function to have some logic that allows people to send Ether directly to the contract and then get the wrapped Ether tokens in return. So back to the AnySwap v5 ERC20 contract. The contract exposes a way to deposit funds and have them attributed to your account. The use of transfer from there on line 3 in the bottom image relies on an approval of the AnySwap contract before making the call to deposit. So the use of message sender in the function means the contract can only transfer your tokens if you've made an approval and are the initiator of the call to deposit. So, that means you have to make 2 separate transactions, the approval and the deposit. However, there's a second path to deposit funds. Deposit with permit allows depositing of funds by relayer. So this means the user depositing funds doesn't need to be the account to call deposit with permit, and the approval and transfer can occur in one transaction. Permit was introduced in EIP 2612, and it extends the ERC20 token standard and allows users to modify the allowance mapping using the account derived from an off-chain signed message instead of through message sender. This essentially improves user experience by allowing the approval, which is the signature, and the transfer to happen in a single transaction. We just lost the TV there. Can we get some help over here? We have a technical issue. Thank you. Should be back in business shortly. Well, how you guys doing? How'd you enjoy the conference? Sweet. It's really great to come out here. This is my first conference with Immunify, so it's really great to come out here and meet all you guys. It's been a good day. Yes. F2. Sweet. Okay, back to where we were. Thank you, guys. So what were we talking about? We were talking about permit. So permit was introduced in EIP 2612, and it extended the ERC20 token standard and allows users to modify that allowance mapping using the account derived from an off-chain signed message. Right, so the EIP defines a list of conditions that must be checked, like checking the deadline has not passed, ensuring the recovered address is not 0, validating the nonce, etc. Otherwise, the transaction should revert. An important check that occurs here is checking that the RS and V is a valid signature from the owner of a message. So just relying on a call to permit, contracts end up outsourcing the signature verifications to tokens they integrate. So, so let's take a look at the deposit with permit function at the bottom there. So permit is being relied on to perform an important security check, verifying that the signature is valid. This is where the billion-dollar mistake was made. So not every ERC20 compatible token implements a permit function. So WETH does not define a permit function, but it does, however, define that default payable fallback function. So when deposit with permit calls permit on WETH in line 8, the fallback function on WETH is invoked, and since no other functions match the permit function signature, the fallback function is just invoked. The fallback function on WETH just calls WETH deposit. Message value is 0. There's no change to the balance. The call emits an event and just returns successfully. So literally none of the parameters being passed to the permit call are being checked. It's basically like the call to permit was never even there. Now you might think that's fine. The contract won't be able to then use safe transfer from to transfer the target's tokens since the call to permit did nothing and no new allowance was set. But if a target had made an approval to the AnySwap v5 ERC20 contract in the past, the contract will already have an allowance set and the safe transfer from will succeed. So all WETH an account approved the AnySwap v5 ERC20 contract to transfer can be stolen by a call to deposit with permit with any arbitrary values for the signature. So in the case of an infinite approval, this means like any WETH an account ever received in the future could also be stolen. So the takeaway here is that callers should not rely on permit reverting for arbitrary tokens. The call token.permit never reverts for tokens that don't implement permit and have a non-reverting fallback function like WETH. And DDoB has dubbed this phantom functions. So a contract with a phantom function does not really define the function but accepts any call to it without reverting. Cool. So I've got one more bug for you guys. This is the wormhole uninitialized proxy. So Satya disclosed a critical vulnerability in the wormhole contract core bridge contract. This was actually not too long after their big hack where they lost around 300 mil. So I feel kind of bad for Wormhole, but it really shows these incentives are working. They set up a bug bounty program with us shortly after the hack, and that led to the responsible disclosure of this bug. So I don't have a number for funds at risk, but this was likely in the hundreds of millions. And the bug had to do with an uninitialized proxy. Some of you out there who already know about uninitialized proxies are like, what the hell, $10 million? That, that could have been me. I'm here to say yes, it could have been you. That's why it's so important to get eyes of technical people like all of you looking at our bug bounty programs. So, some of these projects are making, simple mistakes that could lead to huge amounts of lost funds. But as long as we have a community that, understands the importance of responsibly disclosing bugs by setting up the proper incentives where you can get rewarded for doing the right thing, we can help secure the longevity of the crypto ecosystem as a whole. So that being said, uninitialized proxies. So in Ethereum, there are 3 major types of contract calls. There's a regular call, there's a static call, and there's a delegate call. When you do a static call, the expectation is no state is changed. And then when you do a regular call,
When contract A on the left there makes a call to contract B by calling some function foo, the function execution relies on contract B storage, and the message sender is set to contract A. So changes made to state during that function call in contract B only affect the storage of contract B. However, when the same call is made using delegate call, the function foo would be called on the contract B, but the context is contract A. So this means the logic of contract B is being used, but any state changes that are occurring in function foo would actually affect contract A. So why would anyone want a delegate call? Well, delegate call makes it possible to create upgradable contracts using a proxy pattern. A proxy contract A redirects all the calls to implementation contract, whose address is stored within contract A storage. When an upgrade is needed, the implementation contract A points to can be modified. So you have two contracts, the proxy where the storage lives, and the implementation where the code/logic is. So there's two really common standards for proxies from OpenZeppelin. There's TPP, which is transparent proxy pattern, and UUPS, universal upgradable proxy pattern. There are a few differences, but the major one is with TPP, upgrade logic is in the proxy itself. With UUPS, the upgrade logic is actually in the implementation. So in the standard, it's upgrade to and call. Calling upgrade to and call on the proxy delegates to the same function on the implementation. So it's basically like a pass-through. UUPS is slightly cheaper in that way. You don't have to have checks in the implementation. In the proxy. So yeah, something to note, when UUPS proxy contracts are deployed, the constructor is instead an initialize function. So since we can't call the constructor code of the implementation contract, since it just doesn't exist after deployment, we have an initialize function. So this is defined in the implementation, which defines some initial parameters, an owner. In many cases, developers use the upgradable versions of the standard OpenZeppelin contracts, which have the initialize function defined. So in OpenZeppelin's UUPS implementation on the left there, the initialize function for the implementation calls ownable init. So the implementation extends the ownable contract, and you get admin access if you are the initializer, essentially. So being an owner of a UUPS implementation contract means you can control the upgrade functions. So in particular, the owner of an implementation can call upgrade to and call directly on the implementation contract instead of going through the proxy. And apart from changing the implementation address to a new one, the function atomically executes any migration or initialization function using delegate call and the data passed to it. So since the upgrade logic is in the implementation, whoever calls initialize on that whoever calls initialize first on the implementation contract has the privilege to call this function. So what happens if the initialization function of the new implementation executes self-destruct? The delegate caller will be destroyed. So we can cause the implementation contract to execute self-destruct in its own context through the delegate call in upgrade to and call. And since the upgrade logic for UUPS proxies is supposed to exist in the implementation, that proxy will never be able to upgrade the logic contract it points to, since no code now exists at the address that it was pointing to as its implementation. So what's the attack chain here? The attacker calls initialize on the implementation contract to become the owner. If nobody had called this function yet in the context of the implementation, the call works and makes the attacker the owner. And once you're an owner, the attacker can deploy a malicious contract with self-destruct. The attacker then calls upgrade to and call on the implementation contract as the owner and points to the malicious self-destruct contract. And during that upgrade to and call, the delegate call calls the initialization with self-destruct, and the implementation now just does not exist. So this proxy contract is pointing to nothing, and it is essentially useless. And this just leads to frozen funds. What you need to look out for is if your UUPS implementation has a delegate call available, you want to make sure to call the initializer on it, or just don't allow calls to be made directly on an implementation contract. So I think this is our biggest bounty payout to date, $10 million for one bug. And it's really cool to see these bounty sizes increasing so quickly. So you might be asking yourself now, how do I get involved? Well, call to action. Go to our site and sign up for an account. We have tons of bounty programs available right now. We're currently running a challenge where smart contract bug reports submit for Axelar Network, ZK Sync, Balancer, and Flamingo. All bugs that are submit that are valid vulnerabilities get a 20% bonus for pwning. Reminder to please test your exploits in local forks. You should all be experts in forking mainnet after the talk from Darian. If you're new to the space and want to learn more or just don't know where to start, we have some great educational resources at our site on Immunify/learn. You can also join our Discord to ask questions, keep up to date on the latest hacks, and participate in our community. And you can also follow Immunify for constant updates on new bug bounty programs we launch, bounty payouts we make, and information on the latest security topics in the space. Yeah, that's our Twitter there. And that's it. That's it for me. Thank you guys very much. I hope you guys had a good conference. Do we have someone that's coming up for a closing statement? Oh, thank you so much.
Darian, did you want to come up and give your recap on the NFT CTF? Cool, thank you, thank you. Also, I noticed there's a lot of you without things in your hands. Please drink our free drinks. No, Eric, everyone is like mentally full of blockchains.
Yeah, so as you know from earlier, we hosted the NFT CTF. So we have about, I think, 6 participants now. If you still want to play, we're going to keep the CTF going, and it'll just keep running. So you can definitely play after the conference on your own time, whatever. So the POAPs are over there, the white sheets of paper. If you didn't get one already, you just scan the QR code. It'll minute up to your wallet, the wallet address that you specify, and then you can play from there. So the leader, I think it was Zayed. He already left, but he beat all 3. There's one other person, I believe my friend right here. He beat the first one, so there's 2 people right now. And the prizes, they're just NFTs, so for each level, the easy, medium, and hard, you get a separate NFT for each one. And I'll just give you a quick hint of what to do. So first, we go to our website, arbitraryexecution.com/OTCCon, and the contract that you want to interact with is called On the Chain Bank, which is right here. So we can click on it, and this is run on Genosis chain, so it's super fast, cheap transactions. We already gave you one XDAI, which is the native currency on there to play. And you can actually do all of your read and writes on the contract from here, so it's pretty simplified. So you would go and look at the code, and on the chain bank.sol, this is where most of your interactions will happen. So just try to break this contract, try to beat it, and see if you can get all the NFTs, the first three. So the first one is you just have to create a bank account. The second one, you have to get the bonus. So you have to open a bank account and then you get a bonus. And then the third one is a little bit tougher, and you have to get approved for a loan. And I will give you a hint on the third one. You do have to write and deploy your own smart contract, so you can't just go from Block Scout and do everything. But yeah, have fun if you haven't already. I hope you definitely play it. We set this up for everyone. Yeah, it should be a good time. And also, I have a bunch of free gear still right here. I'll give you some. So here's a bunch of free notebooks if no one has got them yet. We got them in different colors. We got this as well. So anyone wants a free notebook, pens, anything, just come up and grab it from the box.
Thank you very much. Yes, I believe the Take Our Free Stuff is the name of that game. Anyway, it is now the end of this part of the Talkie conference. We're still going to be around for a bit to, play you some music, hang out, have drinks, continue talking. I hope everyone had a great time. I'd like to thank our sponsors again, Kraken, UDA, Arbitrary Execution, Trail of Bits, Unciphered, and Trammel Ventures for giving us all of the great things, access to the great things that we've been able to do today. Thank you all so much for showing up and contributing your voice. And yeah, I've really enjoyed personally meeting everyone and just really, I don't know, talking and having a good time. Eric wants to say something.
So as one of the co-organizers, I want to say thank you for everyone here and on the live stream. Everyone ran to dinner, I think, because it's RSAC. So wrapping quick, Pwn to BTC is still running till 9 a.m. tomorrow. We have 2 active teams, and actually someone went to Central Computer and literally brought a hot reflow station, and they're going to set up an attack on the back table. So it should be a lot of fun. Will, get over here. So so this is the actual core off-the-chain team. Lauren. It's an impromptu closing ceremony. So anyway, this is the core off-the-chain team for the first year. We were really blown away by all the speakers. And all the content will be cut up and put online as individual talks later. So in case feel like someone missed it, don't worry. I want to say thank you for everyone coming here. Noelle, when she said in 2019, I don't think anyone's really doing this. We should do it. And then last year I called her in November and said, we should do this. And let's do it by RSA in February, because that seems like a smart idea. Luckily, they kicked back till now. But this couldn't have been pulled together without an amazing team here. I know I'm a dead weight. But anyway, I just want to say thank you to everyone here. Thank you for everyone attending. Thank you for everyone watching online. And I think you'll see us back next year. We already had too many talk submissions for next year. So there we go. Anyway, Will, you got anything to say on the way out?
Yeah, just thank you all for coming out, and thank you all for giving us a reason to make it happen. And we'll bring it back bigger and better than ever next year. So thanks, guys.
Thanks. Come again next year. It was off the chain.
Actually, one last thing. Well, one more last thing. The venue has been really appreciative of our conference, and they've left a stack of free day passes at the front. But they also encourage you to bring your chain in when you come to take your free day pass. So thanks to the venue. Oh my gosh. Jason and Johnny and everybody at Trellis.
And let's not forget the amazing AV crew. Seriously, Eddie Cadell, amazing. Thank you. Love working with you. You kicked ass. Seriously, thank you, and look forward to working with you next year. And did we go over the speakers? Thank you, all the speakers. Again, if we didn't already say thank you. Thank you, all the speakers. All right, that's it.
We're gonna take a second and break down all of the chairs, but go have a drink. Mostly the chairs just right here, so if you're sitting in the back or on one of the edges, don't worry. But yeah, we're gonna break this down and we're gonna set up a DJ station and we're gonna have music and drinks.
And also, if you are an attendee, the bar is open. There's a big tab, and if you have a +1 in town you wanted to bring, boyfriend, girlfriend, anyone in between, or good friend, please invite them over. We're here till about 8 and shutting down. So yeah, we gotta drink really fast. $5,000 is at this attendance left at the end of the day. It might take a while, and we're not putting you in caps.
Thank you. Thank you.